on the road yet, Jamie?
Yeehaw, let's go. We're in. I love it.
This winter on the highway through hell.
You need to respect that highway.
It can turn really bad really fast.
Oh, it's chaos up there.
Oh my God, it's bad.
Gotta hurry, these guys are gonna get pissed at us.
Close, there's no option here. Get going. Pressure's on. Look, jackknife. Look out!
Here comes the chopper.
What are you doing? Okay, whatever, man.
I'm screwed.
Whoa, whoa, hey! No.
Competition's a bitch.
Oh!
Pretty damn good.
No! It's his ass, not mine. Oh, that ain't good.
Welcome to winter.
In the rugged mountains of the Pacific Northwest, there's a highway like no other.
Don't come flying down that hill.
An unforgiving, white-knuckle ride.
She was some slippery this morning, holy shit.
Carved into some of the steepest terrain in North America.
If you haven't traveled this highway, you don't understand it.
Highway 5, Coquihalla.
It's bloody dangerous.
The chain-up plane's going up on the coast.
Every day, thousands of truckers must run the gauntlet.
The avalanche is hitting the road right in front of me.
When the weather's good, the Coquihalla Highway is an engineering marvel. But when the weather turns bad...
It's like the Bermuda Triangle of truck accidents.
It's a highway through hell.
And then it just went boom.
Keeping the Coke open takes an army of men and machines.
When the highway shuts down, the world shuts down.
And a last line of defense.
54150.
Davis en route.
That's the big one.
A fleet of custom-built heavy rescue trucks.
Get out of there. Whoa, whoa.
And a team
Somebody's gonna tag somebody today.
willing to tackle any disaster
Watch out!
the mountain throws at them.
I don't think there's a record company anywhere in this world that can do what we do.
Because closure is not an option.
Winter's here and we gotta deal with it.
Anybody know what's going on up at the Coke? Fires are calling for 20 centimeters. Well, yeah, he's 3/4 of the way up 9 miles. She's changing from wet rain to wet, fluffy snows.
It's early November,
I've just had some traction issues here.
and the first storm of the season is rolling up the Coquihalla Highway.
Oh, it's chaos up there. They got 2 snowplows working this master tonight.
Half of the people that'll be up here tonight have no clue what they're getting into.
Go water 10, go ahead.
Highway crews are doing everything they can to keep traffic moving.
First storm of the season always catches everyone off guard.
Lots of equipment on the hill, but in spite of that, we'll still have issues.
The overhead sign says chain up. Mandatory chain up, Fox Canyon. Snow's coming down so hard you can't see.
The chain-up areas are backing up onto the highway.
Get them on, don't send the truck.
Drivers who only make money when they're moving are losing patience.
Right now we've got both lanes completely blocked off here. Probably 3 inches of snow on the hood already. It could be like this all night long.
But it gets even worse.
Try and determine what's happened once we get there.
A semi has jackknifed just below the summit.
Now we have hundreds of vehicles in the lineup because of this guy.
Just getting up to the semi now, they're about a kilometer apart from the original crash.
There's one truck that hit the ditch. Got trucks spun out all over the place. It's all plugged up. Welcome to winter.
It's the first snow call of the season, and Jamie Davis Heavy Rescue has sent lead driver Adam Gazzola.
If there's any kind of a lineup, he'll be down below there. He's well on his way from Hope now.
Some guys are spun out on the hill. I guess that snow shed hill's all blocked off, so.
After a long, slow summer, he's ready for action.
That's the time of year. It's time to work day and night and sleep come summer.
The way south from the toll booth.
The jackknife has the road ahead completely blocked.
No, we're not moving.
Highway authorities closed the oncoming lane so Adam can reach the wreck.
Closed for a while.
The busiest mountain pass in the country is at a dead stop.
It's like a parking lot out here.
The fate of hundreds of trucks and millions of dollars in cargo is all in the hands of one man.
Yeah, there's a mess down here.
The road has been closed for 61 minutes when Adam arrives on scene. Adam has gotten ahead of the wreck and is backing down to it.
It's so f***ing slippery, I can't even back up here.
Despite the pressure, he knows better than to rush on an icy highway.
You just don't know the hidden dangers under this snow. Okay, see if you can make a hole for me there. It's pretty slippery, right? So I just want to take it easy because my front end could slide away on me and we'd be buggered. So see what's going on here.
There's a lot of traffic here backed up.
Yeah, low gear, lots of throttle.
What should be an easy pull-up turns into a tug of war with a fully loaded semi.
You could blow a rear end or snap a dry shaft off. I think I'd be nice and easy with everything. Just have kind of a gentle touch.
Lost the throttle, David, lost the gas. You have to help me, okay?
So much ice here, I can't grab any traction.
Patience pays off when Adam's chains bite through the ice and snow.
Is this highway open yet?
Just to advise, the jackknife semi has been straightened out by Jamie Davis Towing and sent on his way.
That's what happens when you drive through the highway through hell.
Down in the yard of Jamie Davis Heavy Rescue, last night's storm has the crew scrambling.
Yeah, it's done.
My goal for the season really is to be ready for anything and to be able to make sure that any jobs that come in, I'm going to be taking in them jobs.
You want it just trickle charging?
To be ready for the new season, Jamie bulked up with the biggest team he's ever hired.
Signal? Yep. Ready to rock and roll. Bula, bula, bula. Bula, bula.
That's a crew that's really tight. You probably spend as much time with these guys on a 24-hour basis, probably more time than you do with your family.
Nice to be back. I got to come back and take 47.
Jamie has a lot invested in a big winter season because he's got to make up for a long, slow summer.
You're coming off the summer season with a whole huge bunch of bills to pay. If there's no wrecks, you don't eat.
Because money's tight, some hoped-for upgrades haven't been done. Plans to pimp out Bruce's wrecker are now on hold, although Jamie's most senior driver is still optimistic.
Yeah, sweet truck when she's done.
Putting a wicked sound system in it, and all underneath the body, they're going to put strobe lights.
Rescue driver Kevin Ritchie is back.
Rough day at the office?
By the end of last season, Kevin was afraid of driving his own truck.
Driving this thing scares the shit out of me, and it scared me again last night. It's getting to me. I've been driving truck for a lot of years, and now it's getting to the point where I don't want to do it.
The summer brought a change of heart.
I'm missing it, so I want to get back in it.
But he doesn't have a truck to drive. Rescue 120 needs a new engine.
Come back, and I see this thing out of service. Truck's down for a little bit. Hopefully it won't take too long.
Last season, Sammy rode shotgun with Kevin. This year, he'll be riding in the rotator.
Or tell Jamie to get that, get that thing going quick, man.
We'll get her going. I guess I'll be Adam's swamper, maybe.
Yeah.
Jamie, that's me.
Yeah.
But Kevin's not the only one with his eye on that position.
Oh, this is so if you want to hook it up to your own switch.
New hire Gord Lundeen is eager for a chance to prove himself.
It's pretty neat. Yeah, it's the wiper shakers we just put on.
Last year, Gord started out working around the yard and impressed everyone.
Gord is a great guy. You know, Gord can be an extra man. Gord can ride swamper on the truck, work in the shop. Good at all three of those things.
What do you think, Gord? Think it'd be good?
Oh, yeah.
He's one of them guys that can basically do anything.
Prove yourself that you answer your phone in the middle of the night, that you basically sleep with one eye open. Yep, she's almost ready, Adam.
Northbound on the Coca-Cola. Got a smashed up vehicle in the weeds there.
Going for good wreck.
At 10:30 in the morning, the prep stops and the wreck season begins.
This is the first time this year that we're up the mountain in fresh snow, so.
From the town of Hope, the Coca-Cola Highway rises over 4,000 feet into the Cascade Mountains. As they climb high into the mountain pass, they enter a whole new world.
You know, the fishing season's here, if you want to call it that. It's time for us to make money in our little season that we can. And there's going to be stuff happening on this highway today. I can just tell. It's bad up here. This guy just went in the ditch. Holy. We've got icy road conditions, really what it is. I mean, you can't say anything much more about it. Look at this ice fog. It's -1 degrees. So it's too cold to be foggy. Foggy is moisture, but that's ice. Now we got another low bed guy. Low bedder having a problem up here.
The ice fog has flash frozen the highway.
We can't make it. Wow. The zoo up here today.
That's, oh yeah.
Well, I'm spinning out a little bit. My locker's in. We're on ice. Yeah, watch out, watch out, watch out. I got it. Oh, he's going sideways. Holy
How is that hill driver? Northbound on the Coca-Cola. Got a smashed up vehicle in the weeds there.
Jamie Davis is headed up the Coca-Cola Highway, responding to the first big wreck of the winter season.
It's all black ice now.
Ice fog has turned the Coke into a skating rink.
Well, I'm spinning out a little bit. Slipping on my ice. Watch out. Oh, he's going sideways. This guy's going sideways into me.
Whoa, that was close.
Holy.
Wow. That was a close.
What?
That was
you know what? I thought we were going to sideswipe him.
I know. I saw him good.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's our wreck right there.
You can see by the skid marks where he went in back here, started along the bank, over he went.
In blinding fog, the semi caught a wheel in soft snow that pulled it into a steep ditch.
6-month-old truck, 100,000 kilometers on it. My boss told me don't wreck the trailers any more than they're already wrecked.
Okay. Okay. All right. We'll go get that.
The truck was pulling custom-built trailers called China tops. The sides are removable tarps. Each roof is made of delicate fiberglass. Incredibly, there's no serious damage.
This unit's probably, I'm estimating a couple $100,000 new.
And the truck belongs to one of Jamie's oldest customers.
I have to make sure I do all the right things. We're not talking about some fly-by-night company here. We're talking about one of the highest-end trucking companies in BC.
He wants to recover the trailers without causing another dime in damage.
So the first thing we have to do is see if it's loaded or not. That's the first item in business.
Recovering the trailers will be easy if they're empty.
It's 2x4s, 4x4s.
They're not.
Holy moly, a lot of lumber.
The call goes out for more trucks.
Are you on the radio there, Jamie?
And Adam heads up to help Jamie out.
What's it got in it for a load?
Okay, let it go. Okay. To deal with it.
The trailers are filled with bundles of lumber, now on their side.
See, the roof is intact on here. And likely, I mean, the extra cost of that would be bizarre if they had to pay that. So what you guys should do is right now, I'll get up there and move that part one way.
Okay.
I'm gonna opt to unload this trailer before we move it, because, you know, the guy's gonna say to me, the customer's gonna say, well, why did you just pull that over and wreck my side? And the customer doesn't want his trailers wrecked any more than they have to be.
It's a tricky job, and Jamie's going to need help.
So what I wanna do is get a stiff boom crane here. He's about 75 feet from the road or 50 feet from the road. And it's a little bit too far away for our rotator wrecker to reach to lift the load out.
Turning over a job this early in the season is not easy.
You know, the crane company's gonna take a good portion of the revenue from that wreck. So our company doesn't make a lot of money on that recovery job.
An hour later, help arrives.
Crane's here.
With a long-reach construction crane.
And we could get him to come right in here like this.
A few minutes later, Jim Lasser and his salvage crew are on scene, trying to figure out how to recover the lumber.
It's like a giant jigsaw puzzle. You take the wrong bundle out, they would fall over and go through the roof of the trailer, and damaging the trailer, or worse, damaging a person if they're in between.
I have to loosen one strap at a time, because if I undo these, they'll blow right through the roof of the trailer.
Yeah, it's a bugger.
Boom down a little bit then. We're trying to suck it tight, hold it, suck it tight, hold it, and then lift.
It's slow going.
Just watch yourself.
The bundles keep breaking apart.
Don't loosen it. Watch your back. Oh! Whoa, whoa, whoa.
There's something on Twitter about a wreck or something like that.
A truck pulling 2 trailer loads of lumber has flipped on its side.
We can't just roll the tractor trailer over because these trailers are worth a lot of money.
Jamie is determined to save their expensive fiberglass roofs.
I'm gonna opt to unload this trailer before we move it.
Watch your back.
So he's turned the job over to a salvage crew.
Just watch yourself.
But the unwieldy lumber isn't making it easy.
It did some small amount of damage to the roof.
The ding can be patched, but it scratches Jamie's hopes for a perfect job.
You might have a little failure, and it happens.
Undaunted, they get the rear trailer unloaded. 1 down, 1 to go. And this trailer is even trickier. This one doesn't have any doors.
If any straps break or anything goes wrong, the guys have no quick escape. Like, big oval, right? And it will fill the gap between here and the ceiling instantly. So if you're in there when that happens, you're squished dead. Clear there, Steve, coming down. See, that's exactly what I didn't want to happen. Lucky nobody's in that gap there. Hello, Jamie. Can somebody get a hold of Jamie? Holler and get Jamie to come down here for a minute. There isn't enough room to try to strap down to pick these out this way. The second we loosen these straps, they all blow apart and go oval. That's why I was wondering, if we put all the straps back on, could we tilt this back up onto its wheels?
Jim wants to pull his guys out and flip the whole unit as is.
I will sacrifice 100 roofs to save a person.
Jamie still wants to save the trailer.
So we could set all up for this whole thing and start doing the pulling and all the rest of it, and then have trouble. But at the end of the day, I'm the guy who's going to answer to the customer for whatever goes on. So I hate to say this, but why don't we just hand bomb them?
Hand bombing is your last resort. You work with equipment as much as you possibly can. Go to hand bombing when nothing else works.
Bunch of work, but we have to make the call, and that's what we got to do.
Unloading the trailer by hand could take hours.
The customer's really adamant that we get the load out today, no matter what.
Let's get another 20 guys here, or 10 guys anyways, and we form a chain down there so we can get this moving then. Is anybody we can call to get more
laborers? I'll call Kevin.
Back at the yard, Kevin scrambles to pull together a work crew.
Thanks. for coming on such short notice.
Short one guy, he tries recruiting Jamie's stepson, Brandon.
I have more traffic on my clear descent.
Last season, Brandon worked part-time for Jamie.
This is a boring job. It's a cold job. It's depressing out here. Look at this place.
But his heart was never really in it.
Occupying myself as a tow truck driver for the next 10 years to 20 years?
This season is no different.
What are you doing?
Hanging out.
Jamie just called and he wants to know if you can go up there and help them guys.
He knows I don't have any work gear yet.
Well, you call him and you tell him you can't go.
All right.
Let me know before these people leave.
I will.
So you guys ready to go? Just waiting for bags, eh? I got a bunch of guys that are ready, willing, and able to go to work. And when I call them, they race up and help us. And then you got Brandon just, I can't go, I'm too busy, or I gotta go to the gym. To not have his work gear ready. All summer, he should have had it in a corner hanging up.
I'm just phoning my mom right now to see if she knows where my stuff is. Hey, do you know where my work boots are and stuff? No, you don't? Okay, can you phone him, because I don't want to tell him.
It's Juliet Creek. Past the toll booth about just over 5 minutes. Okay, thanks, guys.
Hey, Kev?
Yeah.
So,
my guys are ready to go now.
I phoned my mom, and she said, I have no work here right now, and I can promise you this, that I will have my work here on Friday.
Okay. So you got 2 days.
2 days.
Okay.
Brandon, do I count on him? Not these days.
Hand-bombing the job eats up what's left of the day. At 4:30, Adam returns to pull the wreck out.
They've got only about 3 or 4 bundles left. Okay. So what I'd like to do is if you can run chains and get the drive line out, get your airline on and all that kind of stuff and get ready to go.
By the time the trailer's empty and the crane heads home, it's getting dark.
We get into some jobs sometimes where we're way off in the boonies and it's so dark, it's dark.
But this season, Jamie is prepared for that.
We have 6 9,000 watt lights. Now you got guys working, a bunch of people working, you can't play around. The light tower comes in handy for us.
But darkness isn't his only problem.
What about me? I'm watching for Adam.
I know, that's what I'm saying, and this guy's going
I'm watching the
man.
cars.
The roads are damp right now and it's starting to freeze up. So we don't want to be on the highway in case the road freezes and somebody panics and hits their brakes and causes an accident.
If the road freezes, highway authorities will shut them down for the night.
Well, we're just gonna run this deck winch to the back of the trailer and back.
Need you to hold them cables up so I can back up.
Take the hook with us. Okay.
Because the trailers are on their side, they can't be disconnected. The entire rig, all 3 parts, must be rolled upright in one move without shattering the china tops.
I'll do the lead if you want to catch up, okay?
Okay, yeah.
That went really good, eh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm happy with this.
Yeah, lucky that it boomed down.
Both fiberglass tops survived the flip. But now there's a new hurdle.
He's gonna drag it up out.
Yeah, he's gonna
Use the Bobcat, cut it down a bit, or?
Pulling the cab up over the steep embankment could damage the diesel tanks.
The truck's low profile, so they don't want their tanks scraped. Maybe it's gonna be a little tough. That's always a tough spot, isn't it? Why don't I come in here and I lift this front end up and over for you?
Okay, so what, you want to have 2 trucks on it then, or 1 truck?
Yeah, you just stay there with you. You stay 2, right? You pull, and I'll lift it up at the same time as you're pulling, and I'll come with you, right? So I'll keep the front end in the air so we're not dragging it. Okay. And we'll try to get it in just up in here. I'm gonna back up a little bit, and I'm gonna cut her over here, okay?
Repositioning the trucks means closing both lanes of traffic.
Nobody, I just got all the traffic plugged, so go ahead. Okay, thank you.
Now every minute counts. Eager to get the job done quickly, Jamie rigs his lines directly onto Adam's chains. It's not textbook, but it's fast.
Jamie hooked to my same chains to lift the truck up so it would clear, and I was gonna pull at the same time. It was kind of a hokey deal.
I don't like this. It's just stupid.
Adam doesn't like it that there's 2 pull points on the same chain. He doesn't think it's safe.
This is sketchy, man.
No. Tell him to stop.
You're not alone, man. We're frustrated.
I want to lift. That's all I want to do, just to get it over the hump here.
Jamie has had to shut down the coke to pull a B train out of a deep ravine.
Go a bit, a little bit.
He's worried about damaging the diesel tanks. So he's rigged onto Adam's chains to lift the cab over the edge.
Okay, tell him go ahead. Pull.
It's not textbook, but it's quick.
No. Stop.
As Jamie swings his boom, it edges closer to the rotator's new light tower.
Stop. I gotta put the light tower down.
Around, man. Holy. Let's put the thing down, we can pull it out.
I'm gonna swing back this way a bit, okay?
Get your cables off, just pull the thing out.
You don't think it'll drag the fuel tanks, though?
Nah. Wow.
The lineup of traffic is quite long.
Okay, tell him go ahead. Pull. You gotta hurry, though. These guys are gonna get pissed at us. Okay, stop.
The diesel tanks clear the edge.
So now you gotta unhook me.
Jamie scrambles to unrig so they can open the highway.
Undo this one. And then I'll undo the other one, and then you're good, eh?
But Sammy isn't quite sure what he needs to do.
Undo the hook, Sammy.
No! Whoa! Stop! I can't see.
No. What did I say before I left here?
Undo that.
Undo the hooks. Leave this on the ground.
Okay.
Unhook the white one when I do it.
Okay, I got you.
So me and Jamie have 2 different ways of doing it. I probably wouldn't have done it that way, but it's gonna pull ahead now. We'll get it off the roads, this traffic, and keep coming.
Tell them to get the traffic going.
Okay.
Come to the left a bit. Yeah, there you go.
The B train is towed away with the top and tanks undamaged. But no one on Jamie's crew is celebrating.
Beginning of the snow season and it's already started. We were rusty after a quiet season. Turned into a bit of a show.
Right now, we're not totally a team. And when you get out of -30, you need that team to function properly.
I can't hear him too well. What's going on? There's a truck and trailer on fire. You see it's burning?
Yep.
The truck fire is on the eastern side of the Coquihalla Summit.
Well, what causes these trucks caught fire going off hill. That's very strange.
Probably a fuel line or an oil line or something probably let go, hit the manifold, and up it went.
The fire department hasn't responded because up here, there isn't a fire department.
Keep your windows rolled up, probably toxic.
Oh yeah, it's stinky up there. Oh yeah, it's stinky right up and over the top.
By the time Adam arrives, the flames have spread from the cab to a refrigerated trailer filled with groceries.
I don't want to get all dirty and stinky. The truck's burnt, the trailer's burnt, so that's $200,000 there without the cargo. Looks like bottles of what? Bottle juices. Toxic, man. Well, that'd be a pretty expensive load. Somebody's grocery order ain't getting filled today.
Putting out the fire isn't an option.
It's too cold to get a fire truck up there to put it out because it will just ice the whole highway up.
Whew. Before he can move it, he'll have to wait for the fire to burn itself out.
Yeah, well, we might as well get some traffic control here. Okay, you bet. This thing will burn well into the morning.
An hour later, rookie Gord is back to babysit the wreck.
Adam! We could have been a fireman tonight, Adam.
Yeah, that's right.
Then you could have cleaned up all the wrecks from all the ice.
Tonight, Gord has been paired with new flagger Bob Clark.
Okay, this maybe 5 cones back.
Their job is to alert oncoming traffic and keep it moving.
You're just setting up cones and making sure no one runs into it. Flagger's biggest fear would be people not paying attention, right? Just driving through, falling asleep. You never know, right?
The thick smoke isn't helping.
The smell is gross. Juice boxes from Japan and some weird meat. Anything like that in the trailer is toxic, right? To be breathing in.
As the frigid night drags on, instead of burning itself out, the fire only intensifies.
It has gotten heavier and heavier amounts of smoke coming out of the back of her.
Rookie flaggers Bob and Gord spent a long, cold night guarding a load of burning groceries.
So they got the right 2 lanes blocked off.
By sunrise, the fire seems to have burned itself out. But then...
It's actually on fire. It's got flames coming out from the front. See it? Now look at it. Basically, we just got to get them all up here so we can put this fire out before anything else happens, right?
Yeah, Bob here. I'm up watching this truck burn up, and the trailer itself is burning pretty bad.
A fire like this can burn for days. Highway authorities want the wreck off the road today.
We're in an unorganized territory where no fire department's going to come there, nobody's going to help us.
With the sun up and temperatures above freezing, it's now warm enough to try putting out the fire. Jamie's got just the machine for the job. Last year, he couldn't resist a sweet deal on an old fire truck. Problem is, it hasn't been started in 6 months.
She's a cold one.
Should be smoldered out by now, I would think.
Adam is first on scene.
Has the fire truck left yet or no? Oh, it's still burning away here. But
Impatient to get things going, he decides to separate what's left of the cab from the trailer.
stinky, stinky stuff.
But that only spreads the blaze.
Fire won't go out, Adam.
Down the hill, Kevin has managed to get the fire truck moving, but with 7 tons of water in the tank, it's slow going.
No sense turning the lights and sirens on because everybody will be passing me anyway. But we'll get there.
Up at the fire, Jamie arrives. His rotator came equipped with a respirator and a fire suppression foam system.
Can you help me with it?
And this is a perfect chance to try it out.
I need to turn the bottle on. Can you pour me some more hose?
Jamie's truck carries 45 minutes worth of foam and water, but it's not enough.
Problem is we run out of water all the time.
We need Jim. What about Jim?
Jim's right there.
Oh, Jim's here? Oh, good. Perfect. That's what we need first. So we just need the digger to start digging in away at this. And
Jamie wants to try using Jim's mini excavator to spread out the burning groceries.
Do you have enough water on right now to open it up?
I think we just start digging.
Jim dives in and takes a crack at the fire, but it's a bit too close for comfort.
So you're getting very, very close to something that's actually on fire. If that splashes back and lands on the lap of the operator, you don't want to burst into flames.
Right on the hill, too.
Finally, the fire brigade arrives.
And then as the pieces come out, you kind of wash down whatever comes out.
Isn't this fun? Oh! Right, I'm happy to be here. Get to play out and fun and drive my second best truck. If you can't come out here and have fun, then why be here?
Traffic's now squeezed into a single lane. And highway authorities want a deadline for getting this wreck and Jamie's crew off the road.
4 o'clock, end of the day kind of thing.
Okay.
But the fire is still a long way from out.
On a big commercial truck fire, you have to get an excavator, dig through the rubble, and actually extinguish every piece that's in that wreck. That's quite a task.
As Jim pulls the wreck apart, he's slowed by a minefield of boiling juice bottles.
Is that enough? He's got enough. You done?
You know, basically all the little spot fires that are inside the trailer are out.
Hardest part about being a firefighter, putting the hose away.
Still got by though, right? The left lane's open.
Where can we go on this?
It's past 3 o'clock before enough of the fire is out to start recovery.
Good to go?
All that's left of the cab is a charred chassis.
We're gonna bring it over this way.
It needs to be hauled away on a flatbed, but it's in no condition to travel.
So you have to be very careful how you load a burn job. They tend to have a bunch of loose ends all over it,
Is it hanging over at all?
and things want to blow off. I mean, you can't have a motor falling behind you and stuff's coming off.
Pretty good? Chop saw this.
Hey! Rubber! Rub! Rub! Robert! You gotta watch your sparks, man. Don't hit the truck. Go this way. Left to right.
What are we doing time-wise now?
We said 4 o'clock. It's 3:42.
He's got 18 minutes to figure out how to move a trailer that's been burnt to a crisp.
Watch you guys back!
Jamie has to move an incinerated trailer before a 4 o'clock deadline.
We said 4 o'clock. It's 3:42.
He notices that the back wheels are still intact.
What do you think
If you guys chop saw this, flip this over like that, make a couple places for Adam to hook up, and tow it.
That wouldn't be a bad idea.
Could cut it all up and take it all apart, but the wheels are still good. Might as well just haul it home.
They chop saw what's left of the trailer in half, and then stack the front half on top of the back.
Beauty.
But the airlines were burnt. The rear brakes are locked.
The airlines are obviously burnt. You need air to release brakes.
Truck brakes are powered by an air piston. It expands to release the brakes. Without air, the brakes close tight. The only way to release them is to manually pull the piston open with a caging bolt.
So that's what we refer to as caging the brakes. So Rob's gonna do the front two.
Last season,
Oh, no.
Rob struggled to prove himself at car towing.
But I went to pull it out, though, and it wouldn't come.
These aren't really made for lifting.
I know, that's why I had to change. I had to change as tight as I could go.
But this season, Jamie's giving him a second chance to find a place on the team.
Have you ever caged a brake before, Rob?
Yeah. Oh,
Pretty big boy. Once in a while, I gotta throw him the odd hard job just to keep him motivated.
around, man.
Not working?
No, man.
I've been under them trailers a gazillion times, so I'm old and I'm the boss. I don't have to go there no more.
I'll just pull the pins and pop the pins out. Give me a chop saw, man. This is
When all else fails, he chop saws through the push rod.
It's kind of like the last resort that we would do.
And it wouldn't go in, so I just cut him. Like my knees are soaked. I can't even feel my kneecaps.
Really?
Yeah, they're numb.
With traffic backing up, Kevin jumps in to get the last brake unlocked.
He's having a hard time too with this one. I had the first one.
There it is. See the brakes release? It just moved ahead. I'm gonna call highways and tell them that we're pretty well off the road. I'm gonna pull out of here. 2 seconds here, I'm gonna be gone.
An hour past the deadline, the burnt reefer and Jamie's crew are finally off the highway.
If you said everything went smooth, you'd be a liar. We just barely, got away with, by the seat of our pants on this job. You never know what you're doing in this business. So you don't know what it's going to be like. You have no idea of your income. You have no idea what your workload's going to be. You have no idea what the weather's going to bring. It's as good as going to Vegas.
After 2 long days on the highway, the crew heads back to the yard for beer o'clock.
Did you get beer?
Yep, beer's in the fridge. For you guys, yep.
We work hard and we play hard.
You can go out and make all the money you want, because as much money as this place will make, it'll suck up. The only thing I get is a cold beer.
That we have to all be happy. If one person's not happy here, makes the rest of them not happy.
It's only 2 days into the season, and already the boss is reviewing his game plan.
I'm really thinking that we're going to have some kind of a shakeup. And I don't know who will stay. I don't know. We don't know that. The next few months are going to determine who's here and who's not.
Right? You'll be on your feet.
I'm not so confident by the end of this season that we're going to have all the same old players here.
We got to get that rescue going, back in the business again.
Yeah, we'll see.
Hang on to your hats.
Next time on the highway through hell, heavy rescues up against a wall.
No, has to be on the inside.
As the early season wrecks pile up.
What are we gonna do?
There, I'll can do it.
That's his ass, not mine.
And the long hours.
Oh my God.
push the crew.
How much weight do you think's in here?
Pretty much maxed out.
And the mighty rotator to their breaking point.
We're gonna have a harder time lifting this up than you think. Ready? Hang on, hang on.
This time, on the highway through hell.
Nightfall coming on.
Coming down like crazy.
We're supposed to be getting 60 centimeters of snow tonight.
A car. A semi.
Was dragged from almost a mile.
A terrifying ride.
Hold on.
A blizzard of wrecks.
Look out!
Sends heavy rescue
Dirty.
to the brink.
Just do what you can do, then stop.
Sheer ice forces the rotator into danger.
Oh my God.
In the rugged mountains of the Pacific Northwest, there's a highway like no other. The Coquihalla is an engineering marvel. But when the weather turns bad...
Look out! It's like the Bermuda Triangle of truck accidents.
Keeping the Coke open takes an army.
When the highway shuts down, the world shuts down.
And a last line of defense.
Jamie Davis en route.
A heavy rescue team ready to tackle any disaster. Because here, closure is not an option. Torrential rain is blinding drivers on Highway 1.
Canyon's wet and dark.
Holy crap, they got a rainfall warning right from Hope.
Heavy rain all the way through to Lytton.
Jamie Davis has been called by RCMP to a possible fatality.
There's a whole bunch of ambulance, a couple of cop cars. Somebody underneath the semi, from what I hear.
There's a semi versus car accident. Guy's still trapped in the vehicle, so we're gonna give them a hand here.
Holy moly.
A car is wedged under a semi. Heavy rain may have caused the car to hydroplane and slide under the trailer. Initially, the driver of the truck didn't even notice.
Apparently it was dragged for quite some time, almost a mile.
The driver is alive, but still trapped inside. Rescuers have called Jamie in case they need to lift the trailer to extract him.
Victim's trapped underneath the trailer in front of the wheels and dragged into this off-ramp. You want to try to lift it all, or are you good? You're good?
Wait, he's pinned in there. We gotta just, it's gonna be a bit.
Okay,
Not
no
a whole lot
problem.
we can do, but we gotta work it sideways, so.
Okay.
The rescue crew rushes to pry the roof off the car. A few minutes later, they have just enough space to get to the victim. Seriously injured, but still conscious, he is carefully loaded onto a backboard. The wreck gets turned over to Jamie.
That, eh? Only passenger seat. Right, the whole driver's side's right out.
Unbelievable.
I know. You guys really lucky, man.
Imagine being dragged down the highway for a mile sideways.
Man.
Horse cars are right off.
Before they can open the road, the car and the trailer need to be untangled.
Give me that J-hook, I can hook it up in there.
The crew needs to prevent the mangled car from ripping off the side of the trailer.
Tractor trailer doesn't need to be towed. There's some small little ripples in the aluminum on the side, but there's nothing structural, nothing to stop this trailer from going down the road.
The truck continues on its way, but the car is another story.
Grab the dolly and put it in front of that wheel.
Okay, Kev, we'll put the tower down and I'll follow you in.
Let me know if you see spark.
Yeah, okay. Thanks again. Yeah, have a good night.
For Jamie, this job isn't about the money.
We came out here really to help out the fire department and the RCMP with a person's trap call. So there's nothing to charge our bill against. So this is a public service call more than it is an actual revenue job for us.
High up on the Coke, it's snowing. Jamie's biggest moneymaker, Adam Gazzola, is working another long night.
It got really icy up here, and that little car wiped out, and then this guy here made a choice of either hitting her or going off into the ditch, so decided to take the ditch. And we're supposed to be getting 60 centimeters of snow tonight, which will cause some havoc. What we're gonna do now is... Yes. You're gonna hop in there, basically steer it out, just as if you're backing out of this ditch. Okay. I don't want to wear myself out. We got 3 other highways we have to maintain as well.
If you're not out there working, 7 times out of 10, you're not going to get the job. It's what I've done now for 17 years, and I think it's starting to wear me quite a bit.
Looks good.
Wow. You happy?
Very happy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just be careful up there, she's slippery.
You know, I've been up here all day, roaming around, doing the odd job here and there, so we'll see what happens.
A nasty cold is going around, and Adam is its latest victim.
I've been sick for 3 days. Sore throat, feel like I got sandpaper in my throat.
For Adam, winter is already taking a toll, but relief may be in sight.
Like, we're getting another guy to help out, so hopefully that works out. I just hope he can work enough to help me out and pick up the slack.
The newest addition to Jamie's crew is veteran driver Scott Bird.
I'm realizing that Adam can't handle all the workload, you know, the standard everyday towing jobs that happen. And I need another guy to pick up the slack.
You wanted the front facing this way or the front facing that way?
I know Scott can do that.
No, it's leaning because of the trailer.
Scott and Jamie go way back.
I worked for Jamie for just shy of 10 years.
45 there?
You're the pro, you're the guy that's gonna put it in there.
Don't tell nobody that.
Scott Bird was the king of the hill before Adam. He's a Top Gun just like Adam's a Top Gun.
I just kind of burned myself out, so I went up into the oil patch to recover. I'll swing in and I'll back it into its place. 9 years I was up in Alberta, and last year I got a phone call from Jamie, and he said, well, stop on in, we'll have a beer and chat about some things. Well, that was the start to round 2.
That doesn't look too bad there, does it?
No, it doesn't look so bad at all.
Scotty has done the mountain thing. He's been here before, and my mindset is, okay, I know I can give this guy a truck, and I know he's gonna go produce. You know, he's a big wrecker guy, understands the business.
But after a decade out of the game, has he still got what it takes?
I'm getting up there in age, and hopefully I can still do it. Still a little younger than Jamie, and he can still do it, so I'm sure I can.
He's getting a little older, just like I am. You know, Adam's a lot younger than both of us, and, you know, it is a young man's game.
To entice him back, Jamie promised Scott his own state-of-the-art 30-ton tandem heavy wrecker.
The truck that I'm getting is very similar to Adam's. So, you know, we'll have some decent pulling power.
But the wrecker is still in the shop and 6 weeks behind schedule. For now, Scott will have to make do with a vintage truck built to tow cars, not big rigs.
When I was 16 years old, I worked for the owner of this company that owned this truck. I'd take this out and go make money with it, and you know, it's kind of part of my apprenticeship was driving this old truck. I only want certain guys to drive it. You know, you gotta have a love for them.
But Scott is just happy to be back on the mountain. That afternoon, Scott goes on his first call in the old truck. But the winch line is a tangled mess.
I'm really getting unimpressed here. People can't take care of their The last person that headed out on a winch job, his rat nested the line up on me. So I gotta try and unwrap that so that I can use that line because it's on that side of the truck and it's just gonna make it easier for me to do my job. Just pull on it real hard. Is it coming? Oh, it's going back in? Fast. Oh, this is just 100% unacceptable. Good Lord, I had enough of that.
Scott gives up on the tangle and uses the backup winch line on the far side of the truck.
Okay, head her over. We're just using another line. I wanted to use the other one, but I don't have all day to mess around with it. I'm sure the customer isn't happy about standing there any longer than he had to. We'll just do with what we have and go back to the shop and fix her up.
But the awkward rigging tests the limits of the old truck.
Oh, she's torqued.
But somehow, Scott still manages to coax the van out of the ditch.
Gonna move ahead, give him the last pull I need to give him, hook him up, take him to town.
Just when Scott thinks he's home free,
Ah, yeah, dirty
he's not.
son of a...
Veteran driver Scott Bird is trying to wrap up a simple job using one of Jamie's vintage trucks. But the old gal isn't quite up to the task.
Son of a...
A hydraulic line bursts, and now he can't raise the wheel lift.
Now we gotta try and get this underlift off the ground so I can move ahead and do a job.
Scott improvises using the winch line to raise the wheel lift. Then he uses the same line to get the van back on the road.
You can break lines with old trucks, you can break lines with new trucks, but the odds are stacked against you when you're running old, right? Kind of why some guys don't like driving this old stuff. There's been a few little incidences on this job. Not too impressed. What do you think? You think we can get back into town like that?
No.
Son of a...
Scott gives up and calls Jamie for help.
Hey, buddy. Yeah, I can't get the wheel lift to come up. It broke while we were doing the recovery.
It won't go up at all?
I've got it about an inch off the ground, but I won't be able to tow this feller. Send Rob up here in the 440, just in case.
Yeah. Well, Rob's coming to save your ass. It's always the old guys we have trouble with, eh?
I get to go save Scotty's ass today. Mr. Pro. But it's sure funny how now the truck's broken, so obviously he did something wrong. So I get to go up and save the day. Bring back the other vehicle, which will be fun. Scott's, I don't know, personally, find him too bossy, and then, you know, like just the way he rubbed off on me, just don't like him.
Okay, ready to go? Jump in this thing, and we're gonna just get off the highway. Go past or pull into that next turnaround.
With no place to turn around, Gord backs it down the highway.
We've been towing it down, it's been rolled over. For safety reasons, you don't want people driving vehicles that have been rolled over.
Yeah, whereabouts are you?
Just past Brittany Creek Rest Area. We're in the center there in the turnaround. Can't miss it.
All right, 10-4.
Hook him up and go. Make sure you run your chains tight. He's fairly heavy.
Okay, yeah, I know. Good.
Crank that boom up a few more notches too. Get him hooked up. Let's go.
Chop, chop.
Both of you.
Okay. Keep coming back, Rob. Hey. Okay, come on back, Rob. Rob, what are you doing? No, don't stuff it under anymore. You want that T-bar to be right here.
I know what I'm doing, Scott. This has to be shorter.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, whatever, man.
Scott positions the sling so its chains don't scratch the bumper.
What's the matter with that? Okay, let's get off the highway.
I hate being told how to do my job. Okay. I'm out of here. I know how to hook up a truck. I've done it more than once. And for him to step in like that, he has no reason to or right to. I guess still have to find out what Jamie has to say.
I know it's hooked up right because I did my side and I had to look at his side, so just leave him do his own thing. Let Rob flounder in his own stupidity.
Back at the yard, Adam notices another problem with Scott's vintage truck.
What the hell happened here? Oh, no.
What the f***? Did they wreck my nice little truck already?
Walled the guardrail or something like that.
That wasn't on there the other day when, buddy, that just happened with Scotty. Scotty just did this. He had to, and he didn't tell me about it. What are you laughing about?
Oh, just seeing it looked to me like Hugo coming in the cable wrapped around the back here.
What are you gonna do? They're just gonna have to fix it, I guess.
He was rude to me, telling me how to hook up a truck. And it's just the way he told me and then telling me to get to work and do it right in front of everybody. I was not impressed that I was being told how to do my job.
Did you tell him off?
Yeah, I told him off.
What'd he say?
And basically just smiled and laughed.
Scotty can be a little rough around the edges with people around him sometimes. Well, you know what?
I don't want any stress, Jim. I didn't come here for stress. I didn't come here to create it. I came here to do a job
all
for
I'm
you.
really worried about is ending it.
I'm frustrated, and as I get frustrated, I start getting louder and louder and louder.
That's all I'm in.
I want it ended too.
He's butting heads with a few guys because he's just that kind of a guy, you know, bit redneck. If the truck was here and it was rolling down the road, he'd be out in the workplace doing jobs. So really, Scotty needs to be in a truck and he needs to be on the road.
But Scott's new truck is still stuck in the shop. The next day, Jamie has a brainstorm.
An opportunity came up to buy a used truck that would kind of relieve the pressure for us right now.
This morning, Adam picked up a used 1985 GMC 5-star General.
And it'll help fill the gap. But then if it takes another month for Scotty's truck to get done, so be it.
That runs pretty good, actually.
She's a jewel.
Well, she didn't go pa-pow anyways.
It's a good backup truck, I guess, Scott's new truck.
So she's a classic, you know, the old 5-star General.
Yeah, not too many of them left around.
No, sir.
Wait, if you had an old 5-star General, man, you were the 85.
You were the back in 85.
What was the other one? The Brigadier.
Yeah, Brigadier General.
Yeah. The 5-star had the 2 air horns and a dual stack, see?
Yeah.
Runs pretty good.
Up until the time that my truck comes, I'm sure if the call comes, it'll get out there and get at her, you know.
But the old General still has a few kinks to iron out before it's ready for battle.
There's a clutch linkage problem. It's probably going to be a couple of weeks before it's ready for the road anyways. And I got my fingers crossed that my truck will be ready before then.
Scott's not the only one who isn't impressed with the new purchase. Jamie's oldest driver, Bruce, was counting on his own record getting an upgrade.
Now, Jamie promised to pimp my truck out. Almost $14,000 of stereo equipment, $13,000 in chrome. 8-inch chrome straight stacks. It's gonna bark when the Jake goes.
Bruce was supposed to leave in his truck this morning on a long-haul job to Alberta.
Hey, Bruce?
Yo.
Why is this truck here and not on its way to Alberta? I'm starting to think to myself that we're on Bruce time.
No, I figure on leaving about 5:36.
All right, I'm thinking you're on your own page. You're on Bruce schedule. I'm finding that he's having a harder and harder time, kind of keeping up the pace.
Bruce decides to get on Jamie time and heads off for Alberta. With the general in the shop and Bruce out of town, the job of keeping the highway open is once again on the shoulders of one man. And he's not feeling so good.
I got a killer cold and I feel like today. Jamie just told me there was a truck wreck up there, and he told me it was a mail truck, and he wants me to go up and have a look at it and see what we need. Well, there's our mail truck right there.
A loaded semi hit ice on a sharp corner and slammed into a concrete guardrail.
Holy is he ever lucky, eh?
The concrete dividers likely saved the driver's life.
Wow. Something else.
But it totaled the truck, snapping nearly every wheel along the driver's side.
Holy is he ever lucky, eh?
Adam is struggling with a nasty cold and a nastier wreck. A semi full of mail didn't make a sharp corner on Highway 3. It crossed into the oncoming lane and hit a concrete barrier.
Something else.
There's no way he can tow it.
Well, it tore all the axles out, twisted them up, down, sideways, took both frame rails, bent them, even knocked out the steering axle. There wasn't too much straight iron left on that thing. I'll phone Jamie and tell him to send the low bed up.
An hour later, the low bed is on scene. But Adam figures it's too dangerous to attempt to load on the blind corner.
Basically a hairpin curve, so there was just no room to block the whole highway there to physically lift it.
So the low bed is parked safely down the highway.
The company's coming to get their own trailer. I want to get this thing separated so they can back into it. I'm going to winch it out from underneath the trailer, get it out onto the road here and see what I can do with it to straighten that front axle out. You can turn that wheel straight. Yeah, the wheels are going every which way but straight. Everything was just busted off.
He drags the crippled cab away from the trailer. Now, he's got to get it on the low bed.
This thing is just I'll get in here and pull it sideways.
But the twisted wheels won't let him pull the cab in a straight line. So Adam lifts the two back axles off the ground. He'll try to guide it on using just the front wheels.
See, now we got the tires so crooked, that's gonna be a bitch to steer. Chain here.
He uses chains to try to lock the front wheels in place.
So we got the wheels straightened out just to get it movable enough to get it onto the low bed. And so I had to try to back it on there. Okay. Well, we'll give this a whirl.
Now he has to back it blind up a ramp that's only slightly wider than the cab.
I'll get it as close as I can.
So you gotta tell me here. Don't watch it fall off and then tell me, right?
You go 5 feet back and 20 feet ahead.
You wanna hold the wheel? Okay, he's gonna jump in. Turn it my way?
I did. 2 feet back and 6 feet ahead.
Go that way if you can.
Frustration levels are rising.
Cut her that way? As much as you can.
Just trying to jockey it onto the trailer.
That's all he's got.
Whoa. Yeah, I think you're good there.
And once we finally got it on there, then we pulled it sideways and got it on half-assed straight.
With the job done, Adam can't wait to head home and go to bed.
Hopefully I can sleep all night now.
All right.
But the coke never rests. By nightfall, Adam is back in the saddle.
Laying in bed, I'm sicker than a dog. I asked Jamie for the night off, but I guess he doesn't take it very serious.
He and Kevin have been sent out to drag a snowplow out of a ditch.
I have a job to do, and I try to go as hard as I can.
Give me a little.
But physically, I was just beat. Mentally, I was challenged, and nothing was going right.
Break.
I got people relying on me, so the more work I can do, the better off my family is.
Well, until next time, old girl.
See, that's always my biggest thing, to make sure I can provide a good life for my family.
By 9 o'clock, he's heading home again.
And hopefully that's where I stay for the night.
But the night's still young.
Chain up the box, man.
Trucks are backing up in the chain-up area.
Hey, Stefan, Richard here at VSA Coldwater calling. We're backing up onto the road, and you may have heard we've gone up to a moderate avalanche hazard.
Supervisor Richard Enns monitors truck traffic outside the snow shed.
They've got chains on, but they're not quite adequate. They've only got single chains on when they really need triples. So that's why they're having issues. This guy might not make it. Keep going, buddy, keep going. Yeah, he's done. Yeah, so this is a perfect example here of what not to do. Forget it, buddy, you're done.
Al Quire in Quarterton. Yeah, Al, we got another one spun out here on the bridge. He said he's gonna back up and try and straighten out and go again, but I'm not that confident here.
Jamie's main competitor, Al Quiring, has been up on the hill doing tow-ups all night.
Big green to the rescue. This is like crab fishing, but different.
We don't necessarily have to have a lot of snow to have a lot of trouble. That's the only way over the pass, so that's what we deal with.
Al Quiring gets this job, but there's plenty more to go around.
Westbound, there's a semi in the ditch. It looks like he just wiped out. You on the radio, Adam?
Non-stop wrecks
You on there, Adam?
and a nasty cold are wearing down Jamie's top guy.
I had a sore throat, I barely got any voice left, sinus headache. When you work your guy into the grave, what's the point of that? I don't know. He just takes me for granted sometimes, I think.
Just bounced off the no post that went into the rhubarb there on the rock face.
One lane is closed, and the weather's getting worse by the minute.
These roads are worse than when we were out here earlier.
They want Adam to disconnect the cab and get it off the highway.
They just want us off the road right now.
We start trying to give this thing a pull.
I'm gonna take the truck into town for the night. The highways don't want us messing with the trailer because the trailer's ready to bust in half, so.
Listen.
It's basically wore me out. I'm to the point where if I don't make some kind of change, I'm not going to be any good to anybody.
Grab some tools. Never know what you need.
After an exhausting night, Kevin is up early prepping for a long-haul job.
So I'm taking that truck to Vernon.
He'll be gone for 2 days.
Hammer. Need one of these.
He's worried that his good friend Adam is being pushed to the breaking point.
It's just, you know, you work your ass off so long, and it gets to you after a while, right? You need time. Sometimes you don't get that around here. What I'm looking forward most on this trip is a little peace and quiet, a little serenity, I guess you can say.
He makes one stop before leaving town. Adam has decided to play hooky. He'll ride shotgun with Kevin, leaving Jamie totally in the dark.
Something just switched off in my head, and I figured, I just don't want to do this anymore.
Call her a night golden.
I just wanted to throw the towel in. I was just done with the place.
I'm on the day off.
Let's get out of here. Poncho and Lefty, here we go.
An hour down the road, Jamie phones me and he goes, I need you to go to Edson, Alberta. And I told him, well, I can't. I'm already with Kevin and heading to Calgary.
Why are two guys driving around in a truck going to Alberta when I need them here to work? So I just don't get it.
I wanted 2 days off, and around here, if you just don't run away, you just don't get time off. Somebody else step up to the plate for a couple days a week.
Well, he'll be gone for 2 days.
With Adam out of town, Scott gets the Edson job. And Jamie gives him the only truck available, Adam's heavy wrecker.
Well, the top dog wants some time off, so I suppose I'll be the top dog for a day or two, huh? You get back into the big truck and everything just starts to flow again. So I don't think that there's going to be anything to worry about other than just dealing with it like it was my own truck. I'm going to Edson, Alberta tonight. Yay!
With most of the crew away on long-haul jobs, the only ones holding down the fort are new guy Gord and Jamie.
Basically, you've got me and that's it. So now if the storms were about to come in again and storms were going to happen here, and if it happened tonight, whew, she'd be tough going.
Sure enough, later that afternoon, a call comes in for an overturned construction truck. The job is over 90 miles away, on the far side of the Coke, outside the town of Merritt.
I suggested to them that we do it in the daylight hours, but the push was on to go and get the job done right away.
As Jamie and Gord roll up Snowshed Hill, they get flagged down by a driver who needs a quick pull-up.
Too much going on and I can't handle it. Well, I'm going to pull you up to the top of the hill. I'm going to another job, so I'm not going to tow you, but I'm going to get you up top, okay? Oh, that's a half hour right off our time right away. That's going to screw us right up. Nightfall coming on, stormy weather. Pressure's on us right now to go, and I'm not liking it too much.
By the time he reaches the client, it's getting dark. And he finds out the job is actually 20 miles down a remote dirt road.
Whoa, see that? I just about went off the road there. You know, we're talking about an old off-road road that's, you know, mostly traveled by pickup trucks, not machines that weigh 80,000 pounds. So right off the bat, I'm getting the heebie-jeebies about this call. This is like a goat's trail, this place. Spinning out.
Halfway up a steep hill, the rotator loses traction and starts sliding backwards.
Back down. God.
Daylight is fading fast, and Jamie's on a job down a remote backcountry road.
Right off the bat, I'm getting the heebie-jeebies about this call. This is like a goat's trail, this place.
But halfway up a steep, icy hill.
We're spinning out. Okay, we gotta back down. Oh my God. We start spinning out, the truck starts sliding backwards. So I quickly get off the brakes and steer it out and let it go on its own. That road is complete ice.
They try chaining up to get more traction.
We're gonna forge ahead.
This time, Jamie engages his lockers.
Lockers are off. We better. It's icy right here.
Locking the differential forces all the wheels to turn at the same rate.
If you got a good straight stretch, you'll make sure the lockers are in, the inner axle, and you're gonna have better complete traction. And you know, it's like a bulldozer. It's gonna go right up the hill, straight, and it ain't gonna stop.
But the trade-off is steering.
They'll inhibit your steering. You get to a curve, you make sure you're putting the lockers off so that you can steer.
Gord helps guide Jamie up the icy hill.
So our wheels are slipping off the edge. The road becomes increasingly steeper and steeper and steeper.
He gets to the top, only to find that the ride down the other side is even more dangerous.
Unreal. What am I doing here? Well, we made her to the top, but now this other side is really scaring me. Gord just fell down, look. I've had enough. That truck's worth $700,000. It would cause me unbelievable financial pain if that truck goes off the edge. Never mind one of us getting killed or something on this job. We cannot go any further.
With no place to turn around, Jamie decides to abandon ship.
We're actually gonna park this truck up around the corner here for the night, and we're gonna stay in Merritt for the night and be back here in the morning. You can pretend you're the hero and the guy that saves the day all the time, but when you're getting to the point where you're jeopardizing yourself, your equipment, your guys, it's time to say no.
Back in Hope.
An RCMP call just came in.
Jamie's wife Sherry gets an urgent call.
Tractor trailer flipped over on its side. Wood is everywhere, blocking both lanes of traffic. Anybody copy?
Holy cow, looks like a war zone. Axles and tires and lumber and crap everywhere.
A lumber wreck just west of Hope has the highway closed in both directions.
Lumber truck going too fast, went down, went up and over, didn't make the corner and then scattered everything.
Jamie is stuck in Merritt, and Adam is at least 10 hours away.
Hello? Anybody out there? Anybody copy?
Scott's not due back until tomorrow.
Hello?
But on a hunch, he decided to come home early.
Tractor trailer flipped over on its side, blocking both lanes of traffic.
20 minutes later, Scott arrives on scene in Adam's truck.
The truck is laying partway over a cement barrier in the middle. It's on its side. Both the trailers are upside down.
A Super Bee hauling lumber was heading west on Highway 1. The driver lost control and hit the center barrier.
I heard the guy did make it. He's just shaking up. Better get Jamie Davis out there so he can clean it up quick.
For backup, he's called in the only available man left in Jamie's yard, 17-year-old Brandon.
So it's all me and this guy. We're gonna work him hard tonight. Okay, Brandon, come on over.
Salvage expert Jim Lasser heard the call and has come to the scene.
Try that, tilt it back.
Flipping a B train normally takes at least 2 heavy wreckers. Scott's only got 1.
Jim was, well, we could rotate this and rotate that, and it's like, well, we don't have a rotator.
Where do you want this one?
After 9 years away from heavy rescue, Scott is eager to prove he still has what it takes.
I say, oh God, what am I gonna do? I did this for years and years and years. Why am I getting panicked?
I just kind of walk around it once or twice and see if you can come up with something that sort of makes some sort of sense to it all.
The trailers are too mangled to split apart.
There was no way that I could get in to release any of the 5th wheel plates to do it separately.
So he has to flip the cab and both trailers at the same time.
I just knew what I had to do. Just straighten it out, flip it over, let's go.
He comes up with a plan, something he's never tried before. Using the concrete barrier as a fulcrum, the 2 winch lines from Adam's truck might be enough to flip the entire rig.
I had the bonus of the concrete barriers being between me and the trailers. I could use it as an anchor to start them trailers on their rollover.
We're gonna suck it into the wall. We're gonna flip it over the wall back into this lane. The truck is sitting on top of the guardrail right now, and it's got a tendency to want to go that way. So we're gonna take it over that way.
Well, you're pulling heavier that end, right?
With that?
Yeah, if you go up and turn around.
Well, actually, you know, let's just give this a whirl.
I wanted to go that way, but he says that he thinks the way it's sitting will do less damage by going that way.
You know, maybe they felt that I was rusty or whatever, but I just put them off to the side and said, no, this is the way I'm gonna do it.
Hey, is everybody out of my way?
Cab's just lifting up now.
But I didn't need nobody telling me what to do, you know. This is what I do. But nothing ever really goes as you intended to.
Hey, is everybody out of my way?
A messy lumber wreck has the highway closed in both directions.
Cab's just lifting up now.
With only Adam's truck to work with, Scott has come up with a daring plan to flip it using the concrete barrier for leverage. It's a bold move that could either make or break his comeback.
I was a little bit nervous. We had 1 truck to work with, and that's what we worked with.
Okay, everybody. Textbook. Okay, let's rig her down, boys.
That worked out perfect, eh? Looked pretty cool, too. You get style points. Perfect, went 100% perfect. Nothing 80% about it was 100% perfect. You don't know until you try.
First rollover I'd done in 10 years, and everything worked out perfect.
Jamie's brother from Aggressive Towing arrives to haul off the trailers, while Jim's salvage crew clears the lumber. And Scott heads home, victorious.
I spoke with the highways guy, and he was very happy with the way things were going. Now we're out of here. Now we're gonna be going home, and hopefully get the covers pulled over me before the phone rings again.
The next morning, Jamie returns to his abandoned rotator.
You know, sometimes you gotta know when to walk away from a job, and I'm not gonna risk my truck going over the edge or damage to the truck. It's not worth it. So we're gonna call our quits and just head back to the shop.
With no space to turn around, Jamie has to use his backup plan.
It's not for the faint of heart to come down a road like this. It's pretty sketchy what we're doing. This truck is all it can do to hold itself back.
By the time he finally makes it home, it's well past sundown.
Oh, what a frickin' 2 days. I am just done. Tell me all the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Jamie gets the lowdown on Scott's return performance as a heavy rescue operator.
Trailer was right upside down in the fast lane, and he just tightened it up against the guardrail. And the trailer stood up, come right up and over, and the rear just followed.
Really, eh?
Just
One
picture
truck.
perfect. Just
And
click,
you know,
click, click right over.
If that was on its side in the canyon somewhere and right flat on its back, it'd be all you could do with 3 trucks to try to get that
Oh
over.
yeah, it was just perfect.
Jamie's old buddy Scott is on the scoreboard.
What was really great is that Scott was here. He handles the wreck, it's all done. So having that extra experienced hand has really taken some pressure off us. At least I've got Scotty backing us up.
But his MVP Adam is still missing in action.
You know, I feel his pain, I really do, but what can I do? Watch it, buddy.
Next time on the highway through hell.
Going like a son of a...
45 tons of lumber jams the Trans-Canada.
Well, this looks bad.
Going too fast.
While another wreck teeters on the edge. And a complex recovery.
I don't know why we're doing it like this.
Brings tensions to a boil.
I work 24 hours a day.
Tearing open a rift between Jamie
You have badmouth me on the wreck, right?
and his top dog.
I don't need this job. Maybe I'll pack up and leave.
This time, on the highway through hell, Jamie Davis and his heavy rescue team take a very special look at the season that was in what could be their final beer o'clock in hope. A wicked winter of wrecks.
Chaos up there.
And heartbreak.
No!
Forced Jamie to make the most difficult choice of his life.
Everything around me has beaten me to the ground.
He turns to his trusted crew.
The reason I called you guys all in today.
To decide whether to stay on the coke.
Look at that.
Or leave.
Money, 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 all up and down this road.
For the rich towing grounds in Canada's booming north.
I'm Mark Miller, the producer of Highway Through Hell. Welcome to our big pre-game show for our grand finale. I know everybody's anxious to see how it all ends, but we thought, what would be better than a final beer o'clock, a chance to catch up with Jamie and the boys, to talk about the season that was up on the coke and some of the hard decisions that still need to be made.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers, boys.
Here's to the end of the season.
I hope.
Hey, Mark. One big episode left, big grand finale. What's it like for you guys? Now you've been on TV a year, a full season.
Oh, it's great.
I'm amazed at how kids enjoy the show.
Kids start dressing up as you at Halloween. You know, you're either very frightening.
Even just going grocery shopping, you got people following you through the grocery store. If you walk by somebody, you can just tell they're looking at you like, I know that guy.
Some guy banging on my door 8 o'clock Sunday morning wanting free posters.
So people know who you are.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, I'm not as recognizable as these guys, but I get it a lot.
Oh my God, you got a good haircut.
I got the same barber as you bastard.
Well, listen, we figured that we would take kind of an unofficial poll of some of the top wrecks. We'll roll some tape, count them down, see if you guys agree with what our poll says.
The reefer started to jackknife, then drove up the road into a ravine full of trees.
You got the stumps here in the way. You go backwards, it's gonna hit that tree more.
The other side of the trailer is so badly crinkled and wrinkled from the trees and all that the integrity's gone.
Adam! Why was that such a complex problem, that one?
The trailer was so structurally damaged. On the other side of the trailer, people couldn't see that. We don't think it's recoverable, but we'll try. So our goal really was to get it out on the road and get it upright so that it could be unloaded.
Did the trees tear up the side of the thing, or?
Yeah.
It was just, you know, on a scale of 1 to 10, it was at 8 already, damage-wise. And, you know, we got 20% chance of bringing it out.
The damage from the crash was too much.
Chicken everywhere. That was the end of that.
You know, and didn't make it. The patient died.
Okay, let's go to the next one. Number 4.
Look at that. Straight down.
The truck jackknifed and crashed through the guardrail. All that's holding it from a 600-foot free fall is a single tree.
So when you get to something like that, Adam, do you have to like look at it and go, you know, what's the point of failure? Where is this thing gonna let go?
Well, you can only judge it from the top side. Like, I don't like going to the bottom side of things at nighttime.
Why not?
Well, if that tree breaks, that truck will be landing on top of you, so.
That the trailer and the tractor may not be connected together. If we started pulling on the tractor and the trailer wasn't hooked up, we'd be in a mess of trouble. Then the trailer would go like this.
Below that 100-foot drop is a bunch of houses down there, so you don't want that going down on somebody's house. Yeah.
A truck that heavy is gonna take out a house.
Here's your bail.
Yeah.
Bam! Hey, let's go. Grab this line. Come on.
The semi lost control on a grueling descent, bounced off the median, and slammed hard into a snowbank.
Well, it's buried right into the snow.
I think, was that Holland?
Pharmaceuticals.
Pharmaceuticals, that's right. And that was a very expensive load, if I remember correctly.
wreck.
Yeah.
Who was on that one?
Me and Kevin got on scene first on that one.
What did you think of it, Kev, when you first saw it?
It was difficult because the way the truck went in, it was just so cemented in with the snow.
But you didn't know that, though, till you started pulling on it.
Right.
Like, it just looked like it was sitting in the snowdrift.
Adam and I thought, like, this will be done in 20 minutes.
Right.
Out of here, towing it down the road, but it didn't turn out that way.
So you guys called in Scott, right? You came in as the number 2 truck on that one?
Jamie was number 2, I was number 3, and Bruce was number 4.
Yeah.
Come on, you stupid.
You had 4 trucks on that.
Yeah.
It's just jackknifed a little bit in the ditch. It boggled everybody's mind how much gear and iron we put on that thing, and it wasn't coming.
Keep going. Pull. We had a lot of trucks in this thing. It's just planted in there, man. It's just like cement.
One quick look at that trailer and truck. One guy in the back, one guy in the front. It should have just pulled out like that. It should have been a no-brainer.
Yeah.
That was the easiest looking job you've ever seen, and didn't need all that gear that we thought.
Okay, let's go number 2 now.
Right off the cliff. Holy.
The Super Bee hit a rock, swerved, and went off the edge of a cliff.
It's gotta be what, 200 feet down?
It's being held by a few trees 200 feet down. But the bigger problem is the active railroad track 200 feet below that.
So do you feel pressure now that you got this road, you got this load teetering on the edge?
It builds up your stress level somewhat, because you're dealing with the highways being shut down and blocking that road. You're dealing with the wreck, and you're dealing with the rail underneath. So there's lots of components, plus all your crew flagging. There's a whole array of stuff going on.
Is everybody out of the way? I can't believe that guy got out of there, man. That's unbelievable.
All right. Was there anything left of that truck? I mean, that was a mess, that one.
Pieces.
Okay, let's go to number 1. This was our unofficial survey. Drum roll here.
The trailer spun 180 degrees, then slid into a ditch.
The tractor trailer's in pretty good shape, but it's on its side. Fairly intact. The walls bowed out a little bit. You look it over, you know, this guy's done hardly any damage to this thing, and all he needs to be is write it up, and he's gonna be away to the races.
Jamie thinks he can pull off the holy grail of recovery, saving the truck so it can drive away cargo intact.
This wreck here, number one, was probably the best wreck of the whole season. I mean, you know, to be able to upright a tractor trailer probably worth $500,000,
yeah,
that's recovery.
Ice on the road is causing the wheels to slide.
We need gravel. Just let the bag start popping out, and I'll give you the moment. She's ready. Top one, top one, top one, top one, top one. Okay, good. Good job.
The guy can drive away. That's the best.
That's
of the
when
best.
you drive away smiling the whole way.
And then
Makes
the
you
word
feel
goes
good.
around.
Yeah.
Right? It feels good, eh? I mean, that final shot in that scene, truck goes driving away with the guy's little doggy in the front.
Yeah, save that one.
What would your vote be for the worst wreck of the season?
Bell's Crossing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the lumber truck and the methanol truck was the worst night of the year.
That was the worst one. We were soaked and cold. That was bad. Tired too, yeah.
Stupid snow, it was stupid ice. Cold, it was warm.
What a nightmare.
Cold, tired, and miserable. Pissing rain out, my feet are, I'm soaked to the brim. Everybody was just about in tears. You see a bunch of rough and tough guys, all of a sudden, you know, they're not so rough and tough anymore. Well, we want to go home to mama, we're done.
The question is, was that really the low point of that wreck? Because I remember there was something else that happened there, unfortunately.
Oh my God.
Listen, when we come back, we'll talk to you more about that moment. So let's take a quick break, and then we'll come back and talk to the comeback kid about his return.
Over in the shop, the crew is worried about what all this means for their future.
The rumors are, I guess, the fort's moving to Fort Mac, so and I guess we're all gone. I don't know.
We'll see how it is. You know, there's obviously we're gonna have to have some discussion on what's going on and what his intentions are and all the rest of that BS.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know if I'm gonna keep being a car guy in hope, or does he want me to go up there and be part of the A team, or am I even on the A team? Am I still the B team? I don't know. Hopefully we'll find out soon. It's kind of frustrating. Communication around here sometimes isn't as good as it could be.
Don't make me get jazzy over here and show you how it's done. Keep pressure on that line.
Keep pressure, man. Like, I'm not 300 pounds like everyone else.
Pull it back now.
I'm gonna get really pissed
Pull!
off. Don't yell at me, buddy.
Get in your truck and go home.
Don't yell at me. Don't yell
Get
at me.
in your truck and leave.
You don't tell me what to do. You
Get
don't
in your
yell at
truck
me.
and leave. If
Yeah,
you
show
don't
off
do
for the
it, you're
camera.
told, leave.
Show off for the camera, Scotty. That's
Go away.
I thought you were a good person.
It's kind of like a captain of a ship. When the captain speaks, people do as they're told. And if you have people that aren't doing as they're told, the best thing to do is just tell that person just to go away.
Does he still have it?
You know, he's kind of almost a pensioner now, but I think he's okay.
He's a good operator. He's got lots of oil field experience.
Well, the first real test for him was pretty early in the season. You were out of town with Kevin, and there you were on your own.
He's got this big wreck, and there's, you know, Jamie's out of town, Adam's out, Kevin's out.
Tractor trailer flipped over on its side, blocking both lanes of traffic.
Were you nervous?
Well, I was a little bit. You know, I hadn't done it, and
You hadn't been running a record
for a
how many
while.
years?
Adam made it very clear that I had to show my worth and do what he's been doing for years and years. You know, like step it up.
Hey, is everybody out of my way?
We had one truck to work with, and that's what we worked with.
Okay, everybody.
That looks cool.
Textbook. Okay, let's rig her down, boys.
Nothing 80% about it was 100% perfect. You don't know until you try.
It's like hitting a home run in your return from the minors.
I think that's kind of like a grand slam, they call it.
You felt pretty good, didn't you?
I did.
But how did he do? What do you guys think? You see that tape?
He still got it. He saved the day.
So that's the high point for you last year?
That was my high point.
Okay.
Now I know we're going there.
What's the low point?
January 8th was the ultimate low.
2 nights ago, Scott parked the rotator on a steep hill directly above the flatbed. He flipped the ice cleats down to stop it from sliding, but they kicked out.
So show me what you wrecked. Right here. Oh my God. You pushed the whole body out. The whole body's.
Jamie, were you a little disappointed?
Calm down, calm down, calm down.
Easy. It was a tough one for me to stomach.
So he goes from being the hero to kind of being the GOAT.
The zero.
In really a matter of couple of weeks,
Days,
maybe.
yeah, within
days.
Yeah.
It was bad, you know, like I knew, you know, I mean, for Jamie to kick me loose in a, you know, $750,000 truck, you know, it showed me that he had a lot of faith and trust in me to take care of it. And then, you know, when that happened, it was like disgusting.
One thing I gotta ask you. Why weren't the chains on before you went down the hill?
The roads were in great shape. And they appeared to be in great shape. The plow had been going up and down and sanding the hell out of it. And I think what happened is there was just that one little bit of a spot that was kind of untouched, maybe a little dip in the road or something. I don't know.
One of the other irritants this season between you and Scotty was the General.
Driving the General, I mean, it's kind of like the penalty box.
I just got to kind of duck down like this.
The General truly is an embarrassing truck to drive.
This ain't a bad old truck at all, if I can shift it. You know what, these guys are spoiled. You know, you get a brand new truck, you earn that truck. I could take any kind of a truck like this, bubble gum it together, duct tape it together, and I'd make $250,000. Scott should be in that truck doing the job. I'll suck it up, princess. We all did it. We've all been there.
You told us you were quite frustrated with Jamie.
I was.
Many times, getting in that General, it was a common theme. You were unhappy in that truck. And I would even go so far as to suggest you would have said, Jamie isn't doing enough to get me my new truck.
So this is the truck.
Is it ever shiny, eh?
Oh, it's gorgeous.
What kind of a timeline are we looking at? So we're a couple weeks out?
A couple of weeks out.
Okay.
My personal thought was there could have been a little bit more effort put into making sure that truck was done, or trying to make it a little bit quicker than it was. You know, I'm just run off the beetle. Have you ever...
Oh, God.
Huh? No.
Come on.
I can't relax because there's so many things that people are always calling on me. I need to start saying no.
We had battles all season
Did you guys
long.
argue about
we
that?
Argued
It's a
all
new pigeonhole.
You know what? It became such a sore spot. You know, like, and I'll sit here right across the table from him and say, you know what, Scott? You're a good operator. You know what you're doing. Sit and have a beer with you anywhere. No problem. I don't dislike you. We don't have, but we got to the point where we were stressing and fighting every day of the week.
Jamie broke the news that the new truck is built, but he can't afford to put it into service.
You know, what do I do?
I've got to cut costs.
I can't.
I've got to cut costs. This is the thing I'm wrestling with. It keeps me awake in the middle of the night. Right?
Well, I'm sure it's going to keep me awake in the middle of the night.
Well, near the end of the season, you know, we basically saw your truck arrive on the back of the flatbed.
Yeah.
The only thing is, though, I can't license it and have it sitting here and me making payments on a truck that we'll hardly use. This thing will be $3,000 to $4,000 a month, and we won't license this till fall, if we keep it.
I've done everything that I've been asked to do by Jamie, and now I just got the biggest kick in the
jobs I've ever had, you know? It was like, I wasted my whole winter. Wasted it.
He gave up a good money job in Alberta to come.
Yeah.
Did you feel a responsibility to deliver on your promise?
I think that I did everything I could possibly do given the circumstances that are beyond my control. He got kind of shafted in the whole thing. I'm not denying that. But at the end of the day, I didn't shaft him personally. It wasn't me saying, hey, Scott, I'm gonna give you the gears and put a knife in your back.
Everybody has their own personal feeling.
Do you wish that you didn't come to Hope? Do you wish you would have stayed with your job in Alberta?
I kind of wish that, you know, if we seen things that things weren't going to work out when they were supposed to, that, you know, maybe I should have pulled the pin on it.
My question is, do you regret coming here?
That's a tough one. It's tough to say.
No, you know what? There's some bittersweet moments there. I mean,
you know.
And I'll be fair to Scott, too. There was a lot of times during the winter, he saved our ass on the job.
Even though other people didn't fulfill their obligations to me, I committed to be here for this season. Point of the matter is the job still has to get done.
Back at the yard, Jamie's got a surprise up his sleeve for Scott.
Come here, you lying, cheating, thieving bastard. So here's the deal.
Guy walks up in the airport. You're from that show, Highway Through Hell. I says, yeah. I'm not signing autographs. I'm the grumpy old fart on that show. And that's the way it is, and that's the way it's going to be.
We got Bruce with us. Crazy horse. Welcome back, Bruce.
Glad to be back.
You started out, you had big plans this season. You were going to get your truck pimped out.
Another promise not kept, eh?
Exactly.
If there's no wrecks, you don't eat.
Because money's tight, some hoped-for upgrades haven't been done. Plans to pimp out Bruce's wrecker are now on hold, although Jamie's most senior driver is still optimistic.
Yeah, sweet truck when she's done, putting a wicked sound system in it.
Yeah.
And all underneath the body, they're going to put strobe lights.
Why was getting the truck pimped out, why was that important to you?
I like that truck.
You see potential in it?
It's a nice truck.
Why didn't you pimp out the truck?
I just think we had just too much on the go. There were so many projects. It's like, how many projects can you do?
Bruce, what kind of season did you have? Did you have some struggles this year?
I had a few.
What was the challenge for you?
I was getting tired of getting up at 3, 4 in the morning.
Bruce is a great guy, but when the snow flies, Bruce isn't exactly the snow shed warrior.
I don't like chaining up, period.
Now he's gonna be stuck here, you watch.
You're gonna have to chain up, Bruce.
Putting on chains. What is it about chains? I mean, it's part of the job, man.
They're chains.
They're chains. I won't put them on if I do not have to.
There were a couple times when you showed up on the mountain, everybody else was chained up, you didn't have any chains on. I mean, you've got to know that that's going to get you into trouble, potentially, no?
Gets me into trouble, I get into trouble.
Caused me a few stressful moments.
Why?
Most of the time he was telling me to blow it out my ass and he'd do whatever the hell he wanted to do. So it's like, okay, how much of that can you take, right? So, you know, I've got Adam going hard and heavy, and I remember one night you were sleeping in a pullout somewhere, weren't you, on the highway? And it's like I'm driving by, putting my chains on, and I'm going, look at this. In your truck there, Bruce? Well, I worry about Bruce all the time. Usually at some truck stop or in a parking lot, or pull out somewhere in the highway, you know, passed away. Bruce.
You also got to give him some respect, though. The old dog's put his time in on the mountain.
Yeah.
He's
35 years in this business.
You got to cut a guy some slack?
I try to, I do. And then, you know, it gets to the point where, you know, is this a worthwhile business event? And you got to kind of, you know, one thing in this business is a small tight little world, but at the end of the day, I still have the cash reality to deal with. Bruce needs to be driving this. This will be easier on his back and lifting and all that kind of stuff. And it'd be easier for him to drive around than driving them big trucks, you know? But, you know, I guess it's a little bit crusty like Bruce. So, a crusty truck for a crusty guy.
All he needs to do now is convince Bruce.
Maybe the way to solve this problem is to put you more in a smaller truck, and then you work with Ken to do the car towing. So.
Don't appreciate people saying I can't handle this job.
But what did you think? When you asked him to go to a smaller truck, he wouldn't. You were frustrated.
I was trying to take the stress off him, put him in a job where he could still make some money.
Ultimately, Bruce, at the end of the day, why is it hard for you to move into a smaller truck?
I don't like small trucks.
Is it a pride thing?
Yeah.
It's pride.
Yeah. There's more money in big stuff than there is in small stuff.
You gotta do 5 times the work in a little truck than
Exactly.
The work is lighter work, though, too. Here's the thing. I mean, you know, picking those heavy chains up. You're coming back from 10 years off the job. I'm pushing 48 years old. At the end of the day, you don't get out of bed as quick. You don't bend over as easy, and as you age, it gets tougher and tougher to do.
Did you feel a responsibility to move him into a smaller truck to lighten the load on him?
Yes, and that was my way. I didn't really want Bruce to retire. That wasn't my goal. Hey, Bruce. The final straw for Bruce was a phone call from a customer saying that he did $15,000 damage that I've got to pay for. I got to go over some with you. They said that thing's $15,000 damage to that truck.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what's going on lately, though, but it's just like you're upside down, you know what I mean? Up in the...
No, I'll admit it.
This is a hard thing for me to talk to you about, even, Bruce. But I love you to death, Bruce, but I think you need to retire. I really do.
You had to make him retire.
Had to. Not that I disrespected Bruce. Bruce is a trooper and a warrior in our business. You know, it is a hard thing for you to retire a guy out because you know what he's been through. It's a brutal, brutal business to be in. It's a hard one to say to a guy, hey, you know, I know you put in X amount of years, and to just say, hey, you're done. That's the worst possible thing you could have to do as a boss, is tell a guy he's retired. It really was hard. I had to draw the line and say, hey, you know what, Bruce? You need to be in a different job that's not gonna, you know, push you as hard. I mean, it's just like me. You think, is it nicer to drive around in a pickup truck all day or drive one of them big rigs?
Let's take a look at the retirement party and let's come back and talk about it.
Thought we were gonna retire together.
No, I am retired.
Okay, buddy, well, good luck, man. I'm gonna miss you big time.
Pull up. I hate to see him go. I'm gonna miss him. I'll miss him hard.
Comes a point in everybody's life where it's like you need to stand down a little bit and relax a little bit.
I'm a legend, and I'm old school. Just that I was slowing down, and it was time to retire. Yeah, I'm going home.
I love you,
See you
man.
later.
I love you.
Crazy horse, crazy horse, crazy horse.
Few tears that night?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Who here had the hardest time dealing with Bruce's retirement?
Probably Jamie.
Probably Jamie, yeah.
But you didn't really let it show, did you?
Well, I tried not to, but I mean, you know, try to be the big boy, you know. Even watching this again here right now was kind of a bit of a tearjerker for me, really.
Bruce, how do you feel being forced to retire?
I wasn't really forced into retirement. I wanted to retire.
Is that true?
I've had it.
Is that true, Jimmy?
I've had enough of this.
Gave me grief.
But
Day after day after day. Yelled at me, screamed at me, told me to pound sand, stuck your finger up at me, drove by me. Yeah, you wanted to retire. Yeah, sure.
Well, listen, to old Bruce.
Cheers, Bruce.
Cheers, Bruce.
Good to see you, brother.
To all you did on the highway. Okay, so we'll leave it at that. And when we come back, we're gonna take a look at some of the new guys who joined Heavy Rescue.
If I pick up, Jimmy, am I gonna flip over?
I don't think so. Just go nice and easy.
Okay, just watch me.
You guys want to stand back? Everybody out of there?
What's going on here?
Hey!
Gord is a great guy. You know, Gord can be an extra man. Gord can ride Swamper on the truck, work in the shop. Good at all three of those things.
He's one of them guys that can basically do anything.
My first impression of Gord was he's a scary-looking dude. Gord definitely has the tow truck DNA. Got high hopes for you.
Thanks a lot.
He's a hell of a good swamper. You give him a task and he does it right.
Geez, Gord, that's a pretty good review. Everybody seemed to like you.
Good job.
How'd you feel about your first season?
I loved it. I mean, getting taught by everyone, I mean.
Is he a future Bruce?
Possibly.
30 years from now?
You never know.
What do you think?
Oh, yeah.
You haven't got the right attitude.
No, not yet.
Oh, he's a little bit independent. I've noticed that.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the high point of the season for you?
The lumber wreck. That
When
was.
they sent you over the edge.
Yeah.
Nice knowing you, buddy.
There's huge rocks everywhere, and any moment in time, those rocks are just gonna let loose. It's pretty hard to hold the cable and haul a big chain down, right? Just backwards.
Is he okay? You all right?
Hole right there.
Stay back, Gord. Okay, here it comes. It actually jumped off. This is really dangerous. He just so much as juggles the lumber underneath him. It's like a domino effect. It'll just go. Be careful to not upset that thing. It's just sitting on its own, right? You move that trailer a little bit, it could take off on you, right?
Go ahead, you can pull. It feels good when the boss trusts you to go down the hill and do the job.
That was the first time you'd ever swamped?
By myself, yeah. Engine said, you know what? Here's your work and get it done, right?
You looked at it and you went, what?
Yeah, I was like, wow, this is gonna be huge.
You're not a giant guy, though. You're like you're a little guy. You're probably the littlest guy in the crew, right?
Yeah.
He's got a big heart.
Oh, yeah.
But a big heart, can that carry a snatch block and all that chain?
Oh, yeah.
Bet.
Well, basically, my piercings hold me down to the ground, right?
Oh, yeah, is that
I
what it
won't
is?
fall over, so.
Listen, one kind of surprising moment that we didn't know about you was we got to meet somebody kind of special in your life.
Oh, my daughter, Addison, yeah.
So what's happening?
Hello. Yeah. How are you?
Good.
Yeah? I haven't seen my daughter for about 3 weeks now.
Gord's daughter lives with her grandparents, so he can work in Hope.
Come here.
Jump really high.
As high as you can. Oh, yeah. It's awesome to be here, because being up there all the time and just miss a lot of this.
That was a pretty cool moment.
Oh, yeah. She's great.
So another new guy who started, Chris, you came from Ontario. How did you guys find each other?
They were looking for somebody. I ran heavy tow truck, and
We'll take it and go.
We needed more help for the winter, so we thought, okay, we need the guy right now. We hire him on the spot.
I'll even open the door for you, so.
Chris is confident he can handle whatever the Coke throws his way.
Woohoo!
I did the exact same thing in Ontario. Just want to rock out. That's my goal.
In one of the episodes, you're driving up Highway 1.
Oh, yeah. Adam had said to me, he goes, you got to really watch that road for rocks that will slash your tires. And I'm, okay. And then I'm cruising up Highway 1 to get to this wreck.
Never driven this highway. Absolutely not. 100% have ever drove this highway. So I have not a clue where I'm going. I'm just going to look to see where this accident is and see if they need help.
And then I'm following a plow guy, and this plow guy's going around and he's got the blade down there. Like, there's like no snow and you see rocks and you could hear the rocks hitting the plow.
How'd you feel about that?
I was like, holy.
It's obviously very different than what you're used to in Ontario.
It was like, you call a hill in Ontario, these aren't hills, these are mountains.
You gotta get that lift up before you drive it. Lock that thing up, man. Lock it. You don't need this. Lock it.
How are you supposed to lock it?
I don't know. You're the tow truck guys, man.
Oh my God. I've never towed a car in my whole entire life. I'm not gonna lie to you, I didn't even know how to hook it up.
You said your first episode on the show that you had never towed a car before.
Never.
Some people in that episode wondered if you were for real. Defend yourself.
Some of the things that they do here is way different the way we do it in Ontario.
Jamie, some guys, some bosses might have thrown the guy under the bus. You stuck with them. Why?
When a new guy comes in, I'm not so much about, hey, you're not top dog and you got to go. I'm going to bring him in and try to make sure that he can get better. That's what I want to do with a new guy.
What was the low point for you?
Was on the coke with that girl getting run over.
Another vehicle came down the hill, struck that vehicle again, and then struck the woman that got out to help and killed her. Makes you love your loved ones a little bit more.
What do, right? Happens. They go too fast and they don't pay attention. And that's what happens. People die.
For you, that's probably the first time you've ever run into death at a wreck scene, right?
No. I've been to a couple different fatals in Ontario, but not like that.
That was a sad one, wasn't it?
It was, I gotta say, it's probably one of the saddest incidences that I've had to encounter in all the years of towing,
She was a good Samaritan, got out to help.
She was a nurse or something.
Yeah, nurse.
But I can't imagine it gets any easier for you guys. I mean, dealing with death, do you ever get used to it?
When you come across that, there's an emptiness. You live with that emptiness for a while, you think about it. 5 years down the road, you'll think about it and feel that same little bit of emptiness about it. Knowing full well that every one of these accidents is preventable.
You agree
Slow
with that, Jim?
down.
Yeah, I think a lot of times people are used to their small town and then they don't understand the conditions and they're not really prepared for that sharp corner or that up and down. So they're out of their element coming to the mountains.
If the roads are that bad,
stay home.
Go to sleep. Stay home.
Do you think the show's changed people's driving habits at all?
Well, I think over the last season, we really seen a marked, noticeable reduction in accidents all over this area.
People have been way better prepared for traveling.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, maybe some good will come out of this then. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope a lot of the young people that watch the show are influenced in a positive way where they want to get involved in the industry. Sir Rylan. I love to sign posters for them at the different truck shows and interact with them when I can in between trying to run the business. Adam, do you want to sign this, buddy? See you later, partners. Thanks, Jamie. Let's say something funny to him.
Sure, do whatever you want, yeah.
Anything? Okay, stay out of the ditch. Make sure you tune into Season 2, the finale of Highway Through Hell, and watch me outsmart the competition again.
Watch me kick Jamie's butt on the Highway Through Hell season finale.
There it is, the Green Goblin.
Well, I don't know where they are. I haven't seen them around. It's kind of odd. They're probably in bed sleeping, making cupcakes. Probably making cupcakes.
Al believes in keeping his overhead to a minimum.
Never once has anybody phoned my family's office and asking if we got a shiny truck before we get a job.
Al, is it really true?
That's funny.
One guy, one truck, enough to keep the coke open?
You've got to learn to do on your own. Like these guys, they run around and have all kinds of people doing different things. There's some things not at all, but it's...
There's a good dig, eh?
Yeah! I've watched my grandpa tow on the same corners you guys think you need rotators and this and that for. I used to watch my grandpa do it with an old home 750 wrecker. So
Usually we're off the highway in a couple hours, and one truck, it'll take you all day to clear a simple B train.
Well, what is more important? I mean, is it more important just to get the thing done fast, throw a whole bunch of iron at it?
As long as you can get things opened up and be cost effective to the customer.
Cost effective?
Is there anything?
Some days I wish I didn't start at all.
Cost effective. Is it not true that our industry already works at half price? Half the price compared to our neighboring jurisdictions. So how much more cost effective do you need to be for them?
Is it really cost effective to make that customer on one wreck wait a whole day to get his truck off the road?
Well, everybody wants to be home at the end of the day, but this is a 24/7 job, right?
He's had to shift from being the lone wolf to leader of the pack.
Look out! Gord, just cut the wheels hard to the right and go forward.
You're repositioning or coming off?
Yeah, cut her loose.
Same changes. Give me a little bit more.
I got 8 people asking to do everything at once. Just undo the chain. Leave the chain there.
I don't have enough, Al. Hey, we're digging the landing leg in, Al.
Watch out, John. Get out of there. Gotta have a victory stick.
Scott, let me ask you this. You're new back to the Coke. You've seen both these guys go at it for years and years and years. Step back for a minute as an independent observer. Whose model works better?
That's a tough one.
That is a tough one.
Jamie's gone to a new cutting edge.
So
trying to lead the industry.
So Jamie's model is better?
I'm not saying Jamie's model.
You're not going to tell me, are you?
I'm not gonna. Al's tried and true. Jamie's is tried and true, but he's moving to the edge.
I'm trying to be leading edge, cutting edge. So financially, we're risking maybe a lot more.
All your guys is whining and crying all winter. I thought I'd bring you guys some cupcakes.
We got a cupcake somewhere, guys?
I brought enough, Adam. You can have 2.
Okay, sounds good.
Did you make these, Al?
Thanks.
I had them custom made. They're Green Goblin.
Green Goblin cupcake.
Those things are shinier than your truck is.
Let's take a break. When we come back, we're going to take a look at the future of Jamie Davis Heavy Rescue on the Coke, and the big question on everybody's mind, are you guys going to Fort McMurray?
What about the airlines and that?
What about them? You're gonna watch them break in a minute. You want to climb down there and undo them?
I ain't crawling under that.
Whoa! Look at.
Yeah, go ahead.
Got one vehicle off-road left, so we'll just wait for the tow truck.
Earlier this season, a local tow company that specializes in cars decided that they want a piece of the big rig action. In the interest of fairness, Highway Patrol has implemented an on-call rotation policy, and this call has already been dispatched to the other company. With Jamie off rotation, all police calls for the next 2 weeks will be offered to his competitor first.
This idea of rotation, 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, sharing it with your competition, how's that affecting you? How's that hurting you?
Never, competition's good in any form. You need competitors. It's taken years to build up our program in order to handle the types of accidents that are here, come up with the guys, the equipment, and put that package together into something, to make it into something that'll actually do a job. You start cutting the budget in half. As much as we're a private business, we're also an essential service to the highway. We're in a service that keeps the road open to the public. So at the end of the day, if we can't function financially, we can't do the job.
So in this last episode that we just saw, you came up with this idea, which I think was cooked up here in the barn.
Everything around me has beaten me to the ground where I can't even really supply the service.
It's not a lack of knowledge that's holding you back here. It's a lack of business, and you don't feel you can...
Well, we can't survive. Really, we can't survive.
So why aren't you trying Fort Mac?
What have you got to lose?
Fort McMurray is a boom town, 900 miles away in the heart of oil country.
We keep getting drawn to Fort McMurray. The oil fields are going crazy up there with work. So maybe we've got to go to Alberta, and they'll appreciate a couple guys like us who come out there and do the job for them.
One of the things you guys looked at doing was going to Alberta. And tell me the first time you heard about potentially going to Fort McMurray. What was your first sort of thought?
I know there's a lot of work in Fort McMurray. I know Jamie's got the equipment, Jamie's got the expertise, and he's got the people. The cons for me is that I love being in Hope, and Alberta's a long way from me. I grew up 2 blocks from the ocean. I love the ocean, I love the mountains, I love the BC thing.
And you've worked up there, right?
I've worked in the area a little bit,
What do you think of that place?
Well, it's a very expensive place to be. The paperwork involved in being there, and the certifications, and the cold.
It's not cheap up there, right?
It's a very expensive proposition.
And what do you think?
The only thing I'm struggling with is my family, leaving my family behind. Yeah. And do I really want to uproot my family? I don't know. What do you do?
Is it an easy sell for you?
You know, that decision may be made for us in business. It may not be our decision. I really don't want to go and play in somebody else's sandbox. Bottom line is, if you can't afford to pay the fuel bills or pay all the bills, you may be forced out. Or the other option is we have to degrade our equipment and levels and people in order to stay here and survive.
Well, Jamie's got a big decision here for the Coke, for his company, for his family at home. To find out what happens, you're going to have to tune in to the season finale of Highway Through Hell.
Next time on the Highway Through Hell.
Nobody's going anywhere.
A nasty spring storm
He blocked the whole road.
catches the Coke off guard.
We were converting to summer.
A mail truck hurtles toward an icy river.
I'm worried about that trailer moving.
Look at.
And a broken promise forces Jamie to walk off the job.
We're done. Okay? We're leaving.
And face a reality that could drive him off the Coke.
You're either going ahead or you're going backwards. A few months ago, the competitor brought in a big wrecker into town that cuts our business in half. So the reason I called you guys all in today is because
This time on the Highway Through Hell.
Where's that accident at?
Heavy rescues up against the wall.
No, has to be on the inside.
As the early season wrecks pile up.
What are we gonna do?
Yeah, I'll do it.
It's his ass, not mine.
And the long hours.
Oh my God.
Push the crew.
how much weight do you think's in here?
Pretty much maxed out.
And the mighty rotator to their breaking point.
We're gonna have a harder time lifting this up than you think.
Ready?
Hang on.
In the rugged mountains of the Pacific Northwest, there's a highway like no other. The Coquihalla is an engineering marvel. But when the weather turns bad...
Look out!
It's like the Bermuda Triangle of truck accidents.
Keeping the Coke open takes an army.
When the highway shuts down, the world shuts down.
And a last line of defense.
Jimmy Davis en route.
A heavy rescue team ready to tackle any disaster. Because here, closure is not an option.
How's the Coke looking out there tonight? Whew, wind's blowing so hard. He's storing really good on the hill. Compact snow, ice. Yeah, it gets pretty nasty up there. When they get snowing up there, bad things happen.
It's still early season on the Coke.
We're just going to head up a little bit further up the road here.
Despite the bad road conditions, some drivers can't resist putting the pedal to the metal.
Look at this guy. He's going way too fast for the road conditions. That's how accidents happen. I give you a ticket for $167. Go ahead.
Police have launched a crackdown on speeders.
Here we have a vehicle. He was doing 95 kilometers an hour.
22's 1011 BC marker.
These road conditions, you should not be driving that fast.
There's an accident up there.
And almost on cue, at 8 p.m., the mountain claims its first vehicle.
Hang on to your hats. So right now we're just traveling to a single vehicle crash that's occurred about 3 kilometers south of the snow shed. We got a snow layer on top, which is really treacherous.
Right in Avalanche Alley, half the highway is blocked by this freshly flipped SUV.
His tire is missing.
The occupants were unhurt and kicked their way out before help arrived.
I believe they must have undid their seatbelts and again come out the front windshield. As we can see, it's popped open.
Don't drive the Coca. Just don't drive it when it's like this.
We're in the middle of that freaking snowstorm. Not very much fun.
Down the mountain, word's out that the Coke is a mess. Truckers coming from the west face a tough choice.
Looking a little rough tonight.
They can gamble on the steep, slippery Coke, or take a back road.
Well, it's decision-making time.
There's only one way to go, man. There's number 3, that's it. So number 3 is in pretty good shape. Well, I'm going Highway 3.
Highway 3 is an older 2-lane that snakes through the mountains to the south. The 3 seems like a safe bet, at least this stretch. But an hour and a half east of Hope,
Nasty little climb. There's a jackknife.
traffic has just ground to a dead stop.
Apparently they've ordered a tow truck or something.
Jamie Davis's lead driver, Adam Gazzola, is on his way to reopen the road.
Yeah, Adam, you have a safe one.
Yeah, you bet. Have a good day.
Yeah, so what are we going to do with the highway closed?
I guess you have no idea how long it's going to be closed, eh?
On what time the tow truck gets their driver, that's when it'll be open.
Takes you an hour and 25 minutes just to get up here in good weather. The roads are pretty so I was going to take my time here and make sure we get there safe. Oh, I just lost a wiper, I tell you.
The delay doesn't go unnoticed.
How long ago did Jamie Davis go by? Not a soul in sight.
For Adam, this is turning into one of those nights.
Everything just kind of comes crashing down at once. Trucks breaking down, you're tired, and people screaming at you because you're taking too long. It's like, what else can go wrong, you know?
With Jamie spending more time in the office, Adam has had to take on more wrecks.
Well, there's not really anybody else here to do the work. So I just keep putting this business first in line.
Over on the Coke, Ken Monkhouse is patrolling for cars in trouble.
I did 5 tows on Friday. You can make a good living doing car towing. You just have to do it properly.
Ken started working for Jamie last season when he traded big city towing for life in the mountains.
It's not like you're going to work and you're making 20 bucks an hour. You're getting paid commission, so gamble didn't pay off. If this was a lottery ticket, we'd be throwing it in the garbage right now. Icy, icy, icy.
After a rough start last winter, he's feeling confident that he finally has the Coke figured out.
I'm hoping to do about 40 grand this winter. And I'm just gonna go out and do whatever it takes to win it.
Back on Highway 3, Adam arrives at his wreck.
You're back at it again, eh?
To get into position, he needs to turn around on the narrow highway.
Wrecker's backing down to him now. I'll be a couple minutes.
And 50 of us stuck there because the roads were all closed.
Thank the Earth has done 2 revolutions since we've been sitting here.
How about thanks for showing up, eh?
Adam, you having fun yet? The tow truck is up there.
Adam gets his wrecker in position and wastes no time rigging up and starting the pull.
Just sitting here waiting for this road open.
Just keep her in low gear. Just help me out lots. I'll see if I can just drag you up, okay?
Is this highway open yet?
Come on, buddy. Here we go.
Just 15 minutes after Adam arrived, the highway is reopened.
You're okay.
But the impatient truckers aren't impressed.
So you were stuck there the whole time?
Well, I've been gone 2 hours and 13 minutes to be exact, and we're already on our way back. I don't know what they expect. It gets really tiring when all you hear is negativity. You can only go so much. I'm only one man. If I pull my socks up anymore, I'm going to tear my feet out the end of them.
Back on the Coke, Ken responds to a call to rescue a 4x4 that's stuck in a snowbank.
Yeah, no, he's got it.
A rival tow company has beat him to it. But the young driver seems unsure what to do next.
Hey, buddy!
I'm a little outgunned here.
Hey?
I'm a little outgunned on this one.
Yeah? Yeah, you want to pull him out the way you went in? Try and stay as close to it as you can.
Yeah.
And then we can go from there. I'll give you a hand, I don't mind.
The 4x4 is jammed into the wet snow. A single winch line isn't enough.
Yeah, let's put a snatch block in it because it's pretty heavy, eh?
A snatch block is a pulley that doubles the pulling capacity of a line.
That truck right there is probably, I would think, at least 5 tons. And it's in real good. And this snow ain't letting go. It's a tough pull. Put it back into too high. Okay, buddy, freewheel it. We'll get you to pull ahead a bit.
Following Ken's lead, the young driver starts to get the hang of it.
Nice. Yeah, I like keep doing that. Yep. Beautiful. There you go, young fella. He is the competition, but he's also a fellow tow truck driver. You have to look after other people in the industry because nobody else will. You got to teach the young guys.
Ken's got a few more years on me in this, and he showed me up. I was glad to have him help out.
Meanwhile, on Highway 1 west of Hope, Jamie is called out for a semi that's found itself in a tight spot.
There's a tractor-trailer B-train unit with chips that's gone kind of off-road right, hit a rock face, and ripped the back doors open.
The rear trailer, called a pup, is stuck in a drainage ditch. Before they can tow it,
We're hooked into the main frame.
Jamie needs to lift it out with a rotator. Jamie's rotator is one of the most powerful heavy-duty wreckers on Earth.
Rotator is the Godzilla of wreckers.
Its 3-stage boom can swing 360 degrees. It's half tow truck, half mobile crane.
So we've got to lift the pup trailer, load it up, and put it over here. I'm going to back up on the back section and deal with that. Yeah, we just need to have a closure in this lane.
I'm all hooked up, ready to go.
I got to get out in the lane here a little bit to lift, right? So yeah, we're just waiting for Bob.
Just up the highway, Jamie's new flagger, Bob, was sent to drop flares and shut down the lane.
He's been gone a long time. Think Bob's okay?
Kevin decides to find out what's taking so long.
Drop it on the ground.
Put it on the ground?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I was holding them.
No, don't hold them. Drop them on the ground.
Do you have a chain and cinch, Adam?
Before the trailer goes anywhere, Jamie wants the back door secured.
Just a 3/8 and a cinch. I'll get the boom over there, but we're gonna have to do that.
Where are you going to get the cinch on her, though?
The crash snapped the lock and popped the door open.
I just want to keep it so it doesn't flap open, that's all.
Nowhere to load it here, like.
But there's no place to attach a strap. Jamie lifts the back end of the trailer away from the cliff so they can reach the far side.
Can we do something with that now, do you think?
I don't know what you're really gonna...
Well, no, I don't want to try to shut it. I just don't want it to pop open anymore.
Keep sliding, know what I'm gonna do with it.
I'll hold it.
We could use a bungee cord, maybe. No, has to be on the inside.
Like, we're wasting our time. He was just focused on getting that door secure while the door wasn't going anywhere. We could have had it off the road by now.
After 10 minutes of trying, the door is still open.
What are we gonna do?
But Jamie won't give up.
Obviously, it's got to be something we can do here, you know? Get up top and run it from up there.
I can't get up there.
Let's just spend another 10 minutes and do it right.
I don't do heights.
But I will. I'll go up top so you don't have to worry about it. I was getting frustrated with this thing, like, how can we have 3 guys here and we can't strap a back door?
But on a dangerous highway, a little frustration
It's his ass, not mine.
can lead to big trouble.
Oh my God. I'll go up top.
Frustrated that his guys can't secure a jammed door,
We're wasting our time.
Jamie takes matters into his own hands.
Give me this end.
I'll hook it up here and give it to you.
Trust me.
I get it tied up to the top end so we can wrap across the door.
Maybe go through that down into the frame.
Kevin's on the bottom end, and he's trying to get it hooked up, but he can't find a place. Now I'm even getting more frustrated.
There, I can do it.
Oh my God.
I probably shouldn't have jumped down that wire rope so quick, but I was mad.
Luckily, he didn't smash his head open or something like that. I need him every 2 weeks to sign my paycheck, so I don't need him to be in the hospital with a coma or something.
Finally, Jamie gets the door secured.
We're just taking it to the exit?
That's it.
Adam tows the semi off the busy highway to a nearby pullout. The door holds, for the most part. But then Jamie discovers he's got a bigger problem than a few spilled wood chips.
I'm checking the side of the trailer here, and it's broken up pretty good.
The problem we have right now is that the lead trailer has a big gash down the side of it, and its main frame is broken. It's all cracked up in here, all the way along the frame. Big, huge rocks that have come off and into there. This is the front trailer's axle. It's broken here. If we take it down the road, we risk the trailer actually breaking in half because of the weight. That's not going anywhere until it's unloaded.
At just after 3 a.m., they tow away the tractor, leaving the trailer full of wood chips for tomorrow. This season, Jamie has put Ken Monkhouse in charge of the car towing division.
What I was hoping to do was with the car division was obviously expand the business. You can't just have one guy. So you have to go out and find somebody that you think is going to be capable and has common sense. You have to train people. You have to take the time and show them the proper way to do it.
Today, he's picking up a used one-ton tow truck that Jamie's bought for his stepson, Brandon.
So this is gonna be his truck. So we'll give him one that's not so nice, and if he smashes it up, then we won't cry as much. I think Brandon will be fine. We just have to give him lots of training, that's all. He gets a pretty rough ride around there sometimes. So we gotta give the guy a break, give him a hand up.
But 17-year-old Brandon has other priorities.
I'm just trying to graduate right now. I have about 4 courses left to finish, and then I should be done.
He's been homeschooling for the last year of high school, and he's almost done.
School's important to me because it's, it's gonna get me places in life.
But the yard isn't the easiest place to study.
Well, I go to my grandparents each day, either to study or, finish up a couple assignments I have left. I have other things to focus on right now. Dealing with school might be a little hard to get as much work in as last winter.
Overheating problem. I think it's that sensor. Getting really bad.
Back at the yard, Jamie's bouncing between fixing trucks, paying bills, and doing paperwork.
This is the worst job in this whole place, is this paperwork. As a company grows, my job is shifting. What's taken hold here is there's kind of this administrative job that I'm having to do. So I'm sitting at a desk, I'm on the phone all day, I'm writing paperwork all day long. If you want to bill me hourly for doing something, you should say to me, hey, James, I'm going to do these invoices for you. You're trying to deal with management issues and writing people memos and keeping accountability for everything and everybody. That's like a ton of bricks coming down on you every day. Just put them on Park 1. I'm working too much, I'm doing too much. I don't even know about what's going on the coke right now. I'm not even really paying attention to it.
Over on Highway 1, Jim Lasser and his salvage crew are unloading last night's wood chip wreck.
This trailer's ready to be moved, but it can't be moved with a tractor. It has to move with a tow truck. The far corner hit the rock face and it's bent down too far.
Jamie has sent Adam to pick up the trailer. But when he arrives, nobody is quite sure what the plan is.
You think it'll tow to Kamloops like it is?
I didn't think it was going to go to Kamloops.
Yeah, Jamie said to me they want to take the cargo to Kamloops and dump it up there and bring it back and take it for repairs.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell to say.
Who's running the show today?
I don't know. Pulling Jamie up.
$48,000 basically out of our bank account. And when you have those kind of bills and those kind of costs, Jamie Davis Towing.
Just wanting to confirm what the plan is on the pup trailer.
I haven't heard anything.
When you get called out, you should be able to go there and do the job and have everything that you need to do the job. It doesn't make us look very professional.
For now, Adam decides to tow it back to the yard.
You roll it ahead, we'll clean the chips off it.
Okay, I'll pull it ahead here.
But he's barely moving before there's another holdup. The brakes on the lead trailer still haven't been unlocked.
Go down the road to that, DOT will pull me over. Is this tire in here yet?
Nope.
A local tire company was supposed to come and unlock the brakes earlier this morning.
Has anybody even called that we know of?
No idea. This whole job's been a bit of a cluster since we started, an hour late.
What does Jamie want me to do? A waste of time. I'm taking off out of here. I think I'll just leave the thing here till tomorrow.
Get out of the way, puppy.
At the yard, Jamie shifts his focus to yet another project, getting Brandon's new tow truck ready for the road.
Let's get everything working on it, like the ratchets, and get some string lights in it.
He gives the job to the new guy, Gord Lundeen.
Make sure it has gas cans on it.
Oh, yeah.
All the goodies that it's gonna need.
This is Brandon's truck. This is his pride and joy.
That's what they say, but I don't think he'll be driving it, though.
I think it'd be good for him to learn on it, if he wants to learn. I've never had anything handed to me. I'd have to work for everything I wanted. I mean, I've been working since, what, 11 years old. Look what he has, look where his parents are, look where he lives, look what his parents do, right? But some people just don't want to do stuff like this, right? Well, I don't know how to tow or I mean, I'm willing to learn. I'll do whatever. If someone wants to teach me, I'll learn.
But today's tow lesson goes to stepson Brandon.
Ken's talked to me about learning how to do the towing business. That's something I'm pretty interested in, but you know, obviously not as a long-term career or anything, but it'll help me make money easier and faster.
What I'm trying to do with Brandon is teach him how to be a tow truck driver. Just a matter of trying to teach him and show him the right way of doing things. What's going on, buddy? How are you? So Jamie went and bought this truck.
Yeah.
And if you're interested, we kind of want to get you into the towing program because obviously winter's here and we're going to get busier and busier. And then we'll just go for a ride around Hope with a car in the back you can drive just to get the feel of what it's like to have something on the back of the truck.
Okay.
So jump in, start her up, Brandon.
That's all?
Just start her up, yeah. There you go. If you look over there, there's a little black car. See between the wreck and the van?
Yeah.
Back up to that, buddy, and we'll load that up. I still have hope for Brandon. You know what? He's a young kid, and he's got a ton of potential. So now what you need to do is you need to spread these out. There you go. And basically, you want to have them a little bit wider than the wheels of the car. Okay? You gotta have steel toes.
Yeah, I don't have those on.
Part of learning this job is learning to come to work prepared, and that's with the gear. Safety boots and high visibility clothing have to be dressed for the job. So go over to the other side. I know your hands are cold. So just go over, grab the chain, and put it around the steering like what I did.
Jamie owes me a new pair of sweatpants.
Yeah.
I don't like dirt. Can't stand dirt. I like being clean. Yeah.
A little bit tight for room over there, probably.
Yeah. Oh, God.
You know what? You know what might be a little.
That this is like $200 worth of clothing. That
I'll show you some.
no way.
Anyways, you got the idea. You can't be driving that truck like that. You gotta have work boots on. You gotta have coveralls. You can't be in there doing the job. So go get geared up. If you're going for a ride with him, you gotta have the right stuff. And you're like you're on your way to the gym. You have to have coveralls, work boots, and look the look.
Have you got your coveralls at home?
I don't get paid enough to do that. Let's go.
Yeah, if Jamie says we can't go, we can't go.
I'm not gonna go at all then.
You don't have coveralls at home?
No, I don't get paid enough for this kind of though.
Okie dokie. I'm a little bit disappointed. Jamie said you're not going out in a truck in runners and sweatpants. It's not safe. You have to be dressed for the job, and he wasn't dressed for the job. And I'm not getting paid to be out here to teach him. I'm doing it because I want him to learn the proper way. We bought that truck for somebody to drive and tow cars. I want to have him on a team. At the same time, we can't keep this truck off the road because he doesn't want to drive it. There's lots of guys that would love to come and work for Jamie. Here's the truck. We need somebody in the truck.
Yeah, roll over.
Yeah, some guy there flopped his can.
Just as the day is winding down, Jamie gets a call.
In a normal person's world, it's the end of the day. For us, it's time to get to work. Everybody's pretty well rolling to this. No Brandon, not available, and not answering his phone.
Get a rack up there on the street.
Tonight was supposed to be Adam's night off.
I actually had some plans made. I was gonna take my wife out to the movies. My family, they sacrificed a lot for this job. I could just turn the calls down, I guess, but I'm always scared that I'm not gonna be able to make ends meet.
Instead, he's got a date with a flipped semi on Highway 3.
Duty calls, you must go. Truck's buggered. See if we can get it over.
The semi was going too fast when it hit a sharp corner and flipped.
These containers can really be deceiving. You don't know. Could be loaded really heavy, could be loaded lightly. We don't even know.
How much weight do you think's in here?
Well, I would say it's probably pretty much maxed out.
That's a bit of a touchy deal.
Think so?
The flip trailer is called a C-can. It's made of two parts, a rolling chassis and a box. Unlike a regular cargo trailer made of plywood and aluminum, a C-can is made of steel, so it's both stronger and heavier.
You know, it could be a loose load in there, maybe the load shifted, and he's probably got, I'm gonna guess 60,000 pounds in there, something like that. So, maxed out.
If the C-can is fully loaded, even the rotator might not have enough power to lift it.
We're gonna have a harder time lifting this up than you think. I think what we should do, Adam, is I should be in the lane, and I think I want you to give me a hand lifting it up on this corner, right? Just to give us that extra lifting power, okay?
The C-can has reinforced anchor points that are used by cranes at the shipyards. They're also good for attaching winch lines.
So you see there's a total of 6 winches. So we're gonna use the 2 main lines to lift, and we're gonna use the 2 smaller ones to let it down, and we're gonna use these back ones to pull the tractor over.
The rotator's 2 main lines will lift the topside, while Adam's wrecker helps lift it from below. Jamie's other winch lines will catch the weight of the tractor and trailer as gravity takes over.
Got him closed down?
To do this safely, they need to totally shut down the highway.
So where do you want these?
Big ones and the big ones.
Right away, somebody starts complaining.
They still haven't cleaned up that accident yet? I don't know how long it's going to be closed for, or how long it has been closed for.
We've only been closed a minute. 2 transport trucks showed up, and they're both kind of owly about having to wait. Pressure's on. Time's a-ticking.
We don't have all the time in the world to plan everything out. We've got to get this road open, and we got to get it open now.
Put her in.
It takes them 15 minutes to get the rigging right.
Are you good? Yeah. Ready? Just a little bit, right? Well, let's do a little bit each. Give me a little bit. Hang on.
But less than halfway through the lift, Jamie spots a problem. The sea can is top heavy.
There's a real issue here.
And Jamie is worried he's about to lose control of the load.
We're pushing the envelope here.
It's a big risk working with a load that has a high center of gravity. Once the roll starts, it can be nearly impossible to stop it.
Once you've got that big weight up there in the air, there's no going back.
Hang on.
The highway's backed up, and anxious truck drivers are waiting for Jamie.
We've got to get this road open, and we got to get it open now.
To lift the heaviest load he's faced so far this season.
You guys got to get back.
It's pushing his rotator to its limits.
Letting this thing down is the problem. We don't want this thing to come crashing down. It can do a lot of damage, right?
He's worried that he'll lose control of the top-heavy sea can. When it happens, it's a heavy wrecker's worst nightmare.
We don't want to have this tractor trailer fully loaded, flip over on its wheels, and then bounce onto me.
Despite 2 wreckers and 8 winch lines, it's not enough to hold the weight back once momentum takes over.
You actually have to get off, because it'll take you sideways, right? So undo yours.
They want to carefully ease it onto its wheels, but that will require a re-rig.
You know, to be nice, keep that chain on and go down low. You control it. Put your boom in and down, 2 lines.
Instead of pulling up, Adam rigs his cables down low, ready to hold back tons of momentum.
We knew we had to restrain the load from coming down. We wanted to have a controlled roll. We get Adam to use his service lines on this wrecker and use him as a restrainer.
Ready?
Want me to keep tension on them lines?
Yeah. Adam, you should be on the other side.
I won't be able to see you then.
Yeah, I don't care. I'd rather you just not get hurt. Go, Adam, let him go. Let it go a bit.
I'm loose.
Adam eases out his service lines, hoping he can set the trailer down gently.
So, okay, I'm gonna suck her down. Let her go, Adam. I'm a little worried about my back leg where that thing's gonna land down there, but I guess I gotta try to get it in between. It's good, Adam. Pretty damn good. Whew. You okay?
That was nerve-wracking, eh?
The gamble pays off, but it has taken extra time that the long-haul truckers just don't have.
Heavy wreckers are up there right now, and they're going to be closed down for a while.
Now we've got to get it off the road as quick as we can because we've got traffic backed up.
Can you get up top and unhook?
The heavy rescue crew scrambles to get the web of winch lines unhooked.
I can't get up there, Jamie. Yes, you can. I don't do heights, that's my problem.
For the second time this week, Jamie has to play acrobat.
Drop it. You're not gonna catch him.
Adam tows the semi to a nearby pullout.
The brakes are dragging, but he can open the road.
And traffic finally starts moving again.
That actually went pretty well, eh?
Yep, nice. Get home for beer o'clock. Traffic's back open, running. The whole tractor trailer's off the road.
All they need to do now is tow away the wreck.
Up, up. Okay, it's all yours here, big boy.
Adam unhooks the damaged cab to tow it away.
Outstanding.
Jamie brings in his own tractor to haul the sea can to its destination. But they don't get very far.
The container shipped it over. Look at that. It's rubbing right on there and it's smoking. And here too. I just put 8 brand new tires in this truck yesterday.
More cost, more expense. I haven't even paid for those tires yet.
Well, should have done a walk around.
When the heavy sea can flipped, the trailer frame underneath twisted and is now bent.
We thought we could get away with just getting it back to the mill because he wasn't far away from the mill. But now it's got to be unloaded here.
Watch yourself.
Any hope for getting home for beer o'clock is now gone.
What we're gonna have to do is come back, lift the container off, put it on a low bed.
Jamie must now spend the night planning for one of the most difficult and dangerous procedures in towing, a deadlift.
That's a huge, huge lift.
The exhausted crew heads home, knowing that as tough as tonight's recovery was, tomorrow's will be even worse.
Well, I might take tomorrow off. I got to see what the weather will be like, and if there's no snow in the forecast, I'm going to take off and do something. Go see my movie, yeah, maybe. As usual, I probably won't. I'd rather make money, I guess.
The next morning, Ken takes another stab at expanding his car towing staff.
Just grabbing some blocks of wood. We got to go load a pickup truck that's totally burnt. They're a little bit trickier to tow than your average car tow. There's no wheels. I offered to give Gord a lesson driving a tow truck just to kind of find out what's Gord all about. Because my first impression of Gord was he's a scary looking dude.
New recruit Gord drives a classic black Caddy, but he's never driven a tow truck.
They look at me and they think, oh, he's a criminal.
Around the yard, what he's most known for is his armload of tattoos.
I just love tattoos. I like to be different.
You always got to chain the sling up. Jamie doesn't like it when the sling's bouncing around. It's not good for it. So. This truck we're going to tow, the guy that was driving it died.
Oh, yeah.
Try not to think about that too much. He's got all his gear on. He's got his safety boots, nice and warm, high-vis clothing. You're driving, young fella. I know how to drive these already.
All right.
Gord's a quiet guy. He doesn't emote much. He doesn't have a lot to say. Gord doesn't need to say anything because I'm teaching him. He's not teaching me. Stop. Go ahead about 1 foot. Right there. Normally, you start them out easy. I took Gord on a job where somebody had died in a vehicle. It had set on fire. It had no wheels, and it was at the police detachment. So no pressure there. This is called doing a chain lift. It saves your sling belts. If you got jagged metal or whatever, it's all sharp. It doesn't cut these belts.
Okay.
Lift it right up, though, because now we're going to have to block it up to get the dollies under it.
About there?
That'll work.
They just lock in there or just sit in there?
They sit in there, and then when we lift it up on the bars, the weight of the vehicle holds them down. Lift it up quite a bit more, I'll tell you when to stop. Stop. Out. If you want to pull ahead, and then I'll close the gate.
Yep.
It's looking good. Go to the yard. When we got the vehicle here and we reversed the process, he remembered how to do everything.
Yeah, no, you're doing good, Gord. I'm real impressed.
I didn't have to do a thing basically other than just watch him unload the vehicle. So that tells me that the guy's got mechanical knowledge and common sense.
Now you know how to tow burnt vehicles on dollies.
I figured it out.
He's an awesome teacher. You should be a driving school instructor for tow trucks, right?
Good job, buddy.
Thank you.
You did good.
I come to the conclusion that if Gord wants to be a full-time tow truck driver, I would gladly have him in the automotive division.
Got high hopes for you.
Thanks a lot.
On Highway 3, Jamie and his crew are heading out to finish a complex job they started yesterday.
This is a real heavy lift.
Jamie spent the night figuring out how to move the fully loaded C-Can.
When you're lifting big weight like this, you gotta kind of have your head on straight. You better make sure that everything you're doing is right on the money.
The trucking company is eager to get this cargo delivered today. Unloading it will take too long.
We're gonna have to pick the container off the chassis and put it on a low bed.
Jamie has decided to do a deadlift.
What can go wrong? Anything can go wrong. If I destroy the truck and it's my fault, it becomes my nickel. You don't want to have anybody hurt. We don't want to have any issues. I don't want my wrecker to be destructed.
Jamie estimates that the C-Can weighs well over 36 tons. In a perfect world, with its crane arm completely retracted, the rotator can lift twice that much.
When you're lifting that kind of weight, you want that boom to be in as tight as it can be. You don't want it sticking way out. Okay.
But because the C-Can is so large, Jamie needs to extend the boom, and that cuts the lifting capacity of his rotator.
We're estimating we're going to be 6 to 10 feet out from the truck.
He has to make sure he gets the math perfect.
When you're going to do a really heavy lift like this, we got to make sure we're right within all the charts and the safe working load limits of everything. This crane has to be at 30 degrees in order to reach its maximum performance. There's an angle indicator up there. It's telling me I'm at 40 degrees right now. So we're going to get her back down to 30 degrees. If we were dealing with a little bit less weight, might not be so critical, but when we're doing a max lift like this, we got to make sure.
If you have any weak link in this chain or any component that doesn't meet capacity, that's going to be the failure. And the failure is going to kill somebody.
Every link matters. Even the chains.
So we're talking about grade 100, and our working load limit is 26,000 pounds. So 26 and 26 is 52. It's not enough.
That's 20,000 pounds short.
What do we have for other chains on here?
You got big ones up there.
We've got some big 5/8 chain, and we'll use that instead.
To complicate the job even more, one side of the trailer was crushed in the accident. The shifted load could throw the entire lift off balance.
A lot of weight here, so we want this side to pick up first. This one you're gonna want to tighten up a little more. Okay, we good there? We're gonna have to test that when we go up. Take that chain. We want to make sure that this side's a little tighter and this side's a little looser. This one here, we'll tighten this one up.
With every detail checked and rechecked, it comes down to rotator versus C-Can.
I'm gonna suck the boom in and get ready for the lift. That'll be the moment of truth. Okay, we ready to go? Careful. Lots of weight in this end. Uh-oh. It's pins and needles for me.
Confident he's got his math right, Jamie goes for broke.
And you're starting to sweat.
He can't let go until the damaged chassis is hooked to a truck cab and then disconnected from the C-Can.
Tell him to hold it. Every time you lift something really heavy, suspended in the air with people around, it can be dangerous.
Come back. Can you get it from there?
No, the pin's not lined up.
Tell him to do it again.
Pull out. Whoa, 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 whoa.
They're all up up at Sunday Cemetery in here.
Jamie Davis and his heavy rescue crew are in the middle of their biggest lift ever.
This isn't a kid's game here anymore. This is serious business.
No, the pin's got to go in more.
Jamie's under pressure to get a 73,000-pound sea can back on the road.
We went too far.
The rotator has the load suspended, so a new tractor can drag the twisted trailer frame free of the container.
Tell them to hang tight.
Hang on.
But the crew is struggling to hook up.
Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Tell them to do it again. Back up a bit. Okay, you're good, buddy. Do the landing gear. Up? Yeah. That's good enough, just to get it out of the rig.
You want him to go?
Okay. Now I got goosebumps when that weight's all hanging there like that. That's a lot of weight. I'm pretty impressed.
If the rotator's boom fails now, it would total Jamie's truck and the container.
Twisted that container is.
With the trailer gone, the container hangs more than a yard above the ground.
Are we ready?
While they race to back the low bed into position.
Coming back.
Try to get it right on the money because I can't swing it.
This is the scary part. Whoa, whoa!
I tell you, when that thing's that high in the air and it's that much weight, I want that low bed under there and I want that thing down as fast as it can go down. Yeah, I'm gonna come down.
I'm stressed out. I'll be happy when this job's over. That sound of those cables stressing out like that. I don't like that sound. Too scary. We're good here.
You think there?
That's pretty good.
Yeah! What would Sammy would say? Take it and go. And I was so impressed. I was like, wow, this is the biggest lift that this truck's gonna do. I bought the meanest machine in the world. It's finally had its calling.
For all the frustrating jobs this season, Jamie finally gets to chalk up a full-out victory on the highway through hell. Next time on the highway through hell.
Nightfall coming on.
Coming down like crazy.
We're supposed to be getting 60 centimeters of snow tonight.
A car, a semi,
was dragged from almost a mile.
Hold on!
a terrifying ride,
Hold on, hold on!
a blizzard of wrecks
Look out!
sends heavy rescue
Dirty.
to the brink.
Just do what you can do, then stop.
Sheer ice forces the rotator into danger.
Oh my God.
This time on the highway through hell,
40 to 75 centimeters. It's the biggest storm I've ever seen.
the nastiest night of the year
Oh my God, it's bad. Oh my God.
becomes a nightmare.
Close until further notice.
When a load of methanol
Highly flammable.
Is it leaking?
strands drivers in an avalanche zone.
Keep going.
And a bad day gets worse when someone smashes the rotator.
Oh my God.
In the rugged mountains of the Pacific Northwest, there's a highway like no other. The Coquihalla is an engineering marvel. But when the weather turns bad,
Look out!
It's like the Bermuda Triangle of truck accidents.
keeping the Coke open takes an army
When the highway shuts down, the world shuts down.
and a last line of defense.
Jamie Davis en route.
A heavy rescue team ready to tackle any disaster. Because here, closure is not an option.
forecast just a couple minutes ago, and it says we're supposed to get a good snowstorm.
Forecasters have just issued a heavy snowfall warning.
Anywhere between 15 to 40, 45 centimeters. 60 up on the hill, I'm thinking.
A monster storm has been brewing in the Pacific.
Oh, they're going to get that 70 centimeters easy up there.
It's about to run head-on into the Cove.
There's an advisory out on the 5. Oh, well, it's winter. Get ready to put on your chains.
Go water, Tango, ahead.
Yeah, he's also put a travel advisory on stating heavy snowfall.
Yeah, copy that.
VSA Highway Maintenance has the contract to keep the highway clear.
Hey, Mike, we're going to have replacements come.
Yeah, I've already phoned them and have it all planned out. They'll be leaving our yard at 10.
Up at the VSA maintenance yard, extra crews have been called in to get every available piece of equipment ready for the coming storm.
It should be good to go.
With a fleet of plows, sanders, and blowers keeping the roads clear of snow, the only thing left to take care of is the unpredictable trouble that comes with every big storm.
Way up on top, she's coming down like crazy.
On the Smasher, several semis can't make it up the steepest part of the hill.
Because of the grade here, as soon as they slow down or come to a stop, they're done.
The spun-out rigs have caused a traffic jam, blocking VSA's plows from clearing the still falling snow.
If there's the volume of traffic there, there's nothing we can do about it.
There it is, the Green Goblin.
But one guy is in the right place at the right time. Jamie's longtime rival.
Highways guys want me off, get them off the road, we'll get them off the road. Come up here properly equipped, they don't have this problem.
Run back.
I'll just pull you right out of there. This will be easy.
An early start got him a front row seat.
Just another day in paradise, really. I don't even know what's going on the number 1 or anywhere. It's busy here, though. Oh, boy, this is gonna be good here. And if it's something impeding the flow of traffic, Big Green's gonna go down and hook onto it with its plasma magnetic pulling capability there and car whisper that baby right off the hill. As soon as we're going, start shifting gears.
He's surprised that Jamie's crew hasn't made it up here yet.
Well, I don't know where they are. I haven't seen them around. It's kind of odd. They're probably in bed sleeping, making cupcakes. Probably making cupcakes.
Down in his yard, Jamie Davis has been watching the storm gather strength for 2 days now.
Ooh, it's already coming in. Daily accumulations could reach 40 to 75 centimeters. It's a huge storm. This could be the big one tonight. This is the biggest storm I've ever seen.
But tonight, Jamie is not going anywhere.
My 5-year driver's license expired. It kicked in for me that day. I need to get it renewed. I need my driver's license pretty big tonight.
The timing couldn't be worse. A call just came in for a wreck on the Coke. And he's forced to turn the keys to the rotator over to Scott.
You gotta look twice before you do something. You don't want to have an incident in this shiny truck. We're driving on ice. It's only -3. That's not a beautiful thing.
Come over the overpass, you see it?
Ken called for backup.
Get at her.
A Jeep tangled with a semi.
The guy that was driving this went to the hospital, but I guess the big truck doesn't need to be towed.
Turns out, Scott isn't needed.
Well, there's supposed to be a little bit more of an incident than it is, so... Keep going, man.
But he's not worried about lack of work.
And if we're gonna get 2.5 feet of snow, there's gonna be more than enough cookies for everybody.
Higher up on the Coke, the storm is getting fierce, and the plows are struggling to keep up.
I'll have to go back and forth here a few times.
You can only plow so fast. You can go down the road and 15 minutes after you've gone, it's totally covered again. It's amazing how fast it accumulates out here.
While the plows wage war with the storm, Jamie is stuck in the office battling bureaucracy.
And the quest was on to try to find a doctor, and that turned into a gong show.
Welcome to Dark Medical. Please listen carefully as our menu options.
I can't get my driver's license renewed because I can't get a medical done because I can't get a doctor. Unbelievable. Is there a walk-in Chilliwack somewhere?
Yeah.
Nobody will do a medical exam in Hope, so we're going down to Chilliwack to try to get a medical exam done.
While Jamie heads an hour in the wrong direction, the storm is unleashing its fury.
No matter how much sand we put out, it's immediately covered.
The single-blade plows are losing the battle with Mother Nature. But not to be outgunned this season, VSA has a new weapon on the mountain. They call it the tow plow.
26 feet long, the blade.
The biggest piece of snow removal equipment ever deployed on the highway.
We can clear fog line to fog line.
This giant plow can clear 2.5 lanes in one pass.
It'll do the job of 3 plow trucks, right?
Because it tows a computer-controlled trailer that swings to the side, more than doubling its reach.
Get the roads clear and people hopefully get home safe there wherever they're going.
Okay, class 1, right? Any drug and alcohol issues?
No.
Do you have any psychiatric problems?
Well,
Back, muscles, joints, that sort of thing?
not really. Probably a little heavy for my size, though.
I don't have any reason to say you couldn't work tonight.
I say now I can get out of that office and get back out to work. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Got it. Back to work. We're gonna head back up the Coke. The Coke is calling me. Hello?
Within 5 minutes, he gets a call for a wreck.
What's going on?
One semi knifed over in the ditch with a load of lumber.
Yeah.
The other one's a tractor with methyl alcohol.
Yeah. It's leaking too? Oh no.
Adam is already on his way to the wreck.
This is a real nightmare.
Back at the yard, Jamie suits up. But before he heads out, he's told there's something he needs to see in the shop.
Reed. Unbelievable.
One of his trucks got smashed when Scott crashed into it with a rotator.
What is he doing on the hill without chains? He should know better than that. That's unbelievable. I tell you, man. It makes me want to cry. That's $10,000, man. Bumpers $1,000, a grill. This truck just came out of the body shop, just got painted. Look at your whole hood's pushed up. This is damn depressing. It really is. You know what? I gotta go on a call. I can't even look at this anymore. This is a new light you just put on? Unbelievable.
With his rotator still up on the mountain,
Might have to drive the old General.
Jamie's only choice is to drive the aging 5-star General he bought for Scott.
Take it and
Come
go.
on, let's just go. So, while Scotty has my truck, I've got to drive the old truck because he's out in mine smashing it up.
This morning, Scott was supposed to change out a broken headlight.
Why is this thing not working like that? There's no headlights in the truck. Man, oh man. Look, here we go. Big box of headlights. Now I gotta take the truck out and the headlights are right here.
I don't know what's going on.
Why am I changing a frickin' headlight now? Why am I changing a headlight when it's snowing? Why would this happen in a snowstorm? Okay, let's just go. What a treat, eh, the General?
Where's the rotator, man? We should be riding in the rotator. It's bad. You can't get that other wiper going?
Not working.
The 2 semi wreck is on Highway 1, 20 minutes outside Hope on a good night. But tonight, the road ice is so slick that traffic is barely moving.
How come nobody's moving? I don't see anybody moving. Should we get that radio and listen what's going on?
Any word on Canyon? Closed. Till further notice. closed due to high avalanche hazard.
Avalanche techs closed down the highway, so they're saying, hey, it's not safe to be here no more. But in the meantime, we have to clean this wreck up. So shut the road down, but we're still there.
Oh my God, it's bad. Oh my God.
A high avalanche risk has closed Highway 1.
It was the icy corner there.
6 miles up, a 2-semi wreck is blocking the escape route in both directions.
Is there a hole in the trailer? So we don't know if it's leaking.
Adam arrives to find lumber all over the highway and a trailer that was ripped open in the crash. A B train lost control on the ice and hit a semi that had stopped to chain up. Turns out, the trailer is loaded with canisters of toxic methanol.
There's a significant amount of risk. We are dealing with highly flammable, very toxic substance.
Because methanol is heavier than air, a leak could pool on the ground.
I'll read you what it says. May be fatal if inhaled, ingested, or absorbed through the skin. Highly flammable. Will be easily ignited by heat, sparks, or flame.
Okay, it is leaking for sure. Well, it's pretty toxic in there. So they're basically just going to wait until we get the okay to do anything here.
15 minutes later, the general arrives.
This is a mess. How much weight do you think it has in it?
20,000 kg of methanol.
Is it leaking?
No, I don't think so. If it leaked, we'd be dead by now.
The trailer had a gouge in the side. Really good possibility that that could have been a volatile situation for everybody involved.
With the back doors locked, the only way to see what's inside is through a gash in the trailer.
There's one barrel sitting here that's not breached. Definitely been contacted.
They don't see any broken canisters, but for safety, Jamie wants the trailer moved down the road, well away from his crew. But they can't move it forward.
The trailer couldn't go up the road anymore because it was stuck where it was. He had no chains on. It was just too icy. So backing it down was the only option.
If I just tried to back this truck up by itself, it could take off out of control.
To keep it under control, Jamie gets creative.
Well, we could put Adam's truck up behind here with the wheel lift. He could put his lift like up to the back end here.
Yeah.
And could be behind so that the thing doesn't run away. But we could go down together and get down into the hollow and get it out of here.
Yeah.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have him back up to me, to this trailer, and just be my bumper down the hill. Good to go?
We're good?
I'm ready to go now. I'm gonna back up.
Hey, out of the way.
You got it, Owen. It's going.
Keep coming.
He released the brake, and I released my brake, and we all just kind of rolled it down all as one piece.
Okay, can let it go.
Just sliding here. Oh, hold on here, hold on.
With no chains, the trailer starts to slide sideways on the icy hill.
Pushed me into the guardrail here, I think. Oh, just keep going some more.
That's working. Coming straight back.
Keep going, keep going.
The methanol is safely away, but now the snow is turning to rain, raising the risk of an avalanche.
Because it's wet, it's falling out in small little bits and amounts, and we just don't want anyone to get hit.
Oh, look at that ice, eh?
There was some snow falling down, and you could hear the branches breaking. I just wanted to get the heck out of there to a safer spot.
The RCMP are anxious to get the road open and the trapped traffic out of the avalanche zone. Even a small snowslide is enough to push a car sideways.
Oh! Because at least we can get this cleared open, maybe we can get some stuff, maybe start moving if we can.
Okay.
But they can't open the road until they get the lumber off it.
We gotta get this lumber out of here now. That's the biggest thing.
This is heavy, heavy lumber too. Well, we want to get a plow through here, but the road's closed from avalanches right now, so they won't even allow the plows to come through. So we're in an avalanche area here too, but we're committed. We should have had a loader there and just push that stuff right off the highway, but we make do with what we have.
What they have is Ken and his flatbed.
Hey, do you want to bring your flatbed in here? Try to suck this up?
Ken uses the flatbed's winch line to drag the bundles of lumber.
Move that baby up.
He hauls them down the road to a pullout. But he can only move one bundle at a time.
Busy, man, busy. I'm busy right now.
It's time-consuming, painstaking, and cold, tired, and miserable. Piss and rain out my feet, I'm soaked to the brim. Everybody was just about in tears. You see a bunch of rough and tough guys, all of a sudden, you know, they're not so rough and tough anymore. Well, we want to go home to mama, we're done.
Just when it seems it can't get worse, Scott arrives in the damaged rotator.
Told Jamie that I wrecked his truck a little bit. Told him that I was gonna bring it back to the yard, and he said, no, just carry on. Nothing you can do about it now.
So show me what you wrecked. Right here? Oh my God. You pushed the whole body out. When you see your truck that you just paid $729,000 for, and it comes in, it's all bent up, it's pretty disheartening. It's depressing.
Oh. When Jamie went off like that, it just made me feel like a pile of.
With dozens of vehicles trapped in the path of a potential avalanche, the rotator is tomorrow's problem.
It's gonna be a long night if you get there at all.
Right now, they've got to get a half-loaded lumber truck off a concrete guardrail.
Let's get these guardrails out of here. We're gonna try to pull this concrete block out. They're all kind of together on one cable.
The concrete blocks have a steel cable running through them. Jamie figures if he pulls the cable, all the blocks might come with it. They don't.
The cable breaks, and the concrete has no other attachment points, so now we've got to lift the tractor trailer up, loaded over top of this barrier. This is a big problem for us to try to lift it over top of this. There's still a lot of weight hanging there. What you're dealing with is a truck that weighs, you know, 15,000 pounds, but now you've got the whole loaded B train pushing it down into the ditch.
Okay, I'm going in. Down more, down more. Okay, good. Leave it.
Sammy rigs a chain to the smashed front of the cab so they can lift it.
Okay, let's do this thing right now. Get it to go. Okay, I'm going in. Okay, good. Leave it.
It's the nastiest night of the season so far.
Avalanche hazard.
Traffic is trapped in an avalanche zone.
Highway 1's closed.
To get the road open, Jamie and crew need to lift a truck loaded with lumber off a concrete barrier.
Come to hold it.
Hold it!
The front of the cab is too damaged to lift all of the weight behind it.
Hey, Adam, he doesn't have the ability to bring it over. He needs you in the trailer.
Yeah, I'll go turn around and then come back.
This is a pretty difficult job to try to maneuver this out and around like this, and this is a lot of weight.
Adam gets in position, and they rig another line to the trailer's frame.
A Super B train is heavy, heavy, heavy. What he needs is Adam to get in here and just give him that little extra to lift that trailer over. You're good. Time to get out of the way. Careful. You want to change your angle? Boom up a bit.
Keep going.
Coming. There you go.
They get it off the concrete barrier.
That worked out pretty good. Get ready for a little reset.
Now they need to get it off the road.
Want to see the spark in there?
But as Scott pulls, sparks start to fly. The truck's battery is grounding out against the twisted frame.
The batteries are arcing out right now. So they could have a fire here right away. We'll undo that battery.
The mount is bent, so they can't get the battery out. They try brute force.
He's gonna rip this battery box off. Oh, well, I think it might do. It's not touching the grounds anymore. But
Scott pulls it straight so they can tow it away.
Okay, let's get it done, man. We'll get out of here, man.
Okay, stop there. I think we're good. Let's get out of here, man. I got it.
After a brutal battle, the wreck is off the road, and the backed-up traffic can finally escape from the avalanche zone. But nobody's celebrating.
That lumber wreck is the, you know, it's the make you want to quit the business job.
By morning, VSA crews have cleared over 2 feet of snow to get the roads back to black. But all that snow has to go somewhere. Today, snowbanks higher than a truck cab need to be cleared to make room for the next storm.
We're at the stage now where the snowbanks are so high over the guardrail. So the only way we can get rid of the snow, we've got to use the blower to get rid of it.
But VSA's 2 snowblowers weren't designed for the steep grades on the cove.
These were designed for clearing airports, not highways.
Get the snow off the road as quickly as can before the next snowfall, because winter's not over yet.
We're gonna have to shut down.
The blower sucks up a tire chain that's come off a big rig. The damage is enough to send it back to the maintenance garage.
As fast as when we get one repaired, the other one's coming in to be fixed.
For now, VSA has only 1 blower to move over 125 miles of snowbank.
Mother Nature, you never win. You can fight her until hell freezes over, you're never gonna win.
Back at the yard, Jamie's got his own headaches, lining up repairs for the 2 trucks Scott smashed up yesterday.
Scotty slipped my legs up on my truck, or smashed the left front fender off it.
You know, you can do so much good stuff and just look great doing it, and you know, you feel good about everything, and then just in a blink of an eye, everything can just go so terribly wrong.
Smashed the back of the box and $10,000 damage. When you see your truck that you just paid $729,000 for, and it comes in, it's all bent up, it's hard on a guy. Let's not talk.
You know what? I'm gonna pay for that. I'm paying for that.
If you pay for it, I'll get a repair. Everything with Scott's a problem. He's not earning me money, he's costing me money. And I'm starting to think, you know, this isn't working out between me and him.
Scott isn't Jamie's only headache.
They called me and said, you might want to phone your tow truck and find out how they towed it. And I said, well, okay.
Yesterday, Bruce did a routine job for a longtime client and somehow managed to damage the customer's truck.
No problem, I'm here for you.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Paul. Bye.
You bet.
Absolutely unbelievable. That could be $15,000.
For the last 2 weeks, Jamie's been trying to get Bruce to move into a lighter truck.
He needs to wind down a little bit and move into something a little easier.
But so far, Bruce has refused to give up his home's heavy wrecker.
I just told him that was bull.
I offered him the job in the smaller trucks. He basically tells me to go blow it out my ass. So I have no choice.
Too big, man. I have no idea, Bruce. I only work here, buddy.
Hey, Bruce. Hey, do you want to come in the coffee room there for a minute with me?
I have no idea, Bruce.
Thanks, Paul. Bye.
You bet.
Okay. Hey, Bruce. The final straw for Bruce was a phone call from a customer saying that he did $15,000 damage that I've got to pay for. I gotta go over some with you. You towed that truck, the one where they locked the keys out of there. They phoned me and they said that thing's $15,000 damage to that truck. 15,000 bucks, Bruce. That's a huge, huge dent in this pocketbook. Yep. Like, I don't know what's going on lately, though, but it's just like you're upside down, you know what I mean? Up in the...
down, I'll admit it.
This is a hard thing for me to talk to you about, even, Bruce. I love you to death, Bruce, but I think you need to retire. I really do, you know? Hard day.
A hard day becomes a hard night when a call comes in at 2:30 in the morning.
What we're doing right now is going to a overturned reefer unit in Lytton. It could be a difficult job to do.
The road is a solid sheet of black ice.
Look at this Yahoo lumber guy, man. Holy me. This is scary to even be up here. Kind of a white knuckle ride, eh, buddy?
Oh, yeah. It's on the side.
Coming around the bend, and the truck and trailer started to jackknife.
The trailer spun 180 degrees, then slid into a ditch.
The tractor trailer's in pretty good shape, but it's on its side. Fairly intact. The wall's bowed out a little bit. I don't know how much damage is on the cab.
The cargo is $250,000 in deli meat.
Has 35,000 pounds hanging all on that wall, so the wall is bulging out on it. And if you start to hook onto it and pull it, give it some stress, it could break open. You look it over, you know, this guy's done hardly any damage to this thing, and all he needs to be is write it up, and he's gonna be away to the races.
Jamie thinks he can pull off the holy grail of recovery, saving the truck so it can drive away, cargo intact.
That idea hit me within about 15 minutes of walking around that tractor trailer, checking out the truck, checking out the back end. I'm thinking, this is an airbag job. So we make a decision to just leave it there for the night. So you're good with us doing it in the morning? I'll stay with it.
You can do whatever you want. My only concern is is that the tractor is unstable.
Okay.
And if you can stable it up and you're going to sit here all night, that's okay by me.
The truck cab is teetering on two wheels. If it rolls, the trailer could rip open.
We'll just put a line on it just to hold it, just for a safety thing. That's what he wants to do. So.
Right. And then a guy, I can crawl up in there at that point then?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I want to make sure I get my pooch out of there. He was pretty shook up when we hit that ditch, man, I'll tell you. He was jittering pretty good.
A semi loaded with $250,000 worth of deli meat has rolled onto its side. In the cab, the driver's frightened dog wants out.
I want to make sure I get my pooch out of there.
The driver can't get to the dog until the unstable cab is secured with a safety line.
That's it. Okay, so you're secured on there now. Yeah.
I got it. I got the wheel. I'll get the door. Nice job, eh?
Thank you. I got you.
Good.
I got you. Oh. Thanks, man.
Yep, no problem, buddy.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Dog's out. Somebody has to stay with the unit. It's got expensive load of meat in it. So Sammy and I are gonna bunk down and end for end in the bunk tonight. Time for bed. Come on, Sammy, you ready to go to bed?
Let's do it.
All right.
I'm tired, eh? Are you?
Oh, yeah. You didn't make the bed yet.
Next morning, Jamie is up early and chomping at the chance to pull off the perfect recovery.
There's a chance this guy's driving this home. To us, that's the holy grail of recovery. The other side of the coin is, we come there and do a bad job. Bad words go down the highway a lot quicker than good work. My reputation rides on that kind of recovery work.
Smashing the rotator has put Scott deep in the doghouse.
I was pretty upset at myself for this happening in the first place.
He's hoping that today he'll get a chance to redeem himself. Adam arrives first and breaks into his best Scott impersonation.
Do we even need these airbags? All it takes is one pebble to tear the wall. You can't airbag the thing.
Who says that?
Scott.
Is that what he's...
Yeah.
Holy it aches you.
Well, I wouldn't be doing that. Fuck, we don't have anybody left. Yeah, I think you need to sit Scotty down tonight and you see what his plan is.
Oh, I already got a plan for him. This Scott thing is coming at me and coming at me and coming at me.
Right on cue, Scott arrives.
Well, this will be a pretty big, easy bagger, eh?
Hey! Menace. You're a menace. Leave this truck alone. It don't like you.
Instead of raising the trailer with winch lines, Jamie will use airbags. Inflatable airbags placed underneath spread the load over a wide area, hopefully keeping the heavy cargo from blowing out the fragile trailer wall.
See if I remember how to do this. It's been a while.
Scott has done dozens of airbag recoveries.
Yeah, put it right up in the ditch there so I can watch all the way down.
So he assumes he'll be the one in charge.
Bring it here.
But Jamie is in no mood to hand over the reins.
Just put it so it's this facing around, turned around, and facing this way, okay? If I'm the guy who's got to answer to the company why things happened or why something went wrong, I got to know that I was in control of that whole deal from front to back.
Scott figures he can at least start the air compressor.
Okay, let's start the compressor. Start the compressor. Start them up.
When was the last time this thing was serviced up, Jim?
I get it done all the time.
We'll start. I'll be right back. Just give me a second.
No go?
Well, you do that, I'll deal with this.
Oh.
The rest of the crew unpacks the air cushions.
Air cushions are like big hands. They're flat. So they grab a big surface area with the cushion, and they're going to lift 150,000 pounds, those bags.
We can come in here with the big wreckers. We've got lots of power. We can just pull this thing right over. But we don't want to be tearing the wall out and lose all the product.
Yeah, so come up here as much as you can. And what the idea is, get that as far down this way and down into the corner as you can.
Twist, twist, twist. Turn, keep turning.
So even though this load's, hanging here in the balance, it could break at any moment, this wall. There's still 37,000 pounds hanging on a shoestring here in the trailer. Easy for a trailer to split in half. Look at the ripple in here. I didn't see that before. So give me that in.
The hoses connect to a valve block that controls the airflow into each bag.
Make sure all those bags are under. You gotta watch where you're pushing. You can push up too hard on one bag or not enough on another, and you can push the wall in.
The low-pressure, high-volume system has more than enough lifting power for this trailer. The trick is getting the bags in the right spots.
The bag's coming this way. We gotta push it back in, okay?
The bags are made of tough hypalon, but like a balloon, the more they inflate, the more likely they are to rupture.
Pull that tree out. Pull that tree out. The idea is that they all go up nice and even together, but
Once in a while, you might have a kink in a line or something, and one's pushing harder than the other one. You gotta really be careful. So you're always watching the wall. We're equalizing all the pressures now. Now it's do or die right now. It's gotta stop now. I want Adam to kind of start pulling on the rear end a little bit. Okay, and I'll be right back. Don't move anything, because this load's worth a lot of money. Okay? So there's only one guy makes that up. It'll be me, okay? All right.
So the bags lift that trailer up to the point where they can't lift anymore. And then basically what happens is the wreckers pull it over the rest of the way.
And then you gotta poke it up over top like that, okay? Tell them to lift that boom up.
Straps are used instead of chains to put less stress on the fragile trailer.
You want the boom up?
Well, try to swing it so it's got some tension to it. Okay.
Normally, they would position the booms directly above the trailer, but they can't because of low-hanging power lines.
Hey, you're pretty close to the power lines, too.
If the cables or booms so much as touch the 69,000-volt line, it could electrocute anyone near the rotator.
Hey, Scotty, no, you gotta be away.
I know, I'm going in and out.
No, away, you're going right up towards the line if you can see it. Hey, stop.
Jamie was really concerned about how I was putting the boom close to the power wires.
You gotta stay away from them power lines, buddy.
Yeah, I know.
Scott notices one crucial detail that gives everyone a little breathing room.
Those are media lines down below. The power is the 3 on the top there.
Yeah.
There were more communication wires. I felt that I was safe being away from it, and when I pointed it out to him, it was pretty much the last that I heard about it.
Yeah, just a little bit.
The load begins to shift onto the wheels and away from the weak sidewall.
You guys got it. So there's gonna come a time when this gets to its happy spot. Those bags are gonna go poof, they're gonna blow out. When they blow out, he turns the machine off, and then the wreckers do the rest. Almost there. Let a couple more, let them do their thing. Just let the bags start popping out, and I'll give you the moment. Real close.
But then, the perfect recovery starts to slip away.
Oh. Just let the bags start popping out, and I'll give you the moment.
When you're getting to that critical moment when it's up in the air and it's just about to flip over, those are pins and needles for us.
Real close.
$500,000 worth of truck and cargo have reached the critical tipping point.
Oh.
Ice on the road is causing the wheels to slide.
We need gravel.
And Jamie needs a fix fast.
Got some gravel here? We need gravel because these wheels are slipping out.
He shovels gravel under the wheels.
See that wheel slip out?
If that trailer skips out, we lose the whole load. You're gonna make it or break it. And if the trailer falls off the bags, splits open, meat all over the place, loser.
Go a little more, Adam.
He's ready.
Top one, top one, top one, top one, top one. Okay, good.
With the airbag part of the job done, Heavy Rescue turns their attention to getting the rig out of the ditch.
What if we were to pull it back out straight the back ways? What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I don't know, I'm just thinking.
Scott sees an easier solution.
What about just sucking and trying to suck it this way stuff?
Winching it completely sideways?
Yeah.
Crank it as hard as you can, yeah. Stop for your brakes for a minute. Is that ever nice?
Beautiful. That's the best job of the season.
be able to drive the unit away, especially after an incident as major as that, is a major achievement. Jamie Davis and his crew did a fantastic job. Fantastic.
As much as I'm bitching and whining about you, you do know how to run a wrecker.
Oh, yeah.
And when we're doing a critical job like that, you did a great job.
Well, you're the incident commander.
Yeah.
Couldn't have done it without you, buddy.
Made me feel good that he had the confidence in me still to carry on and use his equipment like that.
There's no doubting Scotty's capabilities. I'm sure he can do it. Now, does he want to do it?
Okay, let's go have some Chinese food.
Later that afternoon,
It really wasn't my fault. The truck did it all by itself.
Scott is asked to explain how he damaged Jamie's prized rotator.
I just put those fades down, and I just lifted it a few inches.
2 nights ago, Scott parked the rotator on a steep hill directly above the flatbed. He flipped the ice cleats down to stop it from sliding, but they kicked out.
Did you have the spades down?
Yeah, and I wasn't lifting the tires off the ground. I was just getting some space so I could get in there with the chain so I didn't scratch all the chrome up.
You know what? Now that you tell me that, if you'd put the spades down without any kind of traction on them, like a cleat or a...
Well, I put those little wheelies down.
And they pop out all the time. As much as I'd love to yell and scream and say it's Scott's fault, I'm a realist too. I know that these things pop out.
And that's exactly what happened, is they popped and...
Anyway, it's spilt milk now. We can't cry over spilt milk.
That night, Jamie throws a retirement party for the original tow truck cowboy they call Crazy Horse.
Oh, Bruce. Gonna retire now?
I am retired.
Thought we were gonna retire together.
I am retired.
Okay, buddy, well, good luck, man. I'm gonna miss you big time.
Bula, 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 bula. Bula, bula, bula! Everybody, bula!
I have a feeling for Bruce, man. I hate to see him go. I'm gonna miss him. I'll miss him hard.
You know what? Brucey isn't sad, so why should anybody else be?
Comes a point in everybody's life where it's like, hold it. We need to stand down a little bit and relax a little bit, and me included, I'll get there.
I'm a legend, and I'm old school. Guess that I was slowing down, and it was time to retire.
Yeah, I'm going home. I love you, man.
Later.
Yeah. I love you. Yeah. Crazy horse, crazy horse, crazy horse.
Well, I didn't stay very long. Kind of an emotional thing for me. I look at Bruce and I see myself. 20 years from now, I'll be Bruce. I'll be put out to pasture. I got 2 CDs, Aerosmith and Aerosmith Gold. Oh, Brucey, how we miss you. Brucey, how we miss you.
Next time on the highway through hell,
sheet of ice up here.
A semi slams into a concrete barrier.
Looks like a big mess.
Shutting down the Coke's most important exit.
Watch out! Whoa!
A new driver joins the team.
Oh my God.
I don't think he's got the experience he says he does.
And another pushes Jamie too far.
You're just kind of dragging your ass. Go home.
They need to start saying no.
Plus, a massive pileup.
Here comes the chopper.
Sends air rescue to the Cove. This time, on the highway through hell, mountains on the move. Force a big rig into the darkness.
Oh, you hit a rock and then away you went. Oh, that's the rear trailer there, right? Wow.
A shattered B-train
Right off the cliff.
leaves Jamie's crew with an impossible recovery
I don't like the way it's hooked up. Stay back.
that teeters just above a busy rail line.
This is really, really dangerous.
In the rugged mountains of the Pacific Northwest, there's a highway like no other. The Coquihalla is an engineering marvel, But when the weather turns bad,
Look out! It's like the Bermuda Triangle of truck accidents.
keeping the coke open takes an army.
When the highway shuts down, the world shuts down.
And a last line of defense.
Jamie Davis en route.
A heavy rescue team ready to tackle any disaster. Because here, closure is not an option. It's a rare day of clear skies in the Cascade Mountains.
Coke's beautiful, my friend. Oh, there's only one thing up there you're gonna watch for. The sun. You're gonna need your sunglasses.
Ready to rock?
Jamie and crew are taking advantage of the good weather. Today, they're recovering a loaded trailer that was left behind during the last storm.
You know, it's been sitting there for 2 days, and the weather hasn't allowed us to pull it out because we couldn't be on the highway in the snow.
The wreck happened on a tight curve just north of the Ladner Creek Bridge.
I wonder how much weight is in this thing.
The truck jackknifed coming around the blind curve and slid into the ditch.
Okay, let's do her, Sam.
Okay.
The cargo is still inside. Bags loaded with millions of tiny bits of shredded, recycled plastic.
It's a difficult unload job. The bags are broken apart. All it wants to do is break apart and spill its load all over the road.
And then went past the accident scene, just flying, driving like idiots.
We got a pretty tight space here.
A blind curve and speeding traffic make it too dangerous for a salvage crew to unload the trailer.
Well, it's really tight.
So Jamie needs to get it out with the cargo still inside.
I might just have to drag it out on its axles out. You can picture it like a big bag of jelly beans that we have to get up on the road. You got a snatch block, and then back to the deck here.
His plan is to use a wrecker at either end to carefully winch it out of the ditch and hope it holds together.
We could start pulling on it, she could just break apart. So we're kind of taking a bit of a risk here, and we're trying to see if we can get it up and out of there without that happening. Ready to go?
Think she'll come out of there?
What was that?
Right at the front, it's ripping.
The trailer's broken sidewalls begin to break apart.
It's so broken up that it's gonna disintegrate all over the highway. I'm gonna try to use a spreader bar.
A spreader bar lets him lift from above and hopefully keep the trailer from breaking open any further.
Trying to use the spreader bar to lift it, but the wall's caved in and it's hit the rocks on the other side. Put the hooks on here, the end hooks.
And there's another problem. Power lines.
Don't get no height though, because the power line there.
Yeah, I know.
The extra height he needs for the spreader bar will bring him close to a 69,000 volt transmission line.
Watch the wire.
To be safe, he uses a shallow veer angle on the spreader bar chains.
Put it through that hole. He puts his through it and you join in the middle, yeah.
Kevin and Sammy thread heavy-duty nylon recovery straps under the wreck. As Jamie lifts, Adam pulls.
This front barely holding together. Your strap has gone right through the trailer, eh?
This thing's leaking something.
Plastic beads are pouring out.
Think we'll be able to drag it down the Caroline?
Backside is okay, but it's at the front end where it's broken up.
Unhook the strap?
Unhook the strap and we'll take it to the back and I'll lift the back end of the trailer over with it.
Jamie tries re-rigging to the less damaged back end of the trailer.
So where are we going, in between the DOT bumper and the wheel?
Just somewhere under there.
But raising the back end risks dumping the cargo out the front.
No pain, no gain.
To keep that from happening, Adam rigs a line to the kingpin.
Even if you could just take a little bit of pressure, maybe not even tow the whole thing up, but just keep it away from the bank.
Don't cave this side in.
Go ahead, but don't go too fast. Just a little bit. This thing's ready to destruct as it is, so I don't want to put too much pressure on it.
Barely holding together.
Okay, just stop. Next one, hook that now. Basically, it's out of the ditch. The product's still in there.
With the front end demolished, there's no easy hookup for Adam.
What the guy's supposed to do with that thing? Hey, look at that.
All they can do is drag it to a pullout.
This thing's gonna be scraping, like he's gonna lift some of the pressure off this, but we're gonna be real lucky if that thing gets down to the pullout down there.
Far so good, Adam. Smoking pretty good. Probably hot.
Heavy rescue managed to get a badly damaged trailer filled with shredded plastic out of a ditch.
Far so good, Adam.
Now, Adam needs to drag it to a pullout so it can be unloaded.
Smoking pretty good.
We're safely off the road now. If you want to tell Bob, he can start tearing down his lane closure. We got it off. That's good.
Surprised that made her.
I was more worried that the floor might start catching. That was sketchy, eh?
To the north, on the Trans-Canada Highway, the good weather is creating a new problem.
Lots of water. The river's running down all the hills, and lots of rock moving.
Route 1 runs through the steep Fraser River Canyon, with train tracks below and towering cliffs above. During the winter, ice works its way into the rocks. As it melts, rock faces above the highway start to break apart. EAM is a highway maintenance company contracted to keep the road safe.
What about north of Boston Bar?
North.
You just have to deal with it as it happens. You have to do whatever you can to keep it safe, but at the very end, there is still a little bit of risk left.
It's Foreman George Davidson's job to patrol the Trans-Canada, looking for signs of instability.
In my area alone, I have over 170 avalanche paths.
That's pretty scary out there. You never know where that road.
Boston Bar 33, Boston Bar 10.
Go ahead, George.
We got ice down at Alexandra. Avalanches, rock slides, they could fall at any time, but it's most likely going to start to really move in the next couple weeks when we get the warm rains come in.
In the most dangerous areas, mesh nets and concrete retaining walls have been built to keep falling rocks off the road.
We have big high start zones with large rocks that come down these big chutes, and they built these rock walls to take the impact instead of it just flying right onto the highway. Before, we used to just have a cement wall like this bottom wall here all the way along, and there's been times where this whole wall has been taken out by big rocks. So they built this style of wall. This is designed to be like a big cushion and absorb the impact instead of being a hard surface where it's just gonna break.
But this stretch of highway is 115 miles long, and they can't build walls everywhere. Rock slides like this one 2 years ago happened without warning, taking drivers by total surprise.
As soon as it hit, my hood was up, and I could see absolutely nothing.
Just outside Yale Tunnel, George spots something.
Like one rock hit there, broke that one. That was one rock hit. And this is what it did to my guardrail. You can see it laying right down there, 4,500, 5,000 pound rock. You come from straight up the hill there, you can see it. The funny brown color there, it's not the same color as the rest. That's where it all come out of.
Back on the Coke, Jamie needs to unload the damaged trailer before hauling it back to town. But first, somebody's got to get inside. Some of the bags filled with shredded plastic have broken open.
This is what's in the bag. See, oh, plastic beads, I think. Looks like you have plastic beads.
I've never seen a load like this before, so just got to do what we can do with what we got to work with.
They've got to unload the quarter-ton bags without spilling plastic all over the road.
We're going to put those big totes on here, about 6 or 8 of them. He's going to take them to the shop.
Lacking a forklift, Jamie finds a creative use for the rotator's boom arm.
All right, let's get something done here. I'll put it on your passenger side. Oh, it's all leaking on the bottom.
Sammy improvises a quick patch job.
Let me put one more. I'm afraid of this one bursting. Like, you should go back. This one's a real ugly.
It works. Sort of.
Not that bad. What do you got?
It's because you put the cardboard in there.
Yeah, cardboard would help.
They get the cargo out, but they can't tow the trailer with the landing gear dragging on the highway.
Cut it up in small pieces, I guess.
So they use a bobcat and a chop saw to rip the front end clean off.
If it gets that corner off, then you can flip it, right?
Back at the shop, Jamie is keeping a close eye on his newest team member.
Is the grease not going into that knuckle?
I've got most of it going in, but it'll come around.
Chris got hired after he sent Jamie an email from his home back east.
Show me my new room.
No problem. We in.
So we thought, okay, we need the guy right now. We hire him on the spot.
I'm gonna lift this up a little bit, back me up till I get to there.
But on his first week on the job, Chris was greener than expected.
Gotta find something to hook to.
I've never towed a car in my whole entire life.
Have you checked his license or no?
No, I didn't.
Tow vehicle max 4,600.
That's a problem. Claimed to have experience, claimed to know what he was doing. Somehow he got through the cracks. Put some spray lube in there, in those rollers.
Jamie still hasn't decided if he's going to keep Chris around.
You know, he's working around the shop a little bit, but I don't know if he can earn a living there.
I just want to come here, tow, make Jamie proud, and here I am.
Just after dark, a call comes in for a car wreck, and Chris jumps at the chance to prove himself.
Jamie's behind everybody that works for him. When you have a boss that's back, like got your back 100%, like, you know, you should have his back 100%. I got his back, man. He's awesome.
A car skidded on ice and flipped.
Well, I gotta get it back up onto its feet.
To winch it back on its wheels, he needs his truck to be facing the other way. But on the narrow highway, there's no room for him to turn around.
How far is the next exit up there?
There's a break here.
I think there's a pull-off.
It's about
just before this.
half 2 kilometers up, maybe.
So I'm just thinking, like, run up, turn around, come back.
Like, stop traffic, and then you can run back up it.
If it was the opposite direction, it'd be a lot easier. Just pull up, friggin' roll it over, and off we go. But I can't just do that. So I have to go to plan B, turn around and go up the highway backwards. Ah, I can turn around right there. Perfect.
The RCMP officer will block the highway so Chris can avoid oncoming traffic.
Okay, man, I'm spun around whenever you're ready.
There's a semi coming. When the semi passes, you're good.
10-4.
Chris heads down the exit ramp in the wrong direction.
This is an awful feeling. So I guess that's the semi. Just a white one, right? That's it?
10-4.
Okay, I'm on my way right now. Tractor trailer just passed. This is an uneasy feeling. You're driving on the wrong side of the highway and oncoming traffic, full well knowing that the oncoming traffic isn't coming.
New driver Chris had to go to an exit ramp to turn around.
Okay, man, I'm spun around whenever you're ready.
He's about to get his first taste of driving down the coke in the wrong direction.
This is an uneasy feeling. You're driving on the wrong side of the highway. Nothing like sprucing the night up. Well, I'm gonna run the winch cable down to there, then I'm gonna pull the freaking car down. Come on. Sweet. Law of gravity works every time.
Unlike his first attempt at car towing, this one goes smoothly. For Chris, moving all the way across the country for a job was a big gamble that he's still hoping will pay off.
It's hard some days, but I'm doing this to provide for my family, and this is my career. This is what I do.
Back at the shop, he realizes it's still not too late to call home.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Good.
Yeah. What are you up to?
I miss you.
I miss you too. Are you being a good girl? Yeah? Oh, that's good. All right, well, let me talk to your mom for a minute. Oh, hi.
How are you doing out there, honey?
Missing you.
I miss you too. Yeah. Are you liking work?
Yeah.
But I gotta get these kitties off to bed.
All right.
I love you.
Love you too. Okay. Miss you.
All right.
Bye.
Good night.
I'm here. It sucks, but what do you do, right? Do what you gotta do.
Rock down the size of a pickup, a bunch of little ones with it. Slide come down? Yeah, I guess they got rocks there the size of cars and pickup trucks.
On Highway 1, the rock slide that maintenance crews were fearing just happened.
We couldn't see where it was coming from, and there was smaller stuff rolling down the slope constantly, so I couldn't allow traffic to go through. Probably come from about 500-600 feet up.
Traffic is stopped, but the rocks are still falling.
There's some loose rocks up there, so the danger area right now is right here, so we're gonna move away from it.
Yeah, we're not moving. Are the rocks that big?
Yeah, it's the rocks the size of cars. It's gonna be a long one.
They clear the road, but they can't reopen it until a geologist assesses the stability of the cliff.
Just basically trying to figure out where the rockfall started from, to make sure there's nothing left up there to come down. 70-80% of the time they sort of do their thing and that's it.
He gives the okay to open the road, but the crews that monitor Highway 1 remain on high alert, and for good reason. Last season, a rock not much bigger than a basketball caused one of the worst wrecks of the winter, sending one driver to ICU and a second truck over a cliff. Plows normally used to push snow are put on 24-hour call to push rocks.
We got to patrol the roads at least 3 times every shift. Just a small rock the size of my fist on the highway. If you hit it with your car, you lose control. You go into the oncoming lane, you wind up having a head-on collision.
Thank you, Mr. Plow. You saved my ass again, sir. Take care. Be safe.
So, we'll put these, all that in there.
Chris is spending the evening alone in the shop.
I like working here. It's awesome. Whatever they give me, I'll do it. I don't care.
Rock slide over here. Truck hit a big rock. Tried to avoid some more. And away he went.
A call comes in for a pickup that hit a rock on Highway 1, and Chris takes it.
It's probably not a big deal at all. A guy's like, I don't know, it's a pickup truck anyways. I don't know if it was, I don't know if I heard it right or not, but they're over an embankment somewhere, maybe 15 feet I thought I heard, but could be wrong. Never driven this highway, absolutely not. 100% have ever drove this highway. So I have not a clue where I'm going. I'm just going to look to see where this accident is and see if they need help. Going through a tunnel. I'm gonna hold my breath. Okay, I'm not doing that anymore. Now, if we had a Jake brake, I would turn it on all the way through there to make a really big noise, because it'd be fun. This highway is nuts. The highway guy we're following right now, I see him drop his blade, and I'm going like, why is he dropping his blade? There's no snow or nothing. And here he is cleaning rocks off the road that's come off off the big embankment. It's nuts.
Currently, the truck is about 70 yards over the bank. We have DOH advised this may have been caused by a rock slide.
It just kind of clicked, like you got to really pay attention, I guess, on that road.
The a call out for Hope Search and Rescue for a semi-truck that went over the embankment.
I've on scene advises a couple of truckers have sailed down to the driver and have made contact.
New driver Chris is responding to what he thinks is a minor call.
It's a call out for Hope Search and Rescue.
But it turns out to be a lot bigger than he expected.
For a semi-truck that went over the embankment.
I'm just gonna pull over in front of you guys.
Just pull over in front of there. They're still doing the investigation, so.
10-4. Thank you.
It's a loaded Super B, or was a loaded Super B of 2x4s and stuff.
2x4s, yeah, wicked.
They're scattered everywhere.
Awesome. What, he just seen a rock and bushed her?
Oh no, he hit a rock. If you look over by that sign, he hit one, something like that hit him, so he sort of tried to miss more that were coming, and away he went.
About halfway down or so was one of the trailers and a bunch of lumber around it, 2x4s and stuff. The cab's pretty smunched up. The guy crawled right out of it looked like the back of the sleeper.
Okay.
And we found his lunchbox, and I think I got his logbook. We brought those back up. I didn't see any signs of anybody else.
It's not long before the big boys arrive.
Where's Adam?
Truck and trailer broke apart, and the truck and the lead trailer was so far down I couldn't even see it with a flashlight.
So one is there and one went past that way. That's the rear trailer there, right?
Looks like the pup, yeah.
Wow.
Or is that the truck?
It's a truck or something down there.
That looks like the truck.
It's too dark and dangerous to attempt a recovery tonight, so Chris volunteers to spend the night guarding the wreck.
Wear a hard hat all night because the rocks come through roofs here, right?
They didn't bring one.
No?
No.
Okay.
I got a high-vis vest.
Oh, then you're okay then.
The rocks won't get you. They'll go around you. As long as they can see you.
The wrecks here are, like, absolutely crazy. Out there's nothing compared to the hills here. It's more challenging and it's dangerous.
Back it up to that wide spot and get off the road more. You'll get hit where you're at. Have a good night.
First thing next morning, Jamie's team mounts up.
Okay, we'll see you over there.
Okay.
Today, Jamie is bringing along his other rookie, Gord.
Then I got a swamper.
All those wreckers were heading up there to pull that wreck out. I don't know where this guy is running, boy. That'll be a horrible ride.
Chris spent a long, cold night alone on the mountain, and he's ready for a day off.
I'm feeling like a bag of donkey.
But Jamie needs him back at the shop.
I feel like crap.
We have nobody in a small truck around there, so maybe if you just stay around there and help her with the small stuff if something happens, if you can.
Chris may be looking a little worse for wear, but Jamie's starting to see the tow truck driver in him.
I'm impressed with Chris all the way around. He's a go-getter, and he's getting at it, you know? You need guys that are going to get up and go in the middle of the night and get out there. You know, if he keeps his head down and he's at it and he's steady Eddie, I think he'll go a long ways.
But if Chris wants to be a heavy rescue driver, he's got to dress like one.
Hey, where'd you get those pajamas from? You were wearing them up here?
Well, I have my coveralls on, but...
Oh.
So to have a nap, I thought I would...
Wear your pajamas.
Yeah.
Them are sexy.
Yeah, they're nice, eh?
Oh, babies.
What? No.
Anybody laugh at you?
No.
Okay, buddy.
All right. See you later.
Yeah. So this is where he went over? It looks like he went right over here. Right off the cliff. Holy that truck's down a long ways, eh?
It is, yeah.
The Super Bee hit a rock, swerved, and went off the edge of a cliff.
It's gotta be what, 200 feet down?
It's being held by a few trees 200 feet down. But the bigger problem is the active railroad track 200 feet below that.
Is there one coming through right now? If we disturb something, it tumbles down onto the train tracks. We can derail this train, or we could interfere with the train's operation.
Someone has to climb down the cliff to attach winch lines to the wreck. A perfect chance for new guy Gord to prove how good a swamper he really is.
Nice knowing you, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
He's got to get himself and the heavy rigging down a steep, unstable cliff.
There's huge rocks everywhere, and any moment in time, those rocks are just gonna let loose. It's pretty hard to hold the cable and haul a big chain down, right? It's backwards.
You okay, Gord? Is he okay? You all right?
Hole right there.
How deep?
I don't know, like 4 feet.
Careful. I don't know if we'll have enough cable for that. I better get up on top and look.
20 feet from the wreck, he's almost out of line.
I'm just making sure I don't get it all out there. How's he doing?
They're still working their way down.
It's gonna be really close. We're just about down to the last wrap, and I don't know if we want to go much more. I don't know if we want to go much more than that. How close is he?
How close are you to the truck?
I'm about 10 feet from the trailer.
Jamie needs to keep the last wrap on the spool so it can maintain its grip. So Gord tries to stretch it the few extra feet he needs.
Okay, I might hook onto the trailer now.
Just pulled like an extra 5 feet.
I just hook her on somewhere that will give her a bit of a pull and get it closer.
Okay, stand clear. Is everybody out of the way?
Jamie starts to ease it up the hill, careful not to shake loose anything that could fall down onto the track.
I'll have to really watch right now.
But after only 10 feet, the wreck gets stuck.
Wonder why it's hanging up.
He tries pulling harder, but no luck.
Well, it's hanging up on a rock, so we don't want to push it too much.
The cable can only take so much stress.
Coming out.
Last year, a simple recovery got a lot messier when rocks snagged an SUV and snapped Jamie's cable. Jamie's trying to pull the first section of a wreck up a cliff when it gets hung up on a rock.
We're there, Adam. Taking me off the ground, so. Well, it's hanging up on a rock, so we don't want to push it too much.
Pulling any harder could snap his cable and send the wreck plunging down onto an active train track below.
So we're gonna bring Adam's truck in here.
With 2 trucks and 2 lines, they can maneuver the wreck around the rock.
We're gonna have to do a shutdown. What he's gonna do is he's gonna put his truck up and he's gonna go across the highway so it's more dead on to the wreck.
They use a heavy rigging chain to send Adam's winch line down to Gord.
Are we all clear?
That's clear. Let her go.
That's it. Yeah, we're about 24 feet too short.
We need more chain.
Okay, you guys ready? Yeah, go ahead.
Throw this one down there. He's about 20 feet, he says. So.
Stay back, Gord. Okay, here it comes.
It actually jumped off.
As Gord hurries to rig, the traffic on the shutdown highway continues to back up.
Hey, Adam, I think we can go, eh?
Jamie and Adam play off each other's lines to wiggle the wreck loose from the rock.
Got her now, I think, Billy.
Got her, Adam. You're the man. Boom all the way out. Suck it up. I'll unhook it. We'll just get her down the pull-out. Let the traffic flow for a bit, and then we'll regroup and find out what we're going to do after that. Well, right now what we're going to do is get the sleeper and the cab.
One section up, 2 to go.
Sun's going down, eh? We'll be lucky just to get this stuff out of the drink here.
Yeah.
Jamie.
Go ahead, Gord.
Go ahead. You can pull.
They pull up what's left of the demolished truck cab.
Whoa.
Remarkably, the driver not only survived, but climbed back up the hill on his own.
I can't believe that guy got out of there, man. That's just unbelievable.
Not much left of that. His radio's actually underneath his dash there, and his microphone was there, so he did call for help. Well, now we've got this loaded up now. It's gonna go to town, they're gonna unload that. We're gonna pull out the last trailer now.
They still have to recover the rear trailer.
This is really, 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 really dangerous.
It's the most damaged and the most unstable. All the rigging points are on the bottom. If it comes loose, it could take Gord with it.
That one strap by the tarp is holding it from flopping over, I think. I know. I really don't. One strap's underneath the lumber. I don't like that at all. If he just so much as juggles the lumber underneath him,
It's like a domino effect. It'll just go. Gord's not experienced enough to know that if he rocks the boat with his trailer too much, it's gonna go over on him. And I can't have him getting hurt on the job.
Be careful to not upset that thing. It's just hanging there, right?
Yeah.
So be very, very careful about touching that trailer. It's just sitting on its own, right? You move that trailer a little bit, it can take off on you, right?
Rookie Gord is trying to rig up a trailer that's barely hanging on to the side of a 400-foot cliff.
So really think about, before you touch it, where you're gonna hook up to it.
Yeah.
And you don't want to be on the bottom end of that for too much, I'll tell you that.
Basically what's going through my head is pretty much my daughter. I mean, that thing could have just taken off any minute.
Hook it up to one of the axles, just around the axle. Be very delicate that you're not...
I could hook it to the front of the fifth wheel plate.
Do that. But be very careful.
I don't like that at all. Yeah. I don't like him being underneath that like that. In fact, you know what? Hold on to this. Yeah, I should go help him. I don't want him to have a... This thing is so dangerous, like, it's wickedly dangerous. Let me see this one.
I could have stood on the wrong 2x4 and that trailer could have went down the hill with me. And Jamie saw it right away and he came down. And I gained lots of respect for him.
So imagine you wouldn't want to hook up on the bottom side of this. You know, that decides to go or something, you know what I mean? Huh. There's nowhere to hook to, eh?
With no good options, he rigs to the corner of the trailer frame.
It's not a great spot. It could tear apart, but better than you getting hurt. I don't like the way it's hooked up. Where we've got it hooked up on the corner of the trailer is really not the greatest. So there's a good chance that this thing could pop out. So we got to be really careful of that.
It'll hang a little cockeyed, but I think you'll be okay with it.
Isn't that beautiful? We're just doing a good job today.
I'm getting better.
Yeah.
That was my biggest wreck that I was swamping on by myself, so it feels good when the boss trusts you to go down the hill and do the job.
This wreck really rates up there with the wildest ones of the year. To be able to pull a wreck off like this is amazing.
So it's mission complete.
You know, this engine's firing on all cylinders. We've got gear, we've got the team, we've got the new guys. You know, we're the best of the best in the industry to deal with this kind of stuff. I don't think it gets any better than that. I really don't.
Next time on the highway through hell.
As soon as we try to flip, it's going to be a mess.
Heavy Rescue has to get 42,000 pounds of apples
Rock and roll.
off a vital bridge.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Tensions between Jamie and Scott
I've got to cut costs.
reach a boiling point,
I wasted my whole winter.
and a good deed on the coke
Came down the hill and then struck the woman that got out to help.
ends in tragedy.
Horrible.
This time, on the highway through hell,
There's a sheet of ice up here.
a semi slams into a concrete barrier,
That looks like a big mess.
shutting down the Coke's most important exit.
Watch out! Whoa!
A new driver joins the team.
Oh my God.
I don't think he's got the experience he says he does.
And another pushes Jamie too far.
You're just kind of dragging your ass.
I need to start saying no.
Plus, a massive pileup
Here comes the chopper.
sends air rescue to the Coke. In the rugged mountains of the Pacific Northwest, there's a highway like no other. The Coca-Cola is an engineering marvel. But when the weather turns bad,
Look out! It's like the Bermuda Triangle of truck accidents.
keeping the Coke open takes an army
When the highway shuts down, the world shuts down.
and a last line of defense.
Jimmy Davis en route.
A heavy rescue team ready to tackle any disaster. Because here, closure is not an option.
Blowing up on the top. Icy spot. There's a sheet of ice up here. All icy. You're going to do it spinning going up.
On the Coca-Cola, an icy roadway has drivers on edge.
See what they're driving on?
You come down around a curve, and before you know it, you're completely out of control.
It's just another night out in the battlefield.
What's this about a wreck? Yeah, I got an accident here just on the other side of this corner, guys.
At 4 a.m., Jamie gets a call for help from another tow company.
That looks like a big mess.
There's a semi on the off-ramp. The axles are ripped right out of this trailer. We're going to give Tom's towing a hand.
The wreck is blocking a major exit ramp near the eastern end of the Coke.
On the road's pretty icy, so we're going as fast as we can, but we got to remember too that if we don't get there and we wipe out, we're no good to anybody. He just went around the corner and lost his wheels. Wow, unbelievable.
As it took the ramp, the semi lost control. The back end fishtailed and slammed into the concrete barrier. The impact sheared off the trailer's two rear axles.
So he's ridden this guardrail and he's knocked out 8 of them down there. But I think they weigh like 3,000 pounds apiece. If these guardrails weren't here, he'd be over there.
Because space on the ramp is so tight, Tom from Tom's Towing needs Jamie's rotator to get the wreck moved before morning traffic hits.
The rotator is the ultimate machine you can use if you want to quickly clear wrecks off of highways.
What do you want to do? You want to hook the front and get it up? Pull the truck out?
Yep, and he can take the truck. The problem with this wreck is that we don't have any wheels under it. I'm gonna back up and turn around. We're gonna pick this stuff up here. Tom's is bringing a flatbed for that.
Tom wants to load the sheared off axle onto his flatbed, but the trailer is in the way. So Jamie needs to move it.
I'll just get the boom out, then I'll get a couple of chains and run them in there. I'll pick that up first, get it out of the way for a minute. On the hook.
Now you're going to find out how heavy it is.
Yeah.
As he gets it in the air, the truck cab starts to slide back down the sloped, icy ramp.
Seems like it's moving. Felt like it was sliding back to me. I pick the trailer up and I start moving it. The truck starts coming back. It could have rolled into me. Not very good. can do it.
A trailer's rear axles are mounted on a track, so they can be adjusted for the weight of the load.
Okay, this is gonna flip around.
When it hit the barrier, the whole assembly snapped off.
It's just like, comes off the end. Quite a lot of damage here just coming around a corner.
Just set her on the deck.
Is that good there?
Yeah, that's good there.
Did that all on your own. That's a good 22.5 too.
Hey, it's a good one. We got a keeper.
Next, they need to separate the tractor so it can be towed away. But they can't get the kingpin to release.
Uh-oh. She's tight, Jamie.
A kingpin locks the tractor and trailer together. The accident knocked it off center. Now it won't come loose.
Just too much pressure, the pin against the jaws, because when he crashed and finally stopped, probably the truck kept on going. I'll need you to somehow swing the trailer ahead, eh?
Too tight?
Yeah. Still tight against the jaws.
I don't know if I can swing it ahead. Sometimes when you lift it up, come loose.
Jamie wants to use the rotator to lift the trailer and relieve the pressure.
Try this. Okay, ready?
But as he lifts, now the back end of the trailer starts to slide.
That woke me up.
So he sets it down.
Trailer decided to move over a little bit on its own, kind of find its happy spot. We're having a little bit of trouble getting the fifth wheel because your truck's on an angle and the trailer's on an angle too. They're on the opposite angle, so there's a bit of trouble there. So what should we do then? Go up a bit? Oh, it's trying to level itself?
Yeah, maybe lift up on this one?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Jamie tries again, using a second winch line to level the trailer.
How about that? Nothing?
Do that again, Jamie?
There.
Okay.
Okay.
Just then, Scott arrives.
You grabbed the hook.
With the kingpin now released, Tom's driver, Dwight, hooks his winch line to the tow ring on the front of the tractor.
Yeah, I think we're ready to go.
Dwight gets the tractor free, but the back axle is so twisted to one side that Jamie's worried it's going to roll over the rotator's outrigger.
Okay, stop for a minute. I went over to my control to lift the leg and push it in so that he could clear it. He should take a good run out so he's got enough room to get behind.
Okay, you take it more ahead.
I'll just use the truck power.
Watch out for Jamie. Oh!
He just went around the corner and lost his wheels. Wow.
A semi's rear axle sheared off when it slammed into a barrier on an exit ramp. Tom's Towing has called in Jamie and his rotator to assist in the tricky recovery.
Yeah, I think we're ready to go.
They get the cab separated from the trailer, but Jamie doesn't want its bent axle to run over the rotator's outrigger.
Okay, stop for a minute. I went over to my control to lift the leg and push it in so that he could clear it.
Watch out for Jamie. Oh! I knew it was gonna happen.
What's he doing?
How are you there?
Just go.
Keep going.
About there.
Good.
Winner and still champ.
I was more worried
I
about
thought
you standing there.
Yeah, well, I tried to get the leg in here so that he could clear it. That's what I was doing, getting the leg in.
Oh, okay.
And then I thought he was just going to run ahead and freewheel.
No.
He just put it in gear and drove away. And I just, by the hair of my chinny chin chin, jump over top of the leg and get out of the way.
Disaster averted. The job goes on. The cab's back axle is so mangled, there's no way to tow it.
I guess we can't get this back axle off, eh?
I don't know, I'll rip it off. Okay.
Jamie wants to yank it like a bad tooth.
See, this one's got to come out outside of the frame rail here. Yeah, there you go. Stand back on this one, because it's going to be a bit of a rip and tear show here.
now. I got it.
Axle off, Dwight tows the tractor away. But they still need to move a trailer that has no wheels. For that, Scott's brought a special rig called a dirty dolly.
Dolly that goes under a fifth wheel, and it allows a trucking company to haul 2 trailers at one time. We keep in the yard and we use it maybe once every 2 years.
They could lift it onto a flatbed, but they're in a hurry. Morning traffic picks up in less than an hour.
When the highway's closed, it's probably in everybody's best interest that we move wreckage as quick as possible.
Hold it! Hold it! Okay, we're good. You don't have to go ahead.
What I do, just spin that around and face it right straight back.
Yep.
The plan is to attach the dirty dolly to the front hitch, then tow the trailer from behind.
Right around.
Because they're turning the dolly around to use as a set of back wheels, they have to keep it from swiveling.
Just pick that chain here.
Yeah.
Through here.
To do that, they use chains to secure it to the frame.
If you didn't chain the dolly straight, it would pivot on the fifth wheel, and then you'd be into somebody else's lane.
What you got going on there?
I don't.
Unhook that hook.
For this to work, the chains need to be tight.
Hey, Gord, lift up on it here. Tighten that up. Lift up on this. Lift up on it.
You guys all good?
Good enough.
It may not be the best looking rig on the road, but it gets the job done. And the ramp open.
You gotta fix me up on the phone. I have no cell phone.
No problem. Okay.
Back in the yard, Sammy welcomes the newest member of Jamie's crew.
My name's Chris Harton. Show me my new room.
No problem. We're in.
Chris Harton is from back east.
We'll take it and go.
He heard about Jamie Davis and sent him an email.
We needed more help for the winter, so we thought, okay, we need the guy right now. We hire him on the spot.
One quick thing. We don't smoke inside, that's all.
Yeah, perfect. Done.
Sound good?
Got it.
Thank you very much.
For now, Chris will be roommates with Sammy in a trailer in the yard.
I'll even open the door for you, sir.
Chris is confident he can handle whatever the coke throws his way.
Woohoo! I did the exact same thing in Ontario. Just want to rock out. That's my goal. Will put me right there.
You know what? I have a feeling that you're gonna do it.
With veteran Bruce just retired, the plan is to put Chris in the old Holmes wrecker.
There you go.
Better look after my baby.
Oh, I'll look after it. Don't you worry.
He better or I'm gonna slap him.
Can you see that? Chris better
Anybody come down off the coke recently? It's snowing fairly bad and the snow plows are out.
As the day fades, snow starts to pummel the mountain.
Yeah, I got a feeling we'll be staying up today.
All signs point to another long night on the coke.
Avoid driving in bad weather. Hell of a good idea.
Adam heads up the hill so he can be in position when the wrecks begin.
Something will happen, always does. All it takes is one guy with tires to cause some havoc.
Across town,
Knock, knock.
Scott's picking up the old General at the repair shop. When he hired Scott, Jamie promised to buy him a brand new heavy wrecker that's even better than Adam's.
Shiny stuff, chrome flares, lights, light rack.
Yeah. Shiny, shiny. So we're a couple weeks out?
Couple of weeks out.
Yeah.
But 2 months into the season, it's still not done. In the meantime, Jamie's put him in a 28-year-old GMC 5-star General. Last week, the heater stopped working.
So there's heat in it?
No, cabin heat, only have defrost. When that switch is on high, that's all you got. So that's where it's at.
Was there any actual factual heat coming
Yes.
out of it? All right. It'd be able to put a match out?
No. Yeah, it would. It would put a match out. Maybe not a lighter, but it would put a match out.
All right.
With a storm hitting, Jamie wants him to spend the night up on the coke.
Running like an old truck does. Noisy and stinky.
Driving the General, I mean, it's kind of like the penalty box. Nobody likes to be in it.
No heater in here.
As the temperature drops, the defroster struggles to keep up.
I just gotta kind of duck down like this. This just won't do. Running like an old truck does. Noisy and stinky.
Tonight, Scott's working the coke in an old wrecker with a broken defroster.
I just gotta kind of duck down like this. This just won't do.
He comes up on a double trailer spun out in the right lane.
A little quickie. Just about to the top, blew all his chains up.
It's a simple bread and butter pull-up.
Okay, just come up on it and I'll just give you a little jump and we'll get her going. He's golden now. This thing's so light. Suspension, and it isn't a real good suspension for doing this kind of work. We're hopping a big time wheelie.
The double load turns out to be too much for the old General.
This is ridiculous. If I had my new truck, none of this bull would be going on like this.
To add to Scott's embarrassment, Adam pulls up in HR 52.
Get Adam to come and do this. I can't do it. That thing is a pile of I'm popping wheelies. Like I'll pull 4 feet of air. Yeah. But it ain't pulling the guy up there. I'm gonna give it one more shot and then I'll get you to. Okay. Yep.
The General truly is an embarrassing truck to drive.
The old General digs deep. And somehow gets her done.
If I had my chains on loose, I'd have torn the right then and there.
Scott manages to tow the semi to the top of the hill. But he's not feeling like a winner.
Just write him up his bill here and send him on his way.
He calls it quits and heads home early.
I've decided enough jumping around like an idiot trying to get done because all it's doing is causing me grief. I could be sitting at home watching my TV on my nice couch.
The next morning, the General's parked in the yard, but Scott's a no-show.
Well, I went up last night, pulled 5 trucks up.
Scott's short shift last night does not go unnoticed.
Scott? Yeah. I pulled up the one guy and then left.
Really? What time did he finish at?
I think it was 11:30. I think he went down.
Wow. Not impressed.
We all drove the worst trucks in the world to start out with. You don't become the king in a day.
Jamie decides to take the General out for a test drive.
This ain't a bad old truck at all, if I can shift it. You know what, these guys are spoiled. You know, you get a brand new truck, you earn that truck. I could take any kind of a truck like this, bubble gum it together, duct tape it together, and I'd make $250,000.
Scott should be in that truck doing the job. I'll suck it up, princess. We all did it. We've all been there.
We got black ice report.
High on the coke, Wet roads and freezing temperatures are conspiring to create an invisible danger, black ice.
Just be careful up there, she's slippery.
We came around the corner just as struck spun out of control and went into the ditch. About 5 minutes later, that car came along and went in the ditch on that side. The road was just a sheet of ice.
He's going to help you, okay? There you go.
You get a nice piece of weather, and people tend to, to kind of pick up their speeds again.
Preventing black ice is something of an obsession for Highway Supervisor Blair Barr.
There's been a lot of accidents recorded in this stretch along this rock bluff.
Today, he's checking a stretch of highway that's notorious for freezing over.
In the wintertime, they never see the sun, so the pavement actually stays really cold. It's a really difficult thing to treat.
At VSA's maintenance yard on top of the Coke, black ice is as big a problem as deep snow.
We're going to have cars going off the road. They'll hit that black ice, all of a sudden they lose control and they go sideways. Hey Doug, so we got a flash freeze taking place. I'm wondering, can we get some juice made up? And, and we'll try and get it applied today before end of shift.
Traditionally, road ice is fought with sand and salt. But this year, VSA is trying a new weapon, beet juice.
It's really syrupy.
Made from sugar beets, it lowers the freezing temperature of water by 36 degrees Fahrenheit.
Tastes like soy sauce.
It was something that was picked up down in the States 10 plus years ago. Usually they use it as cattle feed, and somebody noticed that it actually melted snow one day. At the end of the year, we'll end up putting well over 1 million liters onto the highway.
We're gonna hopefully get that down in time before cars start going off the road.
Cold air and a clear day bring a new danger to the Coke, black ice.
The road was just a sheet of ice.
This season, highway crews are fighting back with a new weapon, juice from sugar beets.
At the end of the year, we'll end up putting well over 1 million liters onto the highway.
The beet juice is used on sections of the highway that get the least sun and the most black ice.
It's changing the makeup of the snow, so it won't allow the crystals to freeze. So you can't actually form a layer of ice and compact that you typically see.
Stays where you put it and does its job. This winter we've had as high as minus 35, and the juice kept the slipperiness away.
Later that day, Supervisor Blair Barr returns to check if the juice is working as advertised.
Frost on the sides of the road, and it's still wet on the traveled lanes.
Yeah, so
it's doing its job. It's something that we have to deal with, and by applying this product, we're totally avoiding a dangerous situation.
That night, Sammy is treating new roommate Chris to some of his homemade Fijian chicken.
Sammy's a good guy. He's hilarious.
What do you think?
I think it's really good, but it's really hot. I'm not a big spicy guy.
That's fine. That's all right. Chris on my trailer. What are you gonna do? He's gonna sleep outside? Come on. Have a little heart. He left his family to come here. Just like me.
Bula, bula, bula.
Somebody put their car in the ditch.
Hello.
When a call comes in for a car off the road, Jamie decides to give Chris his first taste of the mountain.
You gotta be relaxed.
And Sammy tags along for moral support.
Off we go. Windy, turny. There's a car in the ditch somewhere, so I'm on my way up, me and Sammy.
This is totally different here. Look at this. Look at this bees. Look at the bees. 1, 2, 3. Oh, they're going hard. You gotta watch these guys.
You have people flying by you like you're standing still.
It's all good. You give me a star. We're Bula.
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 It's the car. Yeah, let's go look at this thing.
Yeah, let's go.
Hey, what's going on?
You guys okay?
Yeah. Moose ran out in front of me and I just missed him.
The car's barely damaged and it's on its wheels.
Wow.
What do you think? Maybe a quick one or what?
This should be an easy one.
Pull it backwards.
Yeah, go ahead. It's all good.
You think that'd be, I think that's probably the best. Cars aren't my specialty. I'd rather do transports. I do not want to wreck this car.
You okay with that, or do you need help?
Think that'll hold it?
Yeah.
All right. Let's do this. Find your light down there. Watch it.
Little bit more, little bit more, little bit more. Keep going. Okay? Yeah, keep going. Oh, whoa. Okay, now, hold up.
The car gets stuck on the embankment.
I wanted to get it over a little bit more because this is cut out more.
That's good. Leave it.
Sammy, who has never towed a car in his life, starts coaching.
Angle and take it away. That's all you gotta do. You gotta get the lift up before you drive it. Lock that thing up, man. Lock it. You don't need it.
Oh.
Well, lock it.
How are you supposed to lock it?
I don't know. You're the tow truck guys, man. Hi, Bobo. Bye, Bobo. Nice dog.
I'm gonna hook this thing. Chain won't go in it. This is like a whole different ball game.
What should have been a quick tow is taking forever.
Pull it.
And I'm trying.
Keep going. Keep going.
Come on.
Go.
I'm pulling.
Chris finally gets it back on the road. Now all he needs to do is get it on the hook.
Sammy.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna lift this up a little bit. Back me up till I get to there.
Hey, slowly.
I'm watching you.
Got it.
Gotta find something to hook to. Nothing here. These cars suck. Oh my God.
An easy tow clocks in at 2 hours and 15 minutes.
You know what? Whatever.
But Chris is just happy he got it done at all.
I've never towed a car in my whole entire life. Not gonna lie to you. I didn't even know how to hook it up.
The next day, word spreads about Chris's first attempt at car towing.
A little bit slow, eh? All else fails, come to Jamie's place, he'll hire you, right?
And he isn't much better at backing up a trailer.
Don't you learn that when you get your license? I don't know, I'm not a truck driver, what do I know?
Adam decides to check into Chris's credentials.
Not to be dumb, but that guy does have a class 3, eh?
Really?
Oh, does he? Have you checked his license or no?
No, I didn't.
Jamie assumed someone else had checked into Chris's background.
Let's see your license. We gotta make sure you have a right class for you even go anywhere.
Chris's license was issued back east in a different province.
That's what you're allowed to tow with. So I don't know.
Tow vehicle max 4,600.
That's a problem.
A 4,600 limit means he's only allowed to tow cars.
Is there a number for the motor vehicle branch in Ontario?
Here.
And I'll call them and just see. We're a tow company out here in BC, and we're hiring somebody from Ontario. He has a Class D license, so what does that mean he can drive? Okay, so 4,600 is the max he can haul.
Yeah, wow. He claimed to have experience, claimed to know what he was doing. Somehow he got through the cracks.
The driver's licensing here is way different than it is in Ontario, right?
For now, Chris's fate remains up in the air.
I think Chris is a nice guy, but I don't think he's got the experience he says he does. All he had was a license to drive a car. A lot of these guys come to work nowadays, figure they know everything, they've done everything, you can't teach them anything. I don't know. Only time will tell.
Adam's been called to help a semi that got stuck when he ran out of plowed road.
Yeah, this must be it here. If he just would have kept going, he would have made it just about. Well, I just about made her, eh?
The road tightened up. It was me and another truck trying to get past one another, and he hit the brakes and I hit the brakes, and the rest is history.
For Adam, it's a simple job. Hook up the toe pin and pull.
If he just would have kept going, he would have made it just about. Well, I just about made her, eh?
Adam hooks up to a toe pin to pull a semi out of a snowbank when...
Hey. Look at that. That could have been bolted on there very good.
The toe pin is built into the bumper, which is supposed to be securely welded to the frame.
Look at that.
But this bumper was only held on by a few bolts.
They only had to melt it onto 4 bolts. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, what the good is that? You want to just grab that end? We'll lay it up over the snow over here for now. Just let it go. That's good right there.
With no toe pin, there's nothing left to hook up to.
Well, I'll have to go to the back now.
So he pulls it out from behind.
I can get out of there now, no problem. Yeah, you can probably pull out of there now. You want to hop
Yeah, I gotta get out.
Yeah, you better get out now.
The driver packs up his bumper and heads off.
I felt for the guy, because now his truck looks like but what do you do? I don't know. I wasn't even pulling that hard on it.
The next morning, after going AWOL for 2 days, Scott shows up for work and kicks back with newly retired Bruce.
What are you gonna do today, Brucey? That a boy. Well, I feel like semi-retiring today too, Brucey.
Yeah, you know it. Hanging around the table, drinking coffee and smoking, and nobody's getting anything done. He's not earning me money. He's costing me money.
Super Jam.
Do you want me to find somebody to run the General if you don't want to drive it?
I'll run it when we need to run it.
If you don't really want to drive that truck,
I have
can't
no
have it
problem
sitting
running
there.
the truck.
Either tell me no, I'm not going to run the thing until my other truck comes.
It doesn't bug me running it, but you know. But you know, like today, for instance, like I came in and I got to go run over and help this guy do that. I got to run over and help this guy do that. You know, I'm just run off my feet. Have you ever?
Oh God.
Huh? No.
Come on.
I can't relax because there's so many things that people are always calling on me. I need to start saying no.
You know what I think? I think you got to go home and holiday for a week, because you know what? You're just kind of dragging your ass anyway. You might as well just go home. I'm just run off my feet too. Unbelievable. Scott's building on me and building on me and building on me, and I'm hoping that something's going to change. He's going to be this powerhouse that we wanted. But that's not really happening.
So I'm not very happy with Mr. Jamie right now. I'll say, well, if you're not going to drive it, I'll get somebody else to. Well, go get somebody else to, because I'm done with it. I'm just going to get the hell out of here.
Scott drives off and doesn't come back.
Anybody hear anything about a serious accident on the coast?
Yeah, I've got another accident here.
A call comes in that moves everything else to the back burner.
2 accidents happening. One's northbound, one's southbound. All lanes are closed. They need the highway open right now.
There's a sheet of ice up here, and we're going to have a lot more crashes.
Black ice, it gets people off guard. They think everything's beautiful here, but it's really not.
At the summit of the Coke, two separate accidents are blocking traffic in both directions.
They shut her down and drop.
An SUV lost control on the ice. A Super B, trying to avoid it, jackknifed and trapped it against the guardrail. In the southbound lane, a car slowed to look and a truck rammed into it.
This is a compound accident, traffic slowing down to take a look. Next thing you know, we have people colliding into each other.
Are you gonna pull it? I'll get this one. I'll get that guy.
Jamie leaves the fender bender for a snowplow to clear and backs down to the more serious wreck.
There's some people trapped in the vehicle. He jackknifed into her and squished her up against the no post.
Yeah, that thing's tucked in there really good. Oh, yeah. No messing around in a situation like this.
We're not there yet here.
The driver and passenger are still trapped in the SUV. Fearing spinal injuries, rescuers want to backboard them in place.
Hey, you want the small cutters here? Small cutters.
Salvage expert Jim Lasser is a volunteer member of Hope Search and Rescue. They use a hydraulically powered shear called the Jaws of Life to bite through the door hinges.
A little bit further.
It's an hour to the hospital by ambulance when the highway's not covered in ice. So the decision is made to get them out by air.
We're going to bring two helicopters. Going to land one here and one up a little bit behind it. We're going to be bringing the air ambulance in, get the patients out, and get the highway ones.
Here comes the chopper. I don't think in my lifetime I've seen two helicopters land on the highway at once.
Man, they can land those things good.
That job gives me goosebumps. Two helicopters land on the highway at the same time. All these guys come running out. Oh, that was a beautiful job.
45 minutes after the accident, on the remote Coke summit, both victims are on their way to the hospital.
Air ambulance is just taking off now.
Now, the ball gets tossed to Jamie.
We have two helicopters on the ground, so south and north are both closed.
The traffic backup is the longest one so far this season.
Get the hook in.
Hundreds of vehicles have been at a dead stop for almost an hour.
The Coca-Cola is closed. Coca-Cola is closed, everybody, till they clean up that accident.
The delay to medevac victims from a wreck on the Coke has caused one of the worst traffic backups all season. Now, it's up to Jamie to get the highway open.
It's showtime for us. We could start moving things if you're good with it.
He's called Gord to bring a light-duty truck to tow the demolished SUV.
Go around, go down the over ramp, come back, come on my side, and then you can get this out of the way.
To get to it, Jamie needs to first get the jackknife truck out of the way.
Yeah, Jim. Pull the yellow button, but make sure the red one stays in.
Sammy makes sure the tractor's air brakes are on before Jamie moves it.
I just don't want it to roll straight ahead. Okay, undo the front.
Once he gets it straight, he's hoping it can be driven away under its own power.
If you can kind of go like this a couple times and just get it so that the cab's around enough for me to get the car out of here. The problem here is that this is jammed into the car. He can jimmy it back and forth a little bit. We'll get the little truck in here. I'll watch your back end, okay? You got only about this much back.
But the truck doesn't move. The air brakes on the two trailers are locked tight. The brakes need air pressure to release.
It's not leaking air anywhere, is it? It's not building air.
It's a safety feature that in this case is turning into a headache.
In any other situation, you'd press your button on the dash, air goes in the chamber, and releases the brake.
Jamie suspects there's a leak in the hose that feeds air to the brakes.
With the broken airline on here, you can't put air to the unit and you can't release the brake. So at the end of the day, this thing isn't moving anywhere.
Does anyone know how long the highway will be closed for, Highway 5?
An air leak too small to see has hundreds of vehicles at a dead stop.
All those cars are backed up and they're waiting on you to get that thing out of the way. There's a lot of pressure on you.
Hey, can you get the hook in?
You're in.
Jamie drags the tractor out of the way so they can move the SUV and at least get one vehicle off the highway.
Okay, get the 440 in here. A little more. Keep coming. Go as far as you can.
With the air brakes locked, Jamie's not sure how he's going to move the semi.
I don't know where it's leaking from.
The air leak could be anywhere in 60 feet of hose. In other circumstances, he'd use caging bolts to force each brake open.
So we've got a B train that has 7 axles of caging brakes. You'd have been there for 2 hours doing that.
What a gong show that road is.
Traffic is backed up for miles. So we really need to get the air flowing on this thing.
He tries once again to find the leak.
Well, there's an airline broke here.
A fitting on a hose that connects 2 air supply tanks appears to be broken.
One little fitting, one little airline, and that's stopping this whole thing from getting off the highway.
Maybe we can jerry rig it to get some air to go. So if you bend that line over, crimp it with a vice grip or something, I'll put a plug in there. It should work.
Jamie digs into his bag of tricks.
Okay, so we gotta improvise. What do we do? Let's have a look. Is it bent over nicely? We taped it up a little bit, and we're putting a brass fitting in here, so that's what we're doing right now. So it should be good now. You wanna try it, Ken?
That's all good.
Okay, good.
The brakes release.
I don't even know if we're gonna get that out of there.
But now, it turns out the tractor's too damaged to drive and will need to be towed.
That's one side is low, eh?
And the bumper's too banged up for Jamie to get his tow bar far enough underneath.
Not gonna work. It's not gonna work. The truck's too low to the ground to get under, so I'm gonna try to just lift it.
He lifts it enough to get blocks under the front axle.
Hey, Sammy? You got a block?
Yeah.
Hoping this will give him the clearance he needs.
Oh, no, this way, yeah, to the right.
At the 5-way of Britain.
Good. Good. Okay?
Yeah, 10-4, I'm gonna open up my side here. All right, you guys, hop back in your bus. We'll get you out of here.
After a more than 2-hour shutdown, the Coke is finally back open.
So now the highway's open again.
Look at the lineup, eh? Oh.
Well, they're all traveling that highway to get somewhere. That's a pretty huge thing that you were the guy who got them going.
Is 5 open?
Jamie Davis just pulled the last trucks off the hill there.
Coke is open.
Next time On the highway through hell, mountains on the move. Force a big rig into the darkness.
Oh, you hit a rock and away you went.
Oh, that's the rear trailer there, right? Wow.
A shattered B-train
Right off the cliff.
leaves Jamie's crew with an impossible recovery
I don't like the way it's hooked up.
Stay back.
that teeters just above a busy rail line.
This is really, really dangerous.
This time, on the highway through hell,
40 to 75 centimeters. It's the biggest storm I've ever seen.
the nastiest night of the year
Oh my God, it's bad. Oh my God.
becomes a nightmare.
Close until further notice.
When a load of methanol
Highly flammable.
Is it leaking?
strands drivers in an avalanche zone.
Keep going.
And a bad day gets worse when someone smashes the rotator.
Oh my God.
In the rugged mountains of the Pacific Northwest, there's a highway like no other. The Coquihalla is an engineering marvel. But when the weather turns bad,
Look out! It's like the Bermuda Triangle of truck accidents.
keeping the Coke open takes an army
When the highway shuts down, the world shuts down.
and a last line of defense.
David Davis en route.
A heavy rescue team ready to tackle any disaster. Because here, closure is not an option.
Listen to that forecast just a couple minutes ago, and it says we're supposed to get a good snowstorm.
Forecasters have just issued a heavy snowfall warning.
Anywhere between 15 to 40, 45 centimeters.
60 up on the hill, I'm thinking.
A monster storm has been brewing in the Pacific.
Oh, they're going to get that 70 centimeters easy up there.
It's about to run head-on into the Coke.
There's an advisory out on the 5. Oh, well, it's winter. Get ready to put on your chains.
Low water tank, go ahead.
Yeah, he's also put a travel advisory on stating heavy snowfall.
Yeah, copy that.
VSA Highway Maintenance has the contract to keep the highway clear.
Hey, Mike, we're gonna have replacements come.
Yeah, I've already phoned them and have it all planned out. They'll be leaving our yard at 10.
Up at the VSA maintenance yard, extra crews have been called in to get every available piece of equipment ready for the coming storm.
It should be good to go.
With a fleet of plows, sanders, and blowers keeping the roads clear of snow, the only thing left to take care of is the unpredictable trouble that comes with every big storm.
Way up on top, she's coming down like crazy.
On the Smasher, several semis can't make it up the steepest part of the hill.
Because of the grade here, as soon as they slow down or come to a stop, they're done.
The spun-out rigs have caused a traffic jam, blocking VSA's plows from clearing the still falling snow.
If there's the volume of traffic there, there's nothing we can do about it.
There it is, the Green Goblin.
But one guy is in the right place at the right time. Jamie's longtime rival.
Highways guys want me off, get them off the road, we'll get them off the road. Come up here properly equipped, they don't have this problem.
Run back.
I'll just pull you right out of there. This will be easy.
An early start got him a front row seat.
Just another day in paradise, really. I don't even know what's going on the number 1 or anywhere. It's busy here, though. Oh boy, this is gonna be good here. And if it's something impeding the flow of traffic, Big Green's gonna go down and hook onto it with its plasma magnetic pulling capability there and car whisper that baby right off the hill. As soon as we're going, start shifting gears.
He's surprised that Jamie's crew hasn't made it up here yet.
Well, I don't know where they are. I haven't seen them around. It's kind of odd. They're probably in bed sleeping, making cupcakes. Probably making cupcakes.
Down in his yard, Jamie Davis has been watching the storm gather strength for 2 days now.
Ooh, it's already coming in. Daily accumulations could reach 40 to 75 centimeters. It's a huge storm. This could be the big one tonight. This is the biggest storm I've ever seen.
But tonight, Jamie is not going anywhere.
My 5-year driver's license expired. It kicked in for me that day. I need to get it renewed. I need my driver's license pretty big tonight.
The timing couldn't be worse. A call just came in for a wreck on the Coke. And he's forced to turn the keys to the rotator over to Scott.
You gotta look twice before you do something. You don't want to have an incident in this shiny truck. We're driving on ice. It's only -3. That's not a beautiful thing.
Come over the overpass, you'll see it.
Ken called for backup.
Get out or...
A Jeep tangled with a semi.
The guy that was driving this went to the hospital, but I guess the big truck doesn't need to be towed.
Turns out, Scott isn't needed.
Well, there's supposed to be a little bit more of an incident than it is, so... Keep going, man. Killer.
But he's not worried about lack of work.
And if we're gonna get 2.5 feet of snow, there's gonna be more than enough cookies for everybody.
Higher up on the Coke, the storm is getting fierce, and the plows are struggling to keep up.
I'll have to go back and forth here a few times.
You can only plow so fast. You can go down the road and 15 minutes after you've gone, it's totally covered again. It's amazing how fast it accumulates out here.
While the plows wage war with the storm, Jamie is stuck in the office battling bureaucracy.
And the quest was on to try to find a doctor, and that turned into a gong show.
Welcome to Dark Medical. Please listen carefully as our menu options.
I can't get my driver's license renewed because I can't get a medical done because I can't get a doctor. Unbelievable. Is there a walk-in Chilliwack somewhere?
Yeah.
Nobody will do a medical exam in Hope, so we're going down to Chilliwack to try to get a medical exam done.
While Jamie heads an hour in the wrong direction, the storm is unleashing its fury.
No matter how much sand we put out, it's immediately covered.
The single-blade plows are losing the battle with Mother Nature. But not to be outgunned this season, VSA has a new weapon on the mountain. They call it the tow plow.
26 feet long, the blades.
The biggest piece of snow removal equipment ever deployed on the highway.
We can clear fog line to fog line.
This giant plow can clear 2.5 lanes in one pass.
It'll do the job of 3 plow trucks, right?
Because it tows a computer-controlled trailer that swings to the side, more than doubling its reach.
Get the roads clear and people hopefully get home safely or wherever they're going.
Okay, class 1, right? Any drug and alcohol issues?
No.
Do you have any psychiatric problems?
Well,
back, muscles, joints, that sort of thing?
Not really. Probably a little heavy for my size, though.
I don't have any reason to say you couldn't work tonight.
I say now I can get out of that office and get back out to work. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Got it. Back to work. We're gonna head back up the Coke. The Coke is calling me. Hello?
Within 5 minutes, he gets a call for a wreck.
What's going on?
One semi knifed over in the ditch with a load of lumber.
Yeah.
The other one's a tractor with methyl alcohol.
Yeah. It's leaking too? Oh no.
Yeah.
Adam is already on his way to the wreck.
This is a real nightmare.
Back at the yard, Jamie suits up. But before he heads out, he's told there's something he needs to see in the shop.
Great. Unbelievable.
One of his trucks got smashed when Scott crashed into it with a rotator.
What is he doing on the hill without chains? He should know better than that. That's unbelievable. I tell you, man. It makes me want to cry. That's $10,000, man. Bumpers $1,000, a grill. This truck just came out of the body shop, just got painted. Look at your whole hood's pushed up. This is damn depressing. It really is. You know what? I gotta go on a call. I can't even look at this anymore. This is a new light you just put on? Unbelievable.
With his rotator still up on the mountain,
Might have to drive the old General.
Jamie's only choice is to drive the aging 5-star General he bought for Scott.
Take it and
Come
go.
on, let's just go. So while Scotty has my truck, I've got to drive the old truck because he's out in mine smashing it up.
This morning, Scott was supposed to change out a broken headlight.
Why is this thing not working like that? There's no headlights in the truck. Man, oh man. Look, here we go. Big box of headlights. Now I gotta take the truck out and the headlights are right here.
I don't know what's going on.
Why am I changing a frickin' headlight now? Why am I changing a headlight when it's snowing? Why would this happen in a snowstorm? Okay, let's just go. What a treat, eh, the General?
Where's the rotator, man? We should be riding in the rotator. It's bad. You can't get that other wiper going?
Not working.
The 2 Semi wreck is on Highway 1, 20 minutes outside Hope on a good night. But tonight, the road ice is so slick that traffic is barely moving.
How come nobody's moving? I don't see anybody moving. Should we get that radio and listen what's going on?
Any word on Canyon? Closed. No further notice. Closed due to high avalanche hazard.
Avalanche techs closed down the highway, so they're saying, hey, it's not safe to be here no more. But in the meantime, we have to clean this wreck up. So shut the road down, but we're still there.
Oh my God, it's bad. Oh my God.
A high avalanche risk has closed Highway 1.
It was the icy corner there.
6 miles up, a 2 Semi wreck is blocking the escape route in both directions.
Is there a hole in the trailer? So we don't know if it's leaking.
Adam arrives to find lumber all over the highway and a trailer that was ripped open in the crash. A B train lost control on the ice and hit a Semi that had stopped to chain up. Turns out, the trailer is loaded with canisters of toxic methanol.
There's a significant amount of risk. We are dealing with highly flammable, very toxic substance.
Because methanol is heavier than air, a leak could pool on the ground.
I'll read you what it says. May be fatal if inhaled, ingested, or absorbed through the skin. Highly flammable. Will be easily ignited by heat, sparks, or flame.
Okay, it is leaking for sure. Well, it's pretty toxic in there. So they're basically just going to wait until we get the okay to do anything here.
15 minutes later, the General arrives.
This is a mess. How much weight do you think it has in it?
20,000 kg of methanol.
Is it leaking?
No, I don't think so. If it leaked, we'd be dead by now.
The trailer had a gouge in the side. Really good possibility that that could have been a really volatile situation for everybody involved.
With the back doors locked, the only way to see what's inside is through a gash in the trailer.
There's one barrel sitting here that's not breached. Definitely been contacted.
They don't see any broken canisters, but for safety, Jamie wants the trailer moved down the road, well away from his crew. But they can't move it forward.
The trailer couldn't go up the road anymore because it was stuck where it was. He had no chains on. It was just too icy. So backing it down was the only option.
If I just tried to back this truck up by itself, it could take off out of control.
To keep it under control, Jamie gets creative.
Well, we could put Adam's truck up behind here with the wheel lift. He could put his lift like up to the back end here.
Yeah.
And could be behind so that the thing doesn't run away. But we could go down together and get down into the hollow and get it out of here.
Yeah.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have him back up to me, to this trailer, and just be my bumper down the hill. Good to go?
We're good?
I'm ready to go now. I'm gonna back up.
Hey, out of the way.
You got it, oh, now it's going.
Keep coming.
He released the brake, and I released my brake, and we all just kind of rolled it down all as one piece.
I can let it go.
Just sliding here. Oh, hold on here, hold on.
With no chains, the trailer starts to slide sideways on the icy hill.
Pushed me into the guardrail here, I think. Oh, just keep going some more.
That's working. Coming straight back.
Keep going, keep going.
The methanol is safely away, but now the snow is turning to rain, raising the risk of an avalanche.
Because it's wet, it's falling out in small little bits and amounts, and we just don't want anyone to get hit.
Oh, look at that ice, eh?
There was some snow falling down, and you could hear the branches breaking. I just wanted to get the heck out of there to a safer spot.
The RCMP are anxious to get the road open and the trapped traffic out of the avalanche zone. Even a small snowslide is enough to push a car sideways.
Because at least we can get this cleared open, maybe we can get some stuff, maybe start moving if we can.
Okay.
But they can't open the road until they get the lumber off it.
We gotta get this lumber out of here now. That's the biggest thing.
This is heavy, heavy lumber too. Well, we want to get a plow through here, but the road's closed from avalanches right now, so they won't even allow the plows to come through. So we're in an avalanche area here too, but we're committed. We should have had a loader there and just push that stuff right off the highway, but we make do with what we have.
What they have is Ken and his flatbed.
Hey, do you want to bring your flatbed in here? Try to suck this up?
Ken uses the flatbed's winch line to drag the bundles of lumber.
Move that baby up.
He hauls them down the road to a pullout. But he can only move one bundle at a time.
Busy, man, busy. I'm busy right now.
It's time-consuming, painstaking, and cold, tired, and miserable. Piss and rain out my feet, I'm soaked to the brim. Everybody was just about in tears. You see a bunch of rough and tough guys, all of a sudden, you know, they're not so rough and tough anymore. Well, we want to go home to mama, we're done.
Just when it seems it can't get worse, Scott arrives in the damaged rotator.
Told Jamie that I wrecked his truck a little bit. Told him that I was going to bring it back to the yard, and he said, no, just carry on. Nothing you can do about it now.
So show me what you wrecked. Right here. Oh my God. You pushed the whole body out. When you see your truck that you just paid $729,000 for, and it comes in, it's all bent up, it's pretty disheartening. It's depressing.
Oh. When Jamie went off like that, it just made me feel like a pile of
With dozens of vehicles trapped in the path of a potential avalanche, the rotator is tomorrow's problem.
It's gonna be a long night if you get there at all.
Right now, they've got to get a half-loaded lumber truck off a concrete guardrail.
Let's get these guardrails out of here. We're gonna try to pull this concrete block out. They're all kind of together on one cable.
The concrete blocks have a steel cable running through them. Jamie figures if he pulls the cable, all the blocks might come with it. They don't.
The cable breaks, and the concrete has no other attachment points, so now we've got to lift the tractor trailer up, loaded over top of this barrier. This is a big problem for us, to try to lift it over top of this. Still a lot of weight hanging there.
What you're dealing with is a truck that weighs, 15,000 pounds, but now you've got the whole loaded B train pushing it down into the ditch.
Okay, I'm going in. Down more. Okay, good. Leave it.
Sammy rigs a chain to the smashed front of the cab so they can lift it.
Okay, let's do this thing right now. Take it a go. Okay, I'm going in. Okay, good. Leave it.
It's the nastiest night of the season so far.
Avalanche hazard.
Traffic is trapped in an avalanche zone.
Highway 1's closed.
To get the road open, Jamie and crew need to lift a truck loaded with lumber off a concrete barrier.
Come to hold it.
Hold it!
The front of the cab is too damaged to lift all of the weight behind it.
Hey, Adam. He doesn't have the ability to bring it over. He needs you in the trailer.
Yeah, I'll go turn around and then come back.
This is a pretty difficult job to try to maneuver this out and around like this, and this is a lot of weight.
Adam gets in position, and they rig another line to the trailer's frame.
A Super B train is heavy. What he needs is Adam to get in here and just give him that little extra to lift that trailer over. You're good. Time to get out of the way. Careful. You want to change your angle? Boom up a bit.
Keep going.
Coming. There you go.
They get it off the concrete barrier.
That worked out pretty good. Get ready for a little reset.
Now they need to get it off the road.
Want to see the spark in there?
But as Scott pulls, sparks start to fly. The truck's battery is grounding out against the twisted frame.
The batteries are arcing out right now. So they could have a fire here right away. We'll undo that battery.
The mount is bent, so they can't get the battery out. They try brute force.
He's gonna rip this battery box off. Oh, well, I think it might do. It's not touching the grounds anymore. But
Scott pulls it straight so they can tow it away.
Okay, let's get it done, man. We'll get out of here, man.
Okay, stop there. I think we're good. Let's get out of here, man. I got it.
After a brutal battle, the wreck is off the road, and the backed-up traffic can finally escape from the avalanche zone. But nobody's celebrating.
That lumber wreck is the, it's the make you want to quit the business job.
By morning, VSA crews have cleared over 2 feet of snow to get the roads back to black. But all that snow has to go somewhere. Today, snowbanks higher than a truck cab need to be cleared to make room for the next storm.
We're at the stage now where the snowbanks are so high over the guardrail. So the only way we can get rid of the snow, we've got to use the blower to get rid of it.
But VSA's 2 snow blowers weren't designed for the steep grades on the coast.
These were designed for clearing airports, not highways.
Get the snow off the road as quickly as can before the next snowfall, because winter's not over yet.
You're gonna have to shut down.
The blower sucks up a tire chain that's come off a big rig. The damage is enough to send it back to the maintenance garage.
As fast as when we get one repaired, the other one's coming in to be fixed.
For now, VSA has only 1 blower to move over 125 miles of snowbank.
Mother Nature, you never win. You can fight her until hell freezes over, you're never gonna win.
Back at the yard, Jamie's got his own headaches, lining up repairs for the 2 trucks Scott smashed up yesterday.
Scotty slipped my legs up on my truck, or smashed the left front fender off it.
You know, you can do so much good stuff and just look great doing it, and you know, you feel good about everything, and then just in a blink of an eye, everything can just go so terribly wrong.
Smashed the back of the box and $10,000 damage. When you see your truck that you just paid $729,000 for, and it comes in, it's all bent up, it's hard on a guy. Let's not talk.
You know what? I'm gonna pay for that. I'm paying for that.
If you pay for it, I'll get it repaired. Everything with Scott's a problem. He's not earning me money, he's costing me money. And I'm starting to think, you know, this isn't working out between me and him.
Scott isn't Jamie's only headache.
They called me and said, you might want to phone your tow truck and find out how they towed it. And I said, well, okay.
Yesterday, Bruce did a routine job for a longtime client and somehow managed to damage the customer's truck.
No problem, I'm here for you.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Paul. Bye.
You bet.
Absolutely unbelievable. That could be $15,000.
For the last 2 weeks, Jamie's been trying to get Bruce to move into a lighter truck.
He needs to wind down a little bit and move into something a little easier.
But so far, Bruce has refused to give up his home's heavy wrecker.
I just told him that was bull.
I offered him the job in the smaller trucks. He basically tells me to go blow it out my ass. So I have no choice.
Too big, man. I have no idea, Bruce. I only work here, buddy.
Hey, Bruce. Hey, do you want to come in the coffee room there for a minute with me?
I have no idea, Bruce.
Thanks, Paul. Bye.
You bet.
Okay. Hey, Bruce. The final straw for Bruce was a phone call from a customer saying that he did $15,000 damage that I've got to pay for. I got to go over some with you. You towed that truck, the one where they locked the keys out of there. They phoned me and they said that thing's $15,000 damage to that truck. 15,000 bucks, Bruce. That's a huge, huge dent in this pocketbook.
Yep.
Like, I don't know what's going on lately, though, but it's just like you're upside down, you know what I mean? Up in the...
down, I'll admit it.
This is a hard thing for me to talk to you about, even, Bruce. I love you to death, Bruce, but I think you need to retire. I really do, you know? Hard day.
A hard day becomes a hard night when a call comes in at 2:30 in the morning.
What we're doing right now is going to a overturned reefer unit in Lytton. It could be a difficult job to do.
The road is a solid sheet of black ice.
Look at this Yahoo lumber guy, man. Holy me. This is scary to even be up here. Kind of a white knuckle ride, eh, buddy?
Oh, yeah. It's on the side.
Coming around the bend, and the truck and trailer started to jackknife.
The trailer spun 180 degrees, then slid into a ditch.
The tractor trailer's in pretty good shape, but it's on its side. Fairly intact. The wall's bowed out a little bit. I don't know how much damage is on the cab.
The cargo is $250,000 in deli meat.
Has 35,000 pounds hanging all on that wall, so the wall is bulging out on it. And if you start to hook onto it and pull it, give it some stress, it could break open. You look it over,
You know, this guy's done hardly any damage to this thing, and all he needs to be is write it up, and he's gonna be away to the races.
Jamie thinks he can pull off the holy grail of recovery, saving the truck so it can drive away, cargo intact.
That idea hit me within about 15 minutes of walking around that tractor trailer, checking out the truck, checking out the back end. I'm thinking, this is an airbag job. So we make a decision to just leave it there for the night.
So you're good with us doing it in the morning? I'll stay with it.
You can do whatever you want. My only concern is is that the tractor is unstable.
Okay.
And if you can stable it up and you're gonna sit here all night, that's okay by me.
The truck cab is teetering on 2 wheels. If it rolls, the trailer could rip open.
We'll just put a line on it just to hold it, just for a safety thing. That's what he wants to do. So.
Right. And then a guy, I can crawl up in there at that point then?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I want to make sure I get my pooch out of there. He was pretty shook up when we hit that ditch, man, I'll tell you. He was jittering pretty good.
A semi loaded with $250,000 worth of deli meat has rolled onto its side. In the cab, the driver's frightened dog wants out.
I want to make sure I get my pooch out of there.
The driver can't get to the dog until the unstable cab is secured with a safety line.
That's it. Okay, so you're secured on there now. Yeah. I got it. I got the wheel. I'll get the door.
Nice job, eh?
Thank you. I got you.
Good.
I got you. Oh. Thanks, man.
Yep, no problem, buddy.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Dog's out. Somebody has to stay with the unit. It's got expensive load of meat in it. So Sammy and I are gonna bunk down and end for end in the bunk tonight. Time for bed. Come on, Sammy, you ready to go to bed?
Let's do it.
All right.
I'm tired, eh? Are you?
Oh, yeah.
You didn't make the bed yet.
Next morning, Jamie is up early and chomping at the chance to pull off the perfect recovery.
There's a chance this guy's driving this home. To us, that's the holy grail of recovery.
The other side of the coin is, we come there and do a bad job. Bad words go down the highway a lot quicker than good word. My reputation rides on that kind of recovery work.
Smashing the rotator has put Scott deep in the doghouse.
I was pretty upset at myself for this happening in the first place.
He's hoping that today he'll get a chance to redeem himself. Adam arrives first and breaks into his best Scott impersonation.
Do we even need these airbags? All it takes is one pebble to tear the wall. We can't airbag them.
Who says that?
Scott.
Is that what he's...
Yeah.
Holy it headaches you.
Well, I wouldn't be doing that. Fuck, we don't have anybody left. Yeah, I think you need to sit Scotty down tonight and you see what his plan is.
Oh, I already got a plan for him.
This Scott thing is coming at me and coming at me and coming at me.
Right on cue, Scott arrives.
Well, this will be a pretty easy bagger, eh?
Hey! Menace. You're a menace. Leave this truck alone. It don't like you.
Instead of raising the trailer with winch lines, Jamie will use airbags. Inflatable airbags placed underneath spread the load over a wide area, hopefully keeping the heavy cargo from blowing out the fragile trailer wall.
See if I remember how to do this. It's been a while.
Scott has done dozens of airbag recoveries.
Yeah, put it right up in the ditch there so I can watch all the way down.
So he assumes he'll be the one in charge.
Bring it here.
But Jamie is in no mood to hand over the reins.
Just put it so it's this facing around, turned around, and facing this way, okay? If I'm the guy who's got to answer to the company why things happened or why something went wrong, I got to know that I was in control of that whole deal from front to back.
Scott figures he can at least start the air compressor.
Okay, let's start the compressor. Start the compressor. Start them up.
When was the last time this thing was serviced up, Jim?
I get it done all the time.
We'll start. I'll be right back. Just give me a second.
No go?
Well, you do that, I'll deal with this.
The rest of the crew unpacks the air cushions.
Air cushions are like big hands. They're flat. So they grab a big surface area with the cushion, and they're going to lift 150,000 pounds, those bags.
We can come in here with the big wreckers. We've got lots of power. We can just pull this thing right over. But we don't want to be tearing the wall out and lose all the product.
Yeah, so come up here as much as you can. And what the idea is, get that as far down this way and down into the corner as you can.
Twist, twist, twist. Turn, turn, keep turning.
So even though this load's, hanging here in the balance, it could break at any moment, this wall. There's still 37,000 pounds hanging on a shoestring here in the trailer. Easy for a trailer to split in half. Look at the ripple in here. I didn't see that before. So give me that in.
The hoses connect to a valve block that controls the airflow into each bag.
Make sure all those bags are under. You gotta watch where you're pushing. You can push up too hard on one bag or not enough on another, and you can push the wall in.
The low-pressure, high-volume system has more than enough lifting power for this trailer. The trick is getting the bags in the right spots.
The bag's coming this way. We gotta push it back in, okay?
The bags are made of tough hypalon, but like a balloon, the more they inflate, the more likely they are to rupture.
Pull that tree out. Pull that tree out. The idea is that they all go up nice and even together, but once in a while you might have a kink in a line or something, and one's pushing harder than the other one. You got to really be careful. So you're always watching the wall. We're equalizing all the pressures now. Now it's do or die right now. It's got to stop now. I want Adam to kind of start pulling on the rear end a little bit. Okay, and I'll be right back. Don't move anything, because this load's worth a lot of money. Okay, so there's only one guy makes that up. It'll be me. Okay. All right. So the bags lift that trailer up to the point where they can't lift anymore, and then basically what happens is the wreckers pull it over the rest of the way. And then you got to poke it up over top like that. Okay. Tell them to lift that boom up.
Straps are used instead of chains to put less stress on the fragile trailer.
You want the boom up?
Well, try to swing it so it's got some tension to it.
Okay.
Normally, they would position the booms directly above the trailer, but they can't because of low-hanging power lines.
Hey, you're pretty close to the power lines, too.
If the cables or booms so much as touch the 69,000-volt line, it could electrocute anyone near the rotator.
Hey, Scotty, no, you gotta be away.
I know, I'm going in and out.
No, away, you're going right up towards the line if you can see it. Hey, stop.
Jamie was really concerned about how I was putting the boom close to the power wires.
You gotta stay away from them power lines, buddy.
Yeah, I know.
Scott notices one crucial detail that gives everyone a little breathing room.
Those are media lines down below. The power is the 3 on the top there.
Yeah.
There were more communication wires. I felt that I was safe being away from it, and when I pointed it out to him, it was pretty much the last that I heard about it.
Yeah, just a little bit.
The load begins to shift onto the wheels and away from the weak sidewall.
You guys got it. So there's gonna come a time when this gets to its happy spot. Those bags are gonna go poof, they're gonna blow out. When they blow out, he turns the machine off, and then the wreckers do the rest. Almost there. Let a couple more, let them do their thing. Just let the bag start popping out, and I'll give you the moment. Real close.
But then, the perfect recovery starts to slip away.
Oh. Just let the bag start popping out, and I'll give you the moment. When you're getting to that critical moment, when it's up in the air and it's just about to flip over, those are pins and needles for us. Real close.
$500,000 worth of truck and cargo have reached the critical tipping point.
Oh.
Ice on the road is causing the wheels to slide.
We need gravel.
And Jamie needs a fix fast.
Got some gravel here? We need gravel because these wheels are slipping out.
He shovels gravel under the wheels.
See that wheel slip out? If that trailer skips out, we lose the whole load. You're gonna make it or break it. And if the trailer falls off the bags, splits open, meat all over the place, loser. Go a little more, Adam.
He's ready.
Top one, top one, top one, top one, top one. Okay, good.
With the airbag part of the job done, heavy rescue turns their attention to getting the rig out of the ditch.
What if we were to pull it back out straight the back ways? What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I don't know, I'm just thinking.
Scott sees an easier solution.
What about just sucking and trying to suck it this way stuff?
Winching it completely sideways?
Yeah.
Crank it as hard as you can, yeah. Stop for your brakes for a minute. Is that ever nice?
Beautiful. That's the best job of the season.
To be able to drive the unit away, especially after an incident as major as that, is a major achievement. Jamie Davis and his crew did a fantastic job. Fantastic.
As much as I'm bitching and whining about you, you do know how to run a record.
Oh, yeah.
And when we're doing a critical job like that, you did a great job.
Well, you're the incident commander.
Yeah.
Couldn't have done it without you, buddy.
Made me feel good that he had the confidence in me still to carry on and use his equipment like that.
There's no doubting Scotty's capabilities. I'm sure he can do it. Now, does he want to do it?
Okay, let's go have some Chinese food.
Later that afternoon,
It really wasn't my fault. The truck did it all by itself.
Scott is asked to explain how he damaged Jamie's prized rotator.
I just put those fades down, and I just lifted it a few inches.
2 nights ago, Scott parked the rotator on a steep hill directly above the flatbed. He flipped the ice cleats down to stop it from sliding, but they kicked out.
Did you have the spades down?
Yeah, and I wasn't lifting the tires off the ground. I was just getting some space so I could get in there with the chain so I didn't scratch all the chrome up.
You know what? Now that you tell me that, if you'd put the spades down without any kind of traction on them, like a cleat or a...
Well, I put those little wheelies down.
And they pop out all the time. As much as I'd love to yell and scream and say it's Scott's fault, I'm a realist too. I know that these things pop out.
And that's exactly what happened, is they popped and...
Anyway, it's spilt milk now. We can't cry over spilt milk.
That night, Jamie throws a retirement party for the original tow truck cowboy they call Crazy Horse.
Oh, Bruce. Gonna retire now?
I am retired.
Thought we were gonna retire together.
I am retired.
Okay, buddy, well, good luck, man. I'm gonna miss you big time.
Bula, 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 bula. Bula, bula, bula! Everybody bula!
I have a feeling for Bruce, man. I hate to see him go.
I'm gonna miss him. I'll miss him hard.
You know what? Brucey isn't sad, so why should anybody else be?
Comes a point in everybody's life where it's like, hold it. You need to stand down a little bit and relax a little bit, and me included, I'll get there.
I'm a legend, and I'm old school. Just that I was slowing down, and it was time to retire.
Yeah, I'm going home. I love you, man.
Yeah.
I love you.
Yeah. Crazy horse, crazy horse, crazy horse.
Well, I didn't stay very long. Kind of an emotional thing for me. I look at Bruce and I see myself.
20 years from now, I'll be Bruce. I'll be put out to pasture. I got 2 CDs, Aerosmith and Aerosmith Gold. Oh, Brucey, how we miss you. Brucey, how we miss you.
Next time on the highway through hell.
The sheet of ice up here.
A semi slams into a concrete barrier.
Looks like a big mess.
Shutting down the Coke's most important exit.
Watch out! Whoa!
A new driver joins the team.
Oh my God.
I don't think he's got the experience he says he does.
And another pushes Jamie too far.
You're just kind of dragging your ass. Go home.
Need to start saying no.
Plus, a massive pileup.
Here comes the chopper.
Sends air rescue to the Coke. This time, on the highway through hell.
4 inches of ice.
$1 million wreck
Look, jackknife!
leaves a load of prescription drugs stranded on the mountain.
This thing is hammered right in here.
That ain't good.
I've never seen anything like that before.
And
What is he doing down there?
the heavy rescue headaches keep piling up,
Why isn't he getting up the hill and opening the road? Tell me what you're doing.
forcing Jamie to get tough
Why are you up the hill?
with his most senior driver. In the rugged mountains of the Pacific Northwest, there's a highway like no other. The Coquihalla is an engineering marvel. But when the weather turns bad,
Look out! It's like the Bermuda Triangle of truck accidents.
keeping the Coke open takes an army.
When the highway shuts down, the world shuts down.
And a last line of defense.
Jimmy Davis en route.
A heavy rescue team ready to tackle any disaster. Because here, closure is not an option.
By 7 p.m. here, it's supposed to be 0 degrees.
It's a busy Friday evening, and the Coke is thick with trucks and travelers.
Mother Nature always can turn on you out here. The snow is changing to rain. This gets icy anytime soon, and you're gonna see a lot more accidents up here.
To keep the road surface from freezing over, highway crews have started laying down a mix of salt and sand.
The whole road surface is wet right now, and it's going to cool off. So what we have to do is sand and a little bit of salt. Otherwise, it just turns to a sheet of ice.
Higher on the mountain, the road has already iced over.
It's pure icy up there on the bridge at Shylock, going on the Shylock. I'm glad I brought a second pair of underwear, because I just about needed them.
At 7:48, just north of the Shylock exit,
Somebody crashed and blocked both sides of the Coke.
a semi has plowed into the deep snow. Both lanes of traffic are shut down.
I'm going to need at least one heavy wrecker for a truck and trailer that are in a ditch.
Within minutes, a fast-moving highway becomes a parking lot.
Literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of motors that are sitting in the queue down there.
trying to get to where they got to be.
Apparently a truck went through the no post and traffic's closed with no estimated time of opening. Don't tell me they're turning us around here.
At 8:01, authorities close the coke to keep the backup from getting even worse.
She's closed tonight. You guys will have to take 1 or 3.
They're closed down the coke now. They're turning everybody around.
They don't want to go back, they want to go through.
But for the hundreds of drivers already on the mountain, there's no escape.
Yeah, Jamie Davis is en route. Hey, go get him, Adam. He's up there.
The line of trapped vehicles extends halfway down the coke.
This time the traffic's backed up all the way almost to Merritt. That's about 90 kilometers worth of traffic backed up.
This thing is
The semi lost control on a grueling descent, bounced off the median, and slammed hard into a snowbank.
The truck is just mangled. The whole front end is tore right off the truck.
Hey, let's go. Grab this line. Come on.
It's not clear yet. We're still at a standstill down here.
You got highways breathing down your neck and general public breathing down your neck. And so you try to do your best to get it out of there as quick as you can.
Got it wrapped around the whole frame, eh?
Adam rigs up to the smashed cab, hoping this job is a simple pullout. But the wreck won't budge.
Ain't moving.
When the truck hit, the hot engine melted the snow.
Oh, it's buried right into the snow.
It quickly refroze, trapping the cab in a block of ice.
It's like concrete in there.
She's so far in the snow there, just can't do it with one truck.
So Kevin calls in the cavalry.
Oh, this is pissing me off. You got service? I got 1 bar and I don't want to move.
Jamie heads up in the rotator.
Yeah.
But now, ice on the road has spread all the way down the mountain.
I can see the sheen on the road. We're on ice. I'm losing my steering a little bit. Whoa, this is really icy right here. Hang on.
You got a copy there, Jamie?
Yeah, go ahead.
This thing is hammered right in here. I don't know if we're gonna get her out, so.
By the time Bruce and Scott arrive, traffic has been at a dead stop for over an hour.
These guys get together on the back end here. We might get something going.
Adam wastes no time getting them hooked up to the semi, hoping 3 wreckers will do the trick.
Now he's gonna be stuck here, you watch.
Without James, Bruce can't get traction.
Come on, you stupid.
You're gonna have to chain up, Bruce.
Bruce doesn't like using the heavy-duty chains.
Well, I was gonna do that once I got the hook on it and then pull ahead.
Bruce is getting on in age. I like the old bugger, but he's slowing down.
Okay, I got her moving on the front now, so we get on the back, it should come.
We wanted you up so you can pull it back.
You gotta pull ahead some, Bruce.
You're right in my line.
Jamie arrives to add the rotator's might to the mix.
Oh, there's the big dog.
Tonight, stepson Brandon's on swamper duty.
Hook it into the chain there with Scotty.
Suppose there's no option here.
What's going on? Go close.
We have 4 trucks on 1 track trailer. Hook that left side up for me.
Jamie rigs all 4 of his heavy rescue trucks to the icebound wreck, betting their combined power can pull it free.
I've never seen anything like that before, 4 trucks on 1. You good to go, Scotty? Okay, pull now a little bit. Just kind of catch up with me.
Keep going. Pull.
It's like pulling it like through a cement wall.
We got a lot of trucks in this thing. It's just planted in there, man. It's just like cement. That's unbelievable. Okay.
Keep pulling. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa!
What's the matter?
The wall's cracking all the way up.
The force of the pull is ripping the trailer in half.
So if we pull this backwards, we're gonna end up pulling this whole trailer apart. So there's a lot of force pulling this, but there's something holding it back. It's kind of down and hung up on something. Would say it was in it.
There's $500,000 in pharmaceuticals.
It's got pharmaceuticals in it, $500,000.
If they keep pulling, they'll dump the load all over the highway.
Hey, did they open up the coke yet?
Hundreds of drivers have now been trapped on the remote highway for 2 hours.
Southbound is still completely shut.
In the freezing cold, it's a dangerous situation.
We're frustrated.
The RCMP want it fixed now.
I'll get out of the way.
Well, can you move the barriers out of this lane?
The wreck scattered concrete barriers in both lanes.
Okay, I'll move all that stuff.
If they can be moved, traffic should be able to squeeze by.
To put it through there, back into itself, do the other one on the other side.
Whoa, baby!
That spot we're in here right now, the highway's completely shut down, so people are a little ticked off that they gotta wait. Brandon! Where is he? Where did Brandon go?
Jamie doesn't have time to look for his swamper stepson.
Yeah, I'll go over there, pull the chain over to that one. We'll get that other one in the middle. Okay, the ambulance is going through.
Brandon's nose was bleeding. I told him to go to the ambulance.
No. Just needs to get a napkin. He doesn't have to go to the ambulance. Oh.
I didn't tell him to go in the ambulance. I just told him to go to the ambulance, stop his nose from bleeding.
Is he in the ambulance?
I don't think so.
The cold, dry air and high elevation are biting on Brandon's nose.
It's just the time of the year. I always get this once a year.
But as soon as Jamie gets his youngest crew member back, his oldest decides to take a nap.
They're letting you through now?
With the barriers out of the way,
Yes, sir.
the backup begins to move along the ice-slick highway.
Pretty slippery. I can't even get up here.
Look how thick it is. Here's the actual road here.
Trucks coming.
What is that? 4 inches of ice.
Watch your back, watch your back.
Ooh, I don't like the look of this guy coming here.
Look! Look, jackknife! Look out! Look out!
They're letting you through now?
A 55-mile traffic backup is finally starting to move, but it has to cross a nasty piece of ice.
Pretty slippery. I can't even get up here.
It isn't long before someone starts sliding.
Look, jackknife! Look out! Look out!
Oh, we got her stopped.
Oh, just sheer ice. Just a skating rink. Yeah, it's very, very bad, very bad.
The jackknife shuts down the southbound lane again.
Hook him up with a toe pin. We'll just straighten that guy out.
Thank God it wasn't going too fast. Careful, just in case he slides, right?
Want him unhooked?
Yeah, unhook him, I guess.
Very slippery.
Boy, it's slick out here again.
Oh, it's bad. Little dicey.
Well, hopefully they can get some sand down here. You can barely walk on the stuff.
Gotta get a sand truck in here as fast as we can.
But the sand truck is trapped in traffic a mile down the mountain.
But we're clearing them out one by one. He's been in the lineup just waiting.
To prevent a pileup, police send the trucks through one at a time.
Okay, send the next one.
Just before midnight, the sand finally arrives. And traffic gets moving.
They opened the 5 up.
As the backup clears, the highway and the frozen wreck are turned over to Jamie.
It's phenomenal why it's not just jumping out of there.
Yeah, I don't know what it would be hung up on.
Well,
I don't remember any no post being there. So yeah, 12:45 for opening in Merritt.
Reopen from Hope to Merritt.
Jamie has just 20 minutes before the next big wave of traffic hits.
We're certainly hoping that Jamie will be able to recover this rig and get it out of here in time.
Hey, you get man with these cables? Get this one first.
This time, the plan is to both pull and lift.
What's happening is the landing gear is digging into the ground there, so we gotta lift it and then pull it back.
The rotator will lift the front of the trailer, hoping to free it, while the others pull from either end.
See how Bruce is making out here, see if he's on his cable. You all ready to go, Bruce?
Not yet. There we go.
Just do what you can do till you slide back and then stop. Ready?
Jamie's hoping the lift will keep the already compromised trailer from breaking apart
How's that?
and spilling pills all over the highway.
Hold it.
It's actually bending the truck frame as we're lifting it up.
Why is this thing not coming? It's just bending in half, this thing.
Either it's hung up on a guardrail underneath there that we can't see, or it's cemented in there by the snow.
With traffic on its way, Jamie decides to keep pulling.
Yep, let's do it. Pull. It's just like something's underneath it or something.
These two lines are real iffy.
Everybody come out. Get out of there.
One more.
The end of that, baby.
The cab begins to break apart. But they keep pulling.
We're getting pretty close.
Okay, stop.
Well, we got it broken loose now.
We got her now.
There was some kind of a culvert down there.
But it's bizarre how hard that was to get out of there. So I'm gonna get out of the way now and get out of Adam's way.
Southbound traffic is just 10 minutes away. They still have to get the semi off the road and to a nearby pullout.
We're not home free just yet.
Too slippery.
The trailer's air brakes are locked.
He's got to actually physically drag that out from underneath here.
Kevin lowers the landing gear so they can disconnect.
It's called a front end lift crooked toe.
Adam gets the wreck and its $500,000 cargo off the road, just as the wave of traffic arrives. After a long night on the coke, Jamie's crew spends the morning getting ready for the next big wreck. Bruce preps the tire chains he never got to last night. At 65, Bruce Hardy is Jamie's oldest and most experienced driver. 2 years ago, Bruce survived a near-fatal accident. After 4 days in the hospital, he came straight back to work.
A lot of these new guys can't keep up the hours that the rest of us can. I can go 36, 52 hours without sleep. Doesn't bother me.
For the last 5 years, he's been in the same 1992 Home 750 wrecker. And he's still waiting for Jamie to make good on a promise to pimp it out.
Be a sweet truck when she's done, putting a wicked sound system in it. And all underneath the body, they're gonna put strobe lights.
I've had a game with Bruce for a long time. Who's gonna conk out first, him or the truck? They're neck and neck right now. I don't know.
Come on.
This season, Bruce is back, insisting he's got another winter in him.
It's in my blood. No, it's a job I just love doing.
But Jamie's not so sure.
I worry about Bruce all the time. He usually at some truck stop or in a parking lot or pull out somewhere on the highway, passed away. Bruce is a great guy, but when the snow flies, Bruce isn't exactly the snow shed warrior.
Case in point, tire chains.
I don't like chaining up, period.
Jamie is trying to have him around for a few more years, but it's hard work, and he's getting older, and his health isn't as good as it is. We kind of want to preserve him, right? We don't want to kill him.
Bruce may be slowing down, but Rob is stepping up to new responsibilities.
Jamie put me in charge of the flagging.
It's not the first time Rob's been in charge of a crew. The first time was on a chicken farm.
And my job was basically to make sure that nobody was playing football with the chickens, with the dead chickens. Farmers don't like it. Doesn't matter if the chicken's deceased or not, but you're horsing around, you're on the farmer's time.
Well, that's cracked, that's no good.
With the flagging truck stocked up, Jamie sends Rob to handle a police tow.
Yep, 70 impound.
An unlucky speeder is heading to the impound yard.
I guess he was doing 156 in 100 zone, no driver's license, so it's gone for 7 days. The only speeding ticket I got was I was doing 10 over. And that's it. 156 in a 100-kilometer zone. That's ridiculous. You do 100, you get to your destination at the same time. Yeah. You know? We got enough speeders, and we gotta get them off the road.
No kidding.
By sundown, a new storm is rolling up the coast.
Look out, boy, 'cause she's ugly.
Snowplows are working hard to keep ahead of it, but they're being held back by spun-out semis.
I was snowing pretty heavy there, and there was guys going northbound were having problems there.
Jamie sent both Adam and Bruce to help keep things moving.
We're going right up slow.
Bruce comes up on a struggling semi.
Yeah, he's chained up. That's good.
He decides to let him fend for himself. A little farther up the hill, Adam's got more spinouts than he can handle.
They've lost count. It's good there. When will the madness end?
Adam's about to head up to the next job when he spots Bruce parked down the road.
Bruce is getting pretty old. Bruce can't do it much more, but yet he keeps Bruce in that truck. Needs to be put into a different role and let somebody else attempt to run that old truck.
I need some help out here. I can't do all this by myself.
Do we have to chain up going over the coke, anybody?
A snowstorm has trucks struggling to make it over the coke. Adam is hustling to clear a backlog of spinouts when he sees Bruce doing not much of anything.
Bruce is getting pretty old. Bruce can't do it much more, but yet he keeps Bruce in that truck.
I need some help out here. I can't do all this by myself.
Jamie had hoped for a night off, but it looks like that's not going to happen.
Well, Bruce is probably not chained up, and I don't even know why he went out here. What good is he sitting in the lineup of traffic with the rest of the helpless bastards? Why did he even leave his house? Why did he even jump in my truck? Making me look like a fool out on the road.
These trucks don't like the snow. Ah, that good old Canadian winter.
When things are Armageddon like this, you gotta be a warrior. You gotta get it done.
Not far up the hill, he finds Bruce parked on the shoulder.
Here, look at this. In your truck there, Bruce? Bruce.
Yeah.
Let's give him some chains. So, how many trucks did you pull?
There's a 70, there's a guy with a rock truck on. He weighs 70 tons.
Oh, where is he?
He's just on the bridge.
Okay.
There's a couple of challenges up here yet.
Okay, so then you hammer on them. We'll try to get the trucks up the hill. Okay, all right. You need chains? I got a set of triples.
Tonight, Bruce put on a set of single tire chains, but they don't give him enough traction to pull much of anything.
Bruce, we've got a set of singles on, kind of sitting over there. He's gonna go up the road some frickin' place. What are you gonna do with a set of singles on? Nothing.
Jamie and Gord stop to put a set of triple chains on the rotator.
Remember how to do it? So tight the center one first.
Triples wrap around both the inside and outside tires, giving twice the traction of a set of singles.
What is he doing down there? Why isn't he chained up with triples and getting up the hill and opening the road?
Bruce finally kicks into gear.
We're going up the hill.
Bruce driving up the hill with a loose set of singles on his truck. Like, what's he gonna do? What is he gonna pull up with a set of singles? Nothing. Might as well be down at the shop, stoking the fire and drinking beer.
Jamie heads up the hill to find a parking lot of spun-out semis.
Like, who do you pull first? You kind of got to go to the guys that are blocking the highway, right?
Out there, James.
There's Adam coming down the hill.
Is there something actually blocking the hill here, Adam?
There's a big wide load up there, yeah.
Okay, I'll go get him.
At the head of the line is an oversized trailer hauling a 70-ton mining truck.
You check chains, I'll hook up. You're about the biggest badass load on the hill, so we're gonna get you first, I guess.
Pulling a load this heavy is tricky. Both drivers will need to move in sync. A sudden jolt could shock load and damage one or both trucks.
You gotta go in low gear.
Yeah, don't change gears. I'm just gonna go in low too.
Yeah.
Okay, you ready? Okay, buddy. As soon as you lift off a little bit, I'll let her go. Everything okay there? I got this oversized, okay. He's got a lot of axles there. I'm not sure the exact weight, but he's up there. It's still gonna be tough to get it up that hill. Nice.
Jamie's night off has turned into a low-gear crawl across the Coke. And Bruce is nowhere in sight.
You on there, Bruce? Are you getting those other trucks out or not there?
Hey, we're gone. It looks like they got themselves out.
In a weird kind of a way, he adds to the problem in a snow event. He's not clearing the highway, this guy. He's screwing the highway up. He's part of the problem. And that drives me nuts. Heading home.
Eventually, Bruce passes by on his way home. First thing next morning, Jamie stops by a local truck dealer to try to solve his Bruce problem.
This truck's actually nice, you know that? It may not look nice to you, but it's nice. Bruce needs to be driving this. This will be easier on his back and lifting and all that kind of stuff. And it'd be easier for him to drive around than driving them big trucks, you know. So that'll help him. He'll still be able to make a living, but, you know, I guess it's a little bit crusty like Bruce. So a crusty truck for a crusty guy.
All he needs to do now is convince Bruce.
The reason I'm talking to you is it is getting harder and harder for you to put in those hours and harder for you to do that work. Maybe the way to solve this problem is to put you more in a smaller truck, and then you work with Ken to do the car towing.
Bruce leaves the meeting, gets into his old Holmes wrecker, and drives off.
That was bull. Don't appreciate people saying I can't handle this job.
Jamie's staffing problems are piling up faster than the snow.
I just got a call from the RCMP. They're telling me that you have a serve prohib notice on your driver's license. So that means you're prohibited from driving. And he's coming over here right now.
Turns out Rob has one too many speeding tickets.
You know, you're gonna be out of a job if you don't have a license. You can't drive tow truck, you can't drive your flag truck, so you're done, right? You basically firing yourself.
Here comes the cop now.
Okay. Well, you can wait in here if you like. I just gotta go to the car and finish up the paper. Okay?
I'm screwed. I'm royally screwed because I have no income. Without me, I pay most of the rent.
Mopcom Road, or there's a truck in the trees there.
In the shop, Kevin takes a call for a wreck out on Highway 1.
He must have just missed the guardrail and went into the ditch there in between the two lanes.
We just got a call for Jack Nysemi, so I could really use Rob right now because we need a traffic control guy. So, you know, he's been doing a good job and he's been trying to get his things together there, but it's just a little bit too late.
They're prohibiting you from driving for a period of 4 months starting today. You have to understand, though, if you get caught driving after 6 p.m., you'll be arrested.
It's when always my luck. Just whatever. I don't know.
Rob heads out to the wreck with Kevin. Kevin drives. The wreck is on the 4-lane highway 15 minutes west of Hope.
Changing from administration duty over to tow truck recovery guy again. Apparently it's some kind of a chicken truck on it in the ditch leaning to one side. The visibility is getting bad here. They may not even let us haul us out. It's getting worse and worse, so we could get shut down on this job too. Down in the trees down there. What happened? Just come around?
I came around the corner and I got caught up in this
slush.
My steer wouldn't steer no more.
Yeah.
The reefer started to jackknife, then drove up the road into a ravine full of trees.
There's a tree right on top of this thing? Wow. It just kind of took you for a ride, eh?
Oh, yeah. Seatbelts work.
Yeah, they work.
Seatbelts really work. They work good.
Yeah. You know, it's probably pretty lucky that the driver didn't get a tree right in through his windshield. I mean, that's how bad it is.
He's lucky. Better buy a lottery ticket. Maybe that mustache just slowed him down.
This is really a difficult job, and it's going to be quite time-consuming. Weather conditions, accident, the whole works. So, this is a lot more involving than we think it is. We're going to have to get a crew in here to chop all the trees from on top of it, and then we might even have to pull all the guardrail out to move it out.
Are you going to cut tonight and lift tomorrow?
That's kind of what I'm thinking we should do.
All they can do tonight is leave someone to guard the cargo, a trailer full of frozen chicken.
Rob can stay here with that thing? Has he got lots of gas in that truck?
Turns into a pumpkin at 6 o'clock, though.
He turns into a pumpkin?
Yeah.
At 6 p.m., Rob is going to lose his driver's license and probably his job. But he doesn't even make it till then.
I don't know what I did to my back, but it's killing me now.
What's wrong?
I don't know, man. I'm like so in pain, man. No, it's
having
like
one hell of a bad day today.
Just hours after losing his driver's license, Rob is sidelined by back pain.
No, it's
having
like
one hell of a bad day today. Going from bad to worse with the fucking motor truck.
The next morning, Bruce shows up in his old home's wrecker. Last night, Jamie called him to do a job in the smaller truck, and Bruce said no.
Oh, Jamie called me, but go up and flip a car back on the Thru. I said, why can't Ken do it? I didn't go. It's just that I just crawled in the tub.
But the headache with Bruce is going to have to wait. Jamie has his hands full with news Rob has filed an injury claim with workers' comp.
What happened on the same day?
I don't know what I did when I lifted those signs. I don't know if I grabbed it and twisted the wrong way or what, but it just, boom. I can stand for 5 minutes and then that's it, I'm done. I gotta sit down.
Don't you think it looks kind of funny to your boss though when you have a compo claim the same day?
I'd rather be working, Jamie, I tell you that. This is not a good time for this to happen. This is like right at the end of the month. Can you lend me $1,000 for now? And then I can just pay my rent and pay the bills? Oh.
And I'll give you a check then.
Yeah, I'll pay it back. I always do.
Well, you need money to live, right?
Yeah, I'd rather be back at work though than doing this. Thank you. And I'll let you know more what happens. But yeah, I mean, faster I can get better, the better off I am, because I'd like to come back to work. I just don't want to be off like this.
This just gets to a point of stupidity where, why am I doing this? What I've got to do is wrap my head around the fact that if you're a guy who's here and you're not making money for the company and you're not keeping your keep, it's time for you to go. I can't run this business like this anymore. I can't have the tail wagging the dog.
An hour later, Jamie heads back to last night's chicken wreck, short one flagger.
So I've got all these guys around me doing what they feel like doing. You know, all this stuff can't come at a worse time. We're working around the clock to clear wrecks off the highway. Oh, I need those guys to be solid.
Oh, he's right down in the trees there.
A salvage crew has been up since dawn cutting trees off the totaled rig. The truck is a write-off, but its cargo of frozen chicken is still intact, and Jamie hopes to save it.
The load's inside, still frozen. We're gonna try to pull it out to the point where we can unload it or get it off the off-ramp.
But first, he's got to get the trailer out of the woods.
You got the stumps here in the way. You go backwards, it's gonna hit that tree more.
Making it worse, the guardrail that's supposed to keep trucks on the road is now blocking the way back.
Let's take some no posts out all the way down here till about here.
Lift up the lifter. That's good. You got to pick up and then set it down and reset it. See, every second lift it opens and every second lift it closes. So you set it down and it locks and then you pick it and it opens.
The job is made easier by a new device salvage expert Jim Lasser offers up, a barrier clamp.
Be careful.
We'll take the next two together.
Two together? Really? That should give us enough to come out, I think.
As trees are cleared from the far side of the trailer, Jim uncovers serious damage.
The other side of the trailer is so badly crinkled and wrinkled from the trees and all that the integrity is gone.
The trees have actually damaged the trailer so bad that the sides are now weak and they have weak points on them, and it's actually torn up the side of the trailer. A trailer is just like a tin can or a beer can. You put a little dent in the side of it and it loses its integrity. I'm almost not wanting to put a strap over because I kind of think that the side would collapse. If we try to, do a lift on it when it's all damaged, chances are it's going to break anyway. So let's just winch it back the way it went in. Why don't you load up what you can load up until it pulls you back?
If the total trailer rips open, tons of frozen chicken will spill into the ditch, adding hours, perhaps days, to the cleanup.
Wow. It just kind of took you for a ride, eh?
Oh, yeah. I came around the corner and I got caught up in the
slush.
My steer wouldn't steer no more.
18 hours ago, a slick, slushy road pulled a reefer full of frozen chicken into the bush. Crews have spent the morning cutting trees away so Jamie can pull it back onto the road.
Let's just winch it back the way it went in.
Let's give her a shot, see what she does.
Why don't you load up what you can load up until it pulls you back? We don't know if it's going to make it out loaded or not. It's a 50-50 chance.
Good to go?
But the totaled trailer isn't cooperating.
Murphy. It just broke right in half. He didn't even pull that a foot. Not even, what, 6 inches? He just 6 inches and it just collapsed. I think we got to pull the tractor back into it itself with you.
I don't think there's anything left holding this trailer from that point to that point.
Tore off the fifth wheel plate all the way across the whole trailer.
Is that both sides?
Right straight across. It's a clean line, not wide, right across the whole thing.
There's going to be an unload job no matter what we do here. Do we call Reed and unload it? Right.
Well, you can't unload it like that. Them guys.
On its side, yeah, you can't do that. I don't know what the answer is. I mean,
well, we could take a chain and a cinch and cinch it together.
we really don't have much of a choice. Chain the landing gear to the front of the end and put a cinch in between it to kind of hold it together.
Somewhere further back.
They're hoping a chain Band-Aid will be enough to hold the broken trailer together.
It means we're chaining the trailer up right now. We're going to try to get it up to the top of the road. If we can't get it to the top of the road, we have to unload this whole thing right here. There's one.
They rig the trailer to both wreckers and give it another try.
I knew where it was.
Try to pull then, eh?
It's a snapping and crackling over there really good, eh? Kind of scary. Hey, we didn't stop there.
Sounded like the wall gave in. Well, it's still good. Still intact. How's the bottom one? Is it okay?
Far side's still tight, this side's loose.
It's a slow, painstaking pull, but the patched trailer's holding together.
It's coming.
So far.
Just a few more feet.
I can't believe we're keeping that together.
It's getting dark. What you can't see, I have visions of something just breaking and flying up.
That ain't good.
Sounded like the wall caved in.
I think the car goes through the wall.
That was the end of that.
The damage from the crash was too much. Thousands of pounds of chicken spill into the ditch.
Chicken everywhere.
The other half of the load is still in the trailer intact. But if they keep pulling, they'll lose that too.
It's a hand bomb job. We did our best to bring it out, but we're done. That's all we can do.
You don't expect anybody to walk in there when it's like that, eh?
Well, I don't know what else do we got to do, right? We got to unload it.
Keep pulling. The damage is done, right?
He thinks we should just pull this thing anyway. He said the damage is done already.
Not a safe environment per person. The cargo, don't risk a man.
Well, the thing is, if a guy slides through that, he'll slice his arm off that tin wall.
Or if something gives out and the thing flops over or pins a guy or whatever.
Oh, it's awful. Like, he's really just about rolled on his side. I don't know what else we can do to make it any better. So at this point now, the guys are saying, you know what? Product's out the wall, sitting on the ground. Let's bring it out of the ditch. Whatever stays in the ditch stays in the ditch, and that's about all we can do. You know, we've been trying to be delicate with this thing. We've been trying to, you know, finesse it out of the ditch. You know, at the end of the day here, you can only do so much. You know, sometimes the patient dies.
They rip what's left of the trailer out of the ditch and get it off the highway.
Can't see what's going on.
Yeah, you're okay so far.
You have jobs that boom, 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 everything goes good. This is one of them ones that were fighting us the whole way.
Okay, they're sending traffic.
Sending traffic.
Just a month into the winter season, and the highway through hell is taking its toll.
It's all my lower back, man.
On the men and the machines that must fight to keep her open.
You need to respect that highway.
You on the road yet, Jamie?
It will eat you alive.
Next time on the highway through hell.
She's burning up good.
A truck fire.
Another Coca-Cola barbecue.
2 lanes are blocked.
Engulfs a trailer full of cat food.
That's pretty serious flame.
The red hot wreck.
Hey!
Clogs the coke for days. And Bruce fights for his job.
He got the worst of it.
Is he gonna be able to work?
Forcing Jamie to make his toughest decision of the season. This time, on the highway through hell,
Snowing like a son of a...
45 tons of lumber jams the Trans-Canada.
Oh, this looks bad.
Going too fast.
While another wreck teeters on the edge. And a complex recovery.
I don't know why we're doing it like this.
Brings tensions to a boil.
I work 24 hours a day.
Tearing open a rift between Jamie
You're a bad mouth being the record.
and his top dog.
I don't need this job. Maybe I'll just pack up and leave.
In the rugged mountains of the Pacific Northwest, there's a highway like no other. The Coca-Cola is an engineering marvel. But when the weather turns bad...
Look out!
It's like the Bermuda Triangle of truck accidents.
Keeping the coke open takes an army.
When the highway shuts down, the world shuts down.
And a last line of defense.
David Davis en route.
A heavy rescue team ready to tackle any disaster. Because here, closure is not an option. Heavy snow on the coke has trucks diverting to Highway 1 through the Fraser Canyon.
How's the canyon?
But weather isn't much better there.
From Smuzz of the Boston Bar, it's snowing like a son of a... You be sure you got chains on that thing? Just a one set, but it'll do it. Anybody hear about the truck at Boston Bar that went over? Closed in both directions.
At just after 11 o'clock, a call comes in for a flipped B train full of lumber.
4 kilometers east of Boston Bar.
There's a semi flipped over load of lumber, and it's blocking all lanes of the highway.
Yeah, just another day for a tow truck guy.
The wreck has closed down the Trans-Canada Highway just outside the town of Boston Bar.
The weather conditions are really bad here, getting worse as we drive out.
With snow pounding down in the canyon, the heavy rescue crew must be extra cautious.
I mean, the snow's so heavy, there's like one lane in the middle of the highway here. That's the biggest issue here, is get there without dying. The different highways that we work on all have areas that people misjudge. You gotta have your wits about you when you're driving those mountain highways. That's how it is.
The wreck happened on a notoriously sharp curve.
Yeah, we're getting really close here now.
It's not the first time heavy rescue has been here.
This is at the same corner where another fellow died last season.
Last winter, a truck lost control and smashed into a power pole, killing the driver.
So this is some of his personal stuff, so we'll keep care of that for the company. We'll probably send it back in a box to the company and they can deal with what they can deal with. I'll keep this for him. Things run through your mind. You wonder who the person is. You know, does the person have kids? You know, is there somebody at home waiting for him to get home? This one, a year later, basically to the day, is a little bit spooky.
The B train, hauling 2 trailers, hit ice, clipped a barrier, and flipped. This time, the driver survived, but the load is all over the highway.
Okay, here we go. So yeah, that's a lot of lumber, eh? Where does it go, all in this guy's yard? These people's yard? Wow.
My house was 20 feet from the road where the wood started coming flying off the highway.
Then it flipped on its side, and there were sparks everywhere, and there was wood flying everywhere, and I ran.
The spilled cargo is blocking access to the wreck. Jamie can't do much until a front-end loader clears a path.
I don't know if they interfere with the lumber.
But with only one front-end loader available to move 45 tons of wood, it's slow going. After 20 minutes of shoveling 2x4s, they've barely made a dent. The lineup of traffic is getting worse by the minute.
Okay, come on out of there. Yeah, come on up.
This delay to the overnight freight run means millions of dollars of cargo won't be arriving on time.
Yeah, the road is completely blocked.
Feeling the pressure, Jamie figures if he can't get to the wreck, why not bring the wreck to him?
You know what we should do? I'll come over here. I'll drag it this way and then you get on that side now. How's that? Okay. Kev, can you get the cable back? So I'm gonna back up and then I'll go over there.
Jamie decides to pull the wreck up the road so he can flip it.
Getting off the highway like right now.
But sliding a 15-ton truck on its side is a tough pull, even for the mighty rotator.
What's it look like on the other side? I'm the daddy.
They get it clear of the lumber.
Stop right there, stop right there.
But now, they have to get it on its wheels.
Throw the brake on, Kevin.
Scott and Gord arrive just in time to rig up the wreck.
It's right here, Adam. Is it?
They can't disconnect the trailers while they're on their sides, so they'll have to flip the entire rig all at once.
Yeah, I can grab the back one line on each, eh? I'll come right here, and I'll just get on the tractor.
They've traded one problem for another. The new spot is one of the narrowest sections of the highway.
If he goes over a bit... We're kind of having issues with space. We don't have enough room here to get the trucks in the right spot.
Normally, they'd put their wreckers on either end, perpendicular to the wreck, but the road is too narrow. Jamie has to position both trucks near the front. It's not the ideal angle, but it's all he's got.
I'll come right here, Jim. We can't get the trucks, backed in properly, and I'm kind of working alongside Adam. Yeah, just around the wheel in here. So both loops are here.
To get a better angle, Jamie fully extends the rotator's 3-stage boom arm.
Too tight, eh?
Don't pull too hard, he's just winching it out. Good. You ready?
They want the heavy cab to start flipping first and let it pull the 2 trailers with it. Last winter, it worked like a charm on another B-train wreck not far from here.
Let's do the back one, Adam.
But this time, they're not so lucky. The snow on the road is keeping the wheels from digging in.
I don't know why we're doing it like this. All we're doing is pulling the trailer over towards me. It's sliding. Why doesn't he go down? You want to pull down on that?
It'll come. You just go ahead. I'll pull after. This isn't doing so great.
It's picking and sliding. The trailer's kicking out all the time. I don't why we want to run a line down low, maybe.
Yeah, to what though? Adam and I can, usually spot what we're doing, and we're right on the ticket. But on this one, we're kind of a little bit off our usual game here.
The tension between Jamie and Adam has been brewing for weeks.
You can only go so much. I'm only one man.
With Jamie spending more time in the office, Adam's had to take on more responsibility on the highway.
If I pull my socks up anymore, I'm gonna tear my feet out the end of them. They run me to my breaking point. I work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. What about me? I have a family, I have kids. Don't I deserve a couple days off? Woo. No, I'm to the point where if I don't make some kind of change, I'm not gonna be any good to anybody.
2 days ago, Adam skipped town without telling Jamie.
Something just switched off in my head and I figured, I just don't want to do this anymore.
Jamie and his top driver have barely spoken since Adam got back.
I just gonna keep my mouth shut. No comment.
A flipped B-train has Highway 1 backed up for miles.
I don't know why we're doing it like this.
Heavy Rescue is struggling to flip it back on its wheels. But on the icy road, it just keeps slipping. And Jamie's top guy is losing patience with the boss's plan.
Why doesn't he just pull down on that thing?
I'll get a chain and we'll anchor off to the back.
New driver Scott Bird gets an idea. He re-rigs the cables to a low point on Adam's truck.
Don't go to that leg, it takes all my weight off. This one? Yeah, I gotta go up to the top here.
By pulling down instead of sideways, the back trailer should flip first, bringing the cab with it.
Go ahead, pull the back one.
Look out! Look out, guys!
Front end's coming. Just like that.
Scott's idea pays off.
I'm just gonna pull straight ahead, okay? Get out of the way.
Minutes later, they get a single lane open.
Highway 1 is now open, boys. It's getting nasty up there, too.
But Adam is in no mood to celebrate.
Well, let's go. Tie that chain to that hook. Kind of wanted to have a nice, relaxing night, but oh well.
Adam and I, the only issues we have, we're having a hard time to communicate with each other, and they made for a bit of a rough one.
You know, I don't even care. I hook on this thing and I'm done my job and going home.
This morning, Adam has come in early after telling Jamie they need to talk.
I don't need this job. I can go to work anywhere else. I can hop in a highway truck. I can do anything I wanted to do. I don't need to be here 24 hours a day. Maybe I'll just pack up and leave.
Scott wonders what's up.
Well,
what are you doing this morning?
Waiting for Jamie. I called him a while ago. He said, come on over, so. Yeah.
Adam's got a young family. You can't sit down to any function without the fear of that frickin' phone going off.
Maybe I'll just quit.
Really? Why would you do that?
I don't know. I work 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, and I think that's pretty much good enough for me.
If he left, it would affect me. It would bother me. But there's a point where a person just says, hey, if he decided to do what he's got to do and he moves on, what can I do about that?
There, Bruce. You want to go outside for a minute there so we can talk?
I guess give us a couple minutes. Thanks.
No, I don't know how to even start this, to be honest with you, but I guess the last month I just felt like he worked me to death.
Look, it's the season, buddy. We're busy. You do what you can do, and that's how it is every year, and it's the same every year.
I understand that, but I got to listen to what you say, and I try to respect you as much as I can, but it just seemed like...
You're the only guy shouldering the whole place.
There comes a point where a guy has to have somewhat of a life.
Yeah,
I don't know if you agree with that or not.
No. It needs to change the pace.
Yeah.
You went hard for that month, and at the end of the day, you probably did the most of it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want you to go somewhere else.
So no, I basically just want to start having maybe a couple days off a week.
I get where he's at. Adam is shouldering the most of the work. And we've come to the realization that we need another guy to help Adam, do that workload that he deals with.
That guy was supposed to be Scott, but the new truck Jamie promised him still hasn't left the assembly shop.
I had everything lined up, ready to go. Didn't happen.
In the meantime, Scott's been bouncing between Jamie's smaller, older trucks.
I'm really getting unimpressed here.
And he's getting tired of it.
Oh, this is just 100% unacceptable. Ah, you dirty.
Today, he's driven to the assembly shop to check on his new truck's progress.
Dwayne,
you're working on the wrong truck, buddy.
I know. Be right there.
Gotta get you over here, Dwayne. So this is the truck.
It has a 600 horsepower Caterpillar in it. It's got a 20,000-pound front axle. It's got 46 rear ends with lockers. The wrecker's brand new. It's a 30-ton Century wrecker. Every full load bell and whistle on this thing, it's got everything.
Because they're never shiny, eh?
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Shiny stuff. Chrome flares, lights, light rack.
Yeah. Shiny. Makes a guy feel good running down the road, having a prime piece of truck underneath him. Yeah, but it's a touch screen versus Jamie's touch pad. So I got a little bit more Googleophonic than him.
Good. Don't let him swap it out on you.
Well, I won't. It was a beautiful thing. And it just made me a little bit more antsy. Let's just get in the truck and go.
The only problem, it's still not ready.
What kind of a timeline are we looking at? So we're a couple weeks out?
A couple of weeks out.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not the news he was hoping for, but at least there's an end in sight.
Okay, man. Every minute I'm here bugging you is a minute less wasted on the truck, eh? I want that thing on the road. We're 4 months behind schedule. It's been affecting my income. I left behind some pretty good opportunities to make a lot of money. I shouldn't have listened to Jamie. Yeah, it's happening. I shouldn't have come here until that truck was on the road. I may be faced with the possibility of having to just dump Jamie on his ass and go elsewhere,
New driver Scott Bird joined Jamie's team with the promise of a brand new heavy wrecker.
What kind of a timeline are we looking at? We're a couple weeks out?
A couple of weeks out.
Yeah.
But it's months behind schedule, and Scott is losing patience.
I may be faced with the possibility of having to just dump Jamie on his ass and go elsewhere, you know?
Until the new truck is ready, Jamie has put Scott in a vintage 1985 5-star General.
Nothing like a rotator, eh?
Who needs a rotator? We got this.
Yeah, old school.
Scott is eager to show off his stuff. Last week, using Adam's record, he hit a home run.
Okay, everybody.
When he single-handedly flipped a B train.
Textbook.
But with the old General, it's going to be tough to keep the winning streak going.
What's it got on it for gear?
Chain, man.
Those are old school.
I think I might have to grab that up in mine.
I don't know, it's kind of a cute little truck. You know, it's a hydraulic and it's a nice little truck. You know, it's kind of a good little backup truck. It's kind of a truck that you can use for a few weeks to keep, at least make some money around here.
Well, you know, one nice thing about it is it'll kind of fit in the gap on your museum pieces there. I'm not in my truck, I don't have my gear, and it makes it really frustrating.
Up on the Coke, yesterday's storm has passed, giving highway crews a chance to clear the snow buildup.
From a big storm to clear skies.
Higher up the mountain, a new danger is looming.
We got a runner here. There. Something wrong? You see it?
Last season, the Coke was shut down when an avalanche hit the highway.
Closed. High hazard. Highway's closed.
These vehicles must be out of here right now.
Avalanche observations, size 2 naturals and roads to granite. It's trending warm.
It's the full-time job of a team of avalanche technicians, AvTechs, to keep the snow from reaching the road. They monitor the more than 50 active avalanche chutes that stretch above these mountain highways.
Here's the snow shed over here. These two paths are a real concern for us because this is often where traffic gets backed up. Their exposure to the avalanche hazard goes up exponentially when you're stopped. Just yesterday, there was a deposit that was 60 feet from the road.
It's not just an office job. Today, they need to get a closer look at a section of the snowpack, 1,500 feet above the highway. And there's only one way to get there.
All right. We're gonna go right through here?
Yeah.
What do you think? Dig above that little tree?
Yeah.
Snow piles up in layers of different densities.
There's a slight layer in here.
Avalanches happen when a heavy layer breaks free of the snowpack underneath.
The area is known for getting a meter or more of snow overnight. That'll produce avalanches relatively quickly.
17 to 38.
17 to 38.
What they're looking for is a weak layer.
Let's call them 2-3.
2 to 3, okay.
If they find evidence of instability,
And got it away.
they could drop percussion bombs to trigger a controlled avalanche. For right now, the snowpack seems stable.
Guys ready?
The AvTechs will keep a close watch on it. More weather is on its way. But there is one avalanche zone they can't tame. At the bottom of the Smasher, the highway passes under the Great Bear Snowshed, a reinforced concrete tunnel that allows the biggest snowslides on the Coke to thunder safely over 6 lanes of traffic. Today, an accident inside the snow shed has left traffic exposed and at risk.
That's very dangerous. With respect to avalanches, we would try and actually get most of the volume moved through as quickly as we possibly could.
A pickup spun out on the icy snow shed floor. An SUV swerved to avoid it, lost control, then hit the barrier and flipped. The RCMP has closed the road, but with traffic backing up in an avalanche zone, they want it open again now. Ken Monkhouse happened to be just up the road in his flat deck. With no time to call for backup, he's got to do this one on his own, and do it fast.
You gotta roll this one over, go over, load the one over there, come back, load this, go up the hill.
So we had a 25-kilometer long lineup, right down, almost down into Hope from the snow shed.
To speed things up, he wants to flip the SUV and get it on his flat deck in one quick move.
Big stress, lots of traffic, lots of people sitting trapped.
But the road surface is too icy. The SUV won't flip. A long line of cars is backed up in an avalanche zone. Inside the snow shed, Ken is racing to get the Coke open.
You've got all these people, they're in the worst possible place you could ever be in, and it's a sheet ice inside the shed.
But he can't clear the wreck if he can't flip it. Ken re-rigs with a 2-point line, hoping he can swing the SUV into a position where he can get it to roll upright. When the shed was built, engineers embedded electric warming coils in the pavement, but due to safety concerns, they were turned off years ago. Even with 2 lines, Ken can't get the SUV to flip.
It wouldn't dig in, it wouldn't flip over.
So he tries something else.
I knew that I had to have an extreme low line to the back end of the truck to get it to come over.
To pull down on the flipped vehicle, Ken rigs to the low point of his flat deck. He's betting it'll force the rubber on the tires to dig in.
I'm looking around, I'm seeing the look on the cop's face. We know it's turning into a gong show. You know, we gotta nip it in the bud because this is taking way too long.
It works. He quickly gets the other vehicle on his flat deck, hooks up the SUV, and the highway's open.
It was extremely embarrassing that it took me as long as it did. I've done recoveries like that in 3 minutes. It was still a win. Nobody got hurt. Everything got done. Nobody got killed. No avalanches.
Higher up near the summit, new guy Gord's on his first solo job.
I'll just hook up from the back end, and then the other guy's gonna come up and just make sure everything's good to go. I mean, I'm not used to being up on the hill like that, right? It's my first winter ever. So, I mean, I'm thinking, oh, how should I hook it up?
These gloves suck. They're actually freezing. My hands are sweating, so they're starting to freeze, yeah.
Ken stops by to check on his apprentice.
Oh, I got it all hooked up, just making sure you have a look at her. And
when I started driving tow trucks, most tow truck drivers were big, hairy guys, leather vests, lots of rings, lots of yelling, lots of fighting and crap like that, and I wasn't like that.
I looked out for the brake lines and everything.
It's good, buddy. When I look at Gord now, I see myself, 25 or 30 years ago. Whenever you tow four-wheel drive to the back, automatic or standard, always make sure it's in neutral, especially with the automatic.
Okay.
Okay, up a bit more. In neutral?
Yeah, it's in neutral.
In neutral?
Yeah.
Is it in neutral? Good.
Turn the heat on, huh?
Beautiful.
All right.
Gord definitely has the tow truck DNA. I wouldn't have second thoughts about leaving him on his own. Okay, it is gonna dog track a bit.
Yeah.
When you get to the brake check, just get out, feel the hub, make sure it's not getting too hot.
Okay.
Okay, buddy?
Right on, thank you.
Just go slow, take your time.
Oh, yeah. He just basically showed me how to hook up, but I already had the right idea. This is what I'm learning to do, and this is what I want to do. It is pretty much like tow truck school.
At the base of the Coke, an oversized load has been waiting for traffic to clear.
We're 106 feet 6 inches long, 1510 high, and 177,000 pounds gross.
Destined for a mine, the huge steel cylinder had to be cut in half to transport.
You know, that's not like hauling your average load down the highway.
Wide loads test the limits of highway infrastructure. Recently, an oversized trailer clipped a head beam on a bridge in Washington state. A section of the structure collapsed and 2 cars fell into the water.
They get huge money to haul those loads. There's a real risk. With the risk comes reward. It's a large, large responsibility.
The big concern is that the oversized load has less than a foot of clearance through the Great Bear snow shed. Because the shed ceiling is sloped, the load will only fit if it's in the left-hand lane.
Height-wise, is a bit of an issue going through the snow shed there. We have to take the left lanes just so that we can fit underneath.
There's all kinds of things that can go wrong. You just gotta keep your fingers crossed, nothing does.
All right, we're ready. Let's get going here.
All right, 10-4.
By law, the oversized load requires escort vehicles in the front and back.
Okay, you're about 3 feet off the right side there, Dale.
The convoy stays in the right-hand lane for the slow drive up, so traffic can move around them.
Okay, you got an 18 coming up fast on you.
Alrighty, I'll give him a little more room here.
10-4.
He's coming right up on your doorstep.
The plan is to shift lanes just before they reach the snow shed.
I'm going to be holding all lanes back for you, and nobody's getting by at this point.
Alrighty, I'm just gonna keep this gear, this speed.
Okay, that mobile parking lot's coming down on your left.
All drivers northbound, we are taking up all lanes. Please do not attempt to pass.
But just as the convoy tries to move into position, an oversized load is headed for the snow shed. The right-hand lane is too low, so to clear it, they'll need to be in the left.
Even though I've been doing this for almost 25 years, it still makes you nervous.
All drivers northbound, we are taking up all lanes. Please do not attempt to pass.
But just as the load driver is about to switch lanes to the left,
What are you doing?
he gets cut off.
You got a 4 that just decided to sneak on by. He's coming up on your left.
He can't stop, or he'll lose the momentum he needs to get up the hill.
Got the 2 left lanes secured for you.
We'll have clearance if we're lucky.
All right, you are in.
In heavy rescue towing, Sunday is just another workday. But today, for the first time all season, one of the hardest working drivers on the hill gets a day off.
Being a good girl, Abby.
All the long hours and miserable nights of screaming at myself. That's the reason why I do everything, to make sure they have a decent life anyways. Let's go, Kayla. If it wasn't for my 4-year-old, I'd be gone doing something else. Come on, Abby, let's go, sweetie. I want to watch my little girl grow up.
We'll have hot cocoa when we get inside, okay?
Adam's not the only one putting his family first today. rookie driver Gourds traveled to the city to visit someone special.
So what's happening? Hello. Come here. How are you? Good. Yeah? I haven't seen my daughter for about 3 weeks now. I think about it every day, right?
Gord's daughter lives with her grandparents, so he can work in Hope.
Come here. Jump really high. As high as you can. Oh, yeah. It's awesome to be here, because being up there all the time and just miss a lot of this. Gets a little tough.
Gotcha.
Up on the Coke, Adam's HR-52 patrols the highway. But it's not Adam behind the wheel.
Coming up there pretty quick, maybe.
I'm on my way.
With Adam off, Scott's working the weekend shift.
It's Adam's truck, it's not mine, you know. I don't plan on taking Adam's job away from him, but it's nice when Adam decides to take some time off.
He spots a semi broken down inside the snow shed.
Well, we're gonna stop and check on this guy because he is in a pretty dangerous spot.
Well, here comes Jamie Davis here. I don't know if he's here for me or not.
Hey, what was your name?
Dave.
Dave? Okay, I'm Scott. What's wrong with it?
Red. Blew the red on it.
Oh, son of a bitch. Okay.
Water problem.
Little bit of a water problem.
There's no cell service, so the driver can't call to authorize a tow.
Just gonna pull this guy into a safe spot. It's just the right thing to do.
Scott tows him anyway.
We're gonna lift off to start it up. Just give me a little lift. Yeah. And then go into neutral.
Sure, you want me to shut it off, did you say?
Yeah, shut her off. Let's not hurt your motor. A lot of guys, they won't get out of their truck and help people out, but, you know, that guy sitting there is kind of dangerous. In the long run, it'll work out to our advantage. And, you know, he'll talk about it. He'll say good things about it. And when he's talking good things about it, there's 1,000 guys listening to the radios. Okay, we're done. Can't help everybody for free, but it's nice to help some people now and then.
At the end of his shift, Scott drops off Adam's truck back at the yard.
No scrapes, no dings, we're all doing good. Little housekeeping, got a little bit of garbage to get out of here. I'll finish my move out in the morning.
But next morning, Scott's house cleaning doesn't quite pass the Adam test.
You can just tell it's been smoked in because you can see all the nicotine everywhere, right? He was smoking and there's ashes all over the place. Well, I like to keep it clean, eh? Yeah. It's like changing your underwear every day. It's got to be done. He'll never drive my truck again. He lost that privilege.
So for Scott, it's back to the 5-star General.
I'll turn the lights on, they don't even come on. One of the main reasons why I came here is because I was told that I would be running a certain piece of equipment. Had I been offered the GMC General, I would have never come. Tired of eating bones, I want my steak.
Going pretty hard in the canyons. You just want to take her easy. Those roads are slippery there. Yeah, it's pretty bad up there, guys.
At just before dawn, a call comes in for a wreck on Highway 1.
I heard it was a mail truck. I got a feeling this is going to be a long day.
We're headed out to a wreck just north of Lytton. A mail truck is jackknifed and hanging over the edge.
The wreck is an hour north of Hope near the town of Lytton. After 2 days' rest, someone else is eager to get back in the action.
Good to go out and do something, make a few bucks. And I'm married to my wife and I'm married to this truck, so I gotta split the time between the two of them. That's who I am and that's what I do.
We're just on bare bones guys here, me and Adam, and no helpers.
Holy. These trucks don't like the snow. I think his passenger fender's almost kissing the passenger side of the trailer.
Holy moly. Look at that. Straight down. Holy moly. Look at that. Straight down.
A truck loaded with Christmas mail teeters on the edge of a cliff.
My Christmas present's in there. It's heavy.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, isn't it, eh?
The truck jackknifed and crashed through the guardrail. All that's holding it from a 600-foot free fall is a single tree.
Uh-oh.
And that's not the only problem.
The trailer and the tractor may not be connected together. If we started pulling on the tractor and the trailer wasn't hooked up, we'd be in a mess of trouble. Then the trailer would go like this. So is this fifth wheel still hooked up? Yeah, it's on then.
Wheel's on.
Yeah, okay.
But there's no frame here. That frame looks broke right there. He's buckled in half.
Unbelievable.
The trailer is still connected, but the fifth wheel plate holding it is cracked in half.
Might be a cutter.
Adam hooks up a line to secure the trailer just in case the tree gives way. Jamie is worried about the semi separating.
And then just two low lines to it. And we have to be fairly delicate about what we're doing. And then it doesn't go down anywhere, right? So you've got it. And we have to make sure that we're not going to put too much pressure on it. And then I'll come back right up to this thing that way.
The highway has been closed for going on 2 hours now.
So you know what? It doesn't look like it's going to open anytime soon. No, you can't go anywhere. You're pretty much stuck.
Whatever they're going to do, they need to do it fast.
You know, we could have some troubles with this truck frame. It's a bit pretty flipsy-flopsy, so Adam will hold on to the back end of the trailer no matter what. We decided not to do anything much more with the trailer for fear of damaging it.
His plan is to use the rotator to ease the cab out and hope the trailer comes with it.
Okay, guys, you want to probably stand back a bit. Better let you pull it. Pull back a bit, yeah.
Hey, hold on to it.
Hey, stop for a minute. Is that thing hammered?
The cab's rear axle is broken and dragging.
You know, the axle is actually rolling underneath it and creates more resistance. Hold it. Come and hold it.
They get it out, only to discover that the cab is even more damaged than they'd thought.
Wow, spare parts. I think she's like a single axle now, eh, Bob?
Yeah, you took her right out.
Yeah.
That landing gear okay? Wow.
But the trailer's vital signs are good.
Landing gear works. How do we luck out that way? So the trailer's pretty good then, really.
You didn't rip it off.
I know.
The intact landing gear means another cab can hook up and get Christmas back on track. But first, they need to disconnect it from the fractured fifth wheel.
Being a bitch, eh?
I'm trying to pull the kingpin here, but the frame rails are bent right together, like, holy
jaws lock around a kingpin, linking the trailer to the cab. When the lever is pulled, it should release the jaws.
So when the jaws went around the trailer kingpin, they either bent or twisted somehow when the truck went down.
Totally clear. Murphy.
Adam tries using a chain to pull the release lever.
What do we do? What do we do? Ready? What about lowering the trailer down a bit on it?
Adam lowers the landing gear, hoping to shift the weight off the lever.
Hold it.
Nope. Nothing.
A 5-minute job has now taken over an hour, and the highway is still closed.
Until we get that fifth wheel unhooked from this tractor, we can't do anything. We're dead in the water.
Well, it's a waste of everybody's time. Keeps the highway closed. Gets Bob mad at me, jerking around here.
We're looking like idiots at the side of the highway trying to get this stupid fifth wheel out. Adam's getting frustrated, I'm frustrated.
Did it move? I don't think so. What the?
We don't have time to monkey around. It's starting to piss us off.
Anything?
Nothing.
An hour becomes an hour and a half.
This is like trying to unhook the fifth wheel from hell.
Like we're cocked to this. What if we were to pull this thing straight so everything's, the whole unit straight?
Could do.
When all else fails, Jamie turns to the biggest tool he's got, the rotator. He lifts the front of the cab, shifting pressure off the plate, while Adam uses a ratchet to pull the lever.
Right there. Go back with it. Oh, right, oh. Moving now, is it?
Yeah, it's going.
There we are. Got her there.
Got her?
You betcha. Brute force. Man is stronger than machine.
After a nearly 3-hour shutdown, the Trans-Canada Highway is finally open. And for a change, Jamie is having a good day.
Equipment's paying off, and the fact that we're in tune with each other is paying off. There's 2 guys, 2 trucks.
You got the old hardcore boys. They're getting her done.
Next time on the highway through hell.
4 inches of ice.
$1 million wreck
Look, jackknife.
leaves a load of prescription drugs stranded on the mountain.
This thing is hammered right in here.
That ain't good.
I've never seen anything like that before.
And
What is he doing down there?
the heavy rescue headaches keep piling up,
Why isn't he getting up the hill and opening the road? Tell me what you're doing.
forcing Jamie to get tough
Why are you up the hill?
with his most senior driver. This time, on the highway through hell, heavy rescue must keep a loaded trailer from blowing apart.
Watch your back.
Oh, look at that.
And the competition
This is black gold.
is knee-deep in
Smells like poop. This is freaking gross. Get out of there.
More bills.
Jamie faces a threat he never saw coming
Trucks aren't running. The money's not here.
that could force him off the coast.
It's probably the hardest day I've had to deal with in years.
In the rugged mountains of the Pacific Northwest, there's a highway like no other. The Coquihalla is an engineering marvel. But when the weather turns bad,
Look out!
It's like the Bermuda Triangle of truck accidents.
keeping the Coke open takes an army
When the highway shuts down, the world shuts down.
and a last line of defense.
Jimmy Davis en route.
A heavy rescue team ready to tackle any disaster. Because here, closure is not an option. The last of winter is still biting at the highway through hell.
Go ahead.
Jamie and Adam start their day mopping up a messy wreck.
Got her?
You betcha.
A couple of 750s, we could have done that in 4 hours.
You'd be here for a week.
Yeah. Isn't it amazing how things have changed? Why wouldn't anybody who does this job want to own a rotator?
Once again, Jamie's $750,000 gamble is paying off.
The rotator is the ultimate machine if you want to quickly clear wrecks off highways.
When there's a major incident here, I'm confident that we're going to handle that job quickly and efficiently, and we're going to get the highway open faster than anybody else.
On his way home, he gets another chance to put his mean machine to work.
Truck in the ditch at Kanaka.
Left one scene right to go to another one. Dispatch called us and said that we have another semi-wreck just down the road here. It's a load of windshield washer fluid or something.
The loaded semi went into a drainage ditch and tipped over. Police shut down the highway to give Jamie room to work.
I think I'm gonna run one on the deck on this with a block. I think this is where his weight is. Worried about this load.
Figure she'll go?
I don't know. I'm worried about the wall.
The trailer's load is pressed against its flimsy sidewall.
The thing that could happen is, you know, the wall could bulge out on the other side. Yeah.
Most trailers are built to be lightweight, wood walls covered in metal. Forced to bear a cargo's full weight, they can easily blow out.
We don't know what the wall looks like on that side. It could be damaged, it could have a hole in it, so we don't want to lose all the cargo out the side of the truck.
The cargo is hundreds of heavy cases of windshield wiper fluid.
The tractor trailer is leaning, but it's not right over. So you quickly make a decision, let's give this thing a try.
Jamie gambles that he can winch the rig out sideways.
We're gonna be real careful the way we pull this. Let me bring this ass end over. Okay, everybody should stand back now. I'm not quite sure if it'll hang in there. Go ahead, Adam.
You come?
Just a little bit. Coming across, okay? Staying together. Watch your back. Look at this thing. Holy. I don't know what we're gonna do with that landing gear.
The weight of the load is pushing the landing gear into the ground.
The landing gear was kind of in the mire and it was grabbing onto the pavement, the trailer, and then the walls hanging there, and that's a real critical time. So, you know, what do you do? Do you keep pulling? Do you stop? Do you shovel it out?
Traffic is backing up, and the police are pressuring Jamie to get the road reopened.
Pull it through there, hey? I don't know what else we could do.
With the trailer hanging, their only viable option is to keep pulling.
Go ahead. Keep going.
I gotta get ahead.
We actually had the trailer right up on two wheels. It's coming over there now.
The trailer's back on the road, and even better,
we're lucky.
The cargo is still inside.
Okay, you can undo her.
The only damage is a blown front tire.
That went pretty quick, eh? That was pretty fast.
Only 15 minutes after arriving on scene, Jamie and Adam have the highway moving again.
Highway 1 is now open, boys.
As Jamie heads back to base,
What's going on here?
he hears about yet another wreck.
Coca-Cola is closed, everybody, till they clean up that accident. Better get that Jamie Davis out there. He's number one.
A semi is in pieces on the Coke, just east of Hope.
We have a truck that has rolled over on Highway 5. It appears as though the trailer on the truck broke as it was driving down the road, caused the driver to lose control, and the trailer broke in half and left the roadway. This was a freight courier truck that's full of people's packages. A lot of people aren't going to be getting their packages today.
Yeah, go ahead.
Got one vehicle off-road left, so we'll just wait for the tow truck.
Earlier this season, a local tow company that specializes in cars decided that they want a piece of the big rig action.
We've got tow on scene.
So they leased an older model wrecker to try their hand at heavy recovery.
Competition's competition. I have no problems with the fact that there's another competitor tow guy. I'm used to competing with everybody. But they pulled up in some rig. They have limited capability and a recovery job, so the one truck guy doesn't bother me so much.
In the interest of fairness, Highway Patrol has implemented an on-call rotation policy, and this call has already been dispatched to the other company. With Jamie off rotation, all police calls for the next 2 weeks will be offered to his competitor first. Higher up on the coke, Jamie's car guy, Ken Monkhouse, is on the hunt.
This is my family and Hope, me and the tow truck. General plan is you drive up and down the highway, they're looking for somebody that needs assistance.
For Ken, this has been a tough winter.
The competition thing is really ramped up.
The competition has 7 trucks for towing cars.
7 trucks that do cars, and then on our side, me doing cars. One guy against 7 guys is, not even I can beat those odds. I'm pretty damn good, but nobody's that good. Nobody here looks like they need a hand.
Ken started the season with high hopes.
I'm hoping to do about 40 grand this winter.
But so far, he's barely made a quarter of that.
We're almost into March here, and the season's been an epic fail. The last 9 days, I've made $45, $5 a day. And I have a real hard time with personal failure. I have a real hard time with looking like an idiot. I don't want to get discouraged at this point in the game. It's not a good thing to be discouraged. Try and stay positive. If I'm positive, I'll do a lot better. You know, it can turn around tonight. It can turn around in an hour.
Fortunately, winter isn't over yet.
It's snowing pretty hard up here.
That night, a low-pressure system rolls in off the Pacific and smashes head-on into the coke. Though off police rotation for big wrecks, Adam and Kevin can still compete for tow-ups.
The competition is getting pretty fierce up here. They're there to make a living. I can understand why they're doing it. I'd probably do the same thing, but I try not to think about it too much because it actually really pisses me off. But we're gonna have to work a little harder, I guess.
They stop to check on a semi that's chaining up in the right-hand lane.
This guy's kind of blocking the road. We got to get him out of here sooner or later. He's been sitting here for an hour now. You gonna be able to get going here, you think, or?
The driver seems determined to get out on his own and avoid a tow-up fee.
Just gonna throw on another set of chain. So you're putting these things on backwards, eh? You see that there? Yeah, that's why you're having all the trouble there. We're down to 1 lane here, basically, right? So he's taking up 2 lanes of the highway. And the snow plows want to come through here and get this lane cleared up before another snow comes in. Okay, buddy. You got her.
The driver throws it in gear and goes nowhere.
What gear are you starting out in? Low? Yeah. Count 10 speed. Oh, that's half your problem. Okay. Got a 10 speed. You should be trucking through California with a 10 speed, not up here in the mountain. You can't even lift off. Look at me sliding backwards.
You can't tell a guy how to drive because he knows how to drive, right?
Something's got to give. Look at that chain, it's getting shredded. Look at me sliding backwards.
Off rotation for big wrecks, Adam and Kevin scramble to find tow-up jobs.
Something's got to give.
But a spun-out driver is determined to get moving again without their help.
Got a 10-speed. Should be trucking through California with a 10-speed, not up here in the mountain.
We might get her if it gets over here. It might be fine, but never know, because he's gonna dig and chew until he can't go no more. And then his whole truck is gonna be sideways to block the whole highway.
Oh, this chain, look at his chain. Look at his chain right off.
It took half an hour to put that chain on. It took 2 minutes to burn off.
Where's the logic in that? He just blew off $500 in tire chains, burning off his tires.
And his clutch.
And his clutch.
His tranny.
When do you say enough is enough? Like, you know, to replace a clutch in that thing is $4,000. Look at that rear end growling away.
All to save $350.
The driver finally throws in the towel.
How do you want to pay? Cash?
Perfect.
Adam hooks him up, while Kevin seals the deal.
Well, we didn't come up here totally for nothing. We got a little bit of cash. A little's better than nothing.
But for Jamie, small potato pull-ups aren't going to pay his big-ticket bills.
340. That's all we got.
That's all we got. 1, 2, 3, 4 trucks.
It's better than nothing.
Well, we got stunk tonight.
Yeah, I'm disappointed there wasn't any more business than one guy. Fuel, labor, wages, all that kind of thing. This is costing us money to come up here tonight.
Morning brings another wreck to the Coke. A double hopper hit a slushy shoulder and tipped over into the ditch. With Jamie off rotation, the call goes to his oldest rival,
USA 12 from
Al Quiring.
Also, we have semi flipped over at Larson Hill. Trailers are completely on its side. The load is out, so.
Unlike Jamie, Al's philosophy is that one man and one truck are enough to tackle almost any job.
I do a lot of tractor-trailer rollovers with just the one wrecker, and that's not uncommon for me at all. There's no rescue trucks, no guys running around. Wah, 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 wah. You can't send out an RB when all you needed was a fly swatter.
Al believes in keeping his overhead to a minimum.
Never once has anybody phoned my family's office and asking if we've got a shiny truck before we get a job. You know, most of the time it's, can you come quick?
Yeah, here's our guy right here.
Wow, that's a lot of tension on there.
But something about this job smells funny.
Smells like poop.
It is! It's stinky poop, Al!
Yes, it is human waste. It's biosolids. It's processed from the sewage treatment plants.
With only one wrecker, Al will have to upright one section at a time, starting with the cab.
So we're gonna hook the winch lines on and do us some pulling. If you want to take the hook down to the chain there, I'll pull from here.
He recruits the trucking reps as swampers.
We'll bring that right up to the D-ring there again.
Al's Vulcan wrecker is equipped with a side winch, allowing him to pull from two directions at the same time.
Does it look like it's gonna pop? Just watch out, John. Get out of there. Beautiful. Now, if the rest comes out that easy.
Al repositions his wrecker to tackle the two hopper trailers.
That was quick and easy to pull the tractor out. Hopefully the trailers will be the same. I'm used to flipping trailers over myself, so that's not a big deal.
Gonna have to get out and have a look at the angle of the good angle.
He figures flipping the hoppers will be a piece of cake.
The sooner I got that mess cleaned up, the sooner I'm heading home to my wife's good cooking.
To avoid bending the chassis, he wants to unhitch them and flip them one at a time.
We're gonna pull the pin puller. Ugh. Is it moving?
There's a pretty good twist on that, Al.
The weight of the loaded hopper is putting too much pressure on the kingpin.
I think they're gonna have to lift on this frame just to take that tension off.
Yeah. Pull up and give her a little tug with the side pull there.
Hey, Travis, tight! Got it.
Do you think that pin popped?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it did, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
Now he needs to get them back on their wheels.
And we're gonna see what we can grab hold of it.
But there's no secure place to rig onto the thin top edge of the hopper.
Hook that chain so the hook comes back into the ring. We're just gonna try and get that trailer separated and drag it up the bank a bit so the load will come out of it.
The hoppers are made of lightweight aluminum. If he tries to flip them with the load inside, they could break apart. So first, he needs to dump the poop.
We're hoping to get the ass end of it kind of up here so that it's laying mostly upside down.
He is hoping to roll it as he separates. Should empty out the box real nice if it works.
It's moving now.
Let's have a look and see what we've done.
Some of it rolled out, but not a lot.
What do you think, shovel brigade?
Are you serious?
I've got tons of shovels.
That's 20 metric ton.
3 guys, that's not that bad. You don't want to shovel, no problem. Get out of the way, I'm gonna shovel. I'm gonna shovel until I can't shovel anymore. And then when I can't shovel, I'm gonna switch arms and I'm gonna shovel some more. Just like eating an elephant, one bite at a time.
This is black gold. You got a pretty low standard of gold there, Al.
All season long, Scott's been waiting for the new wrecker Jamie promised him, making do in the meantime with the vintage General.
Oh, Joe.
Last week, Jamie broke the news that the new truck is built, but he can't afford to put it into service.
I don't know what to say to you.
What do I do?
I've got to cut costs.
I can't.
I've got to cut costs. This is the thing I'm wrestling with. It keeps me awake in the middle of the night.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Well, I'm sure it's going to keep me awake in the middle of the night. I committed to be here for this season, and well, I guess I'm just going to have to man up and just suck it up and take on the General, you know?
But today, Jamie has a surprise for Scott. It may be months late, but all that is forgotten as the shiny new rig finally arrives.
You guys knew it was coming too, didn't you?
I knew it was coming. I didn't want to make you feel like we liked you or something.
I know.
Don't want to get your hopes up.
The rebuilt Western Star Wrecker is state-of-the-art.
It's a beautiful truck. That's everything you wanted.
600 horsepower Caterpillar in it. It's got a 20,000-pound front axle. Every full load bell and whistle on this thing, it's got everything.
Yeah, it's nice. The light rack doesn't look the same as Adam's.
It's sharper. Well, Adam's is taller.
It's got a more of a swoop to it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said it was new and different from everybody else's, so.
Because it was delivered so late, Jamie struck a deal where he doesn't have to make payments until he puts it into service.
The only thing is, though, I can't license it and have it sitting here and me making payments on a truck that we'll hardly use. This thing will be $3,000 to $4,000 a month, and we won't license this till fall. if we keep it.
He signs the check, I drive the truck. What I'd like is we throw some plates on it and we go to work. And we show the competition, this is what we got for gear. What do you got? You know, let's just get at her.
But for now, the newest addition to Jamie's fleet isn't going anywhere.
We could probably get a chain under the front of that box, and then as you lift, it's gonna roll.
Back at the poop wreck, Al has given up any hope of recovering these hoppers on his own.
The digger's here. This is freaking gross.
He's requested an excavator to speed up the digging.
He's gonna come around and just suck up a little bit of that goop out of there.
He's also called in a backup wrecker.
If you get a good scoop beside it, we can always just shovel into it, right?
By sundown, he's got the first hopper empty and out of the ditch.
Fire that baby up and get the digger in there.
But it doesn't look like he'll be home for dinner.
Oh, everybody wants to be home at the end of the day, but this is a 24/7 job, right?
And this job is far from over.
Short one, long one.
Al still has to get the last hopper out of the ditch.
Flip this one over the same as we did the other one.
Yep.
And he'll use 2 wreckers to do it.
Back her up a bit.
Back her up a bit?
Oh yeah, you're way too far away.
Okay.
We're not dragging, we gotta lift. You see your boom is here?
Yeah.
The load is over there.
Yeah.
Where do you want me to go with this one?
You see the ring there?
Oh, you okay? I've already got one here, Al.
He's had to shift from being the lone wolf
Right here.
to leader of the pack.
No. Look out! Gord, just cut the wheels hard to the right and go forward.
You repositioning or coming off?
Yeah, cut her loose.
Same chain as
Give me a little bit more.
I got 8 people asking to do everything at once. Just undo the chain. Leave the chain there.
I don't have enough, Al. Hey, we're digging the landing leg in, Al.
Watch out, John. Get out of there. Gotta have a victory steak.
But that steak may be coming with eggs for breakfast.
Tow time, but when we're done, it might be morning time, so.
In downtown Hope, Ken's gone home to take a break before another night shift.
There you go. Holy cow. What a good girl.
To save money this season, he decided to move into a hotel.
I moved into one room. It's not a bad hotel, but I mean, it's a hotel.
What a good girl. What a good kitty cat.
My strategy was, if I don't have a nice place to live, I'll be in a tow truck way more, and it's worked. Hey, buddy, it's Monkhouse. Sounds like they're chaining up on the hill there, so I'm gonna head up for a bit. I don't just live here by myself. I've got the cat, and I've got Mum. Pretty sure she's still in there. Yeah, she's still there. So that's Mum. She's been looking after me ever since she passed, 2007. You want some food? In case I don't come back for 3 days? Breakfast of retired tow truck drivers. Same thing Bruce had this morning. There you go, chicken feast. See you later, Mum. My guardian angel. Look after the cat. No fighting with Mom.
Tonight, Ken's working an extra shift to help make ends meet.
We didn't do a whole lot in the last 2 weeks, and it's getting bleaker and bleaker. We just frickin' paid the rent on Friday, like 8 days late. It's got me questioning the whole deal. You never knowing how much you're gonna make. You know, are you gonna be paying your rent every 2 weeks type of deal? You're gonna be living in a Hope hotel. Judging by the extremely light volume of car traffic, pretty much everybody's got home, so I think it's gonna be a quiet night up here tonight.
With no work in sight, Ken pulls off the highway and calls his son.
What are you doing, Spawn? Not much, buddy. What do you think I'm doing? Sitting up on a frickin' hill in a snowstorm trying to find my first call in 4 days. Starting to look a little bit bleak. But oh well, that's towing, right? Winter Monkhouse is my son. He's 29 years old. He's a good kid, doing really well for himself. Lots of confidence, way more confidence than I ever had. He's doing really well for himself. I'm really proud of him. When are you coming out? Oh, the 28th, the day after my birthday, so you don't gotta buy me a present. Isn't that convenient? One way or another, we'll get together there, young fella. You might have to come up to Hope, though. Okay, buddy. Yeah, you have a good night. Love you, too. Bye-bye. Good kid. Surprisingly, you know, coming from me. No, I love him. I wish I saw a lot more of him. Good guy.
After another night of no work, Ken tries to find luck elsewhere.
I gotta leave him something. I can't leave him nothing.
Pair of threes. Pair of frickin' threes. Why couldn't it be 2 aces? Oy, oy, oy.
$18 down the toilet. $18 my son's not gonna get. Well, I gotta start thinking about him more. He's the only family I have. I have him and my cat.
It'll be 25 years I've been doing this. Maybe it's time to get out of the towing thing and find a different type of truck to drive.
Jamie has been off police rotation for a week now, and the reality of having no wrecks to recover is starting to sink in.
We're on rotation with the other guy every 2 weeks, and we have 2 weeks on and we have 2 weeks off. So for the 2 weeks that they're on, you know, I'm keeping people staffed and employed here. Bills, 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 bills every day. Depressing. You know, I hate to be a whiner. I hate to whine about all this stuff, but we're riding on millions and millions of dollars of investment here. You know, millions to just be here. So, you know, when you lose your money and your revenue's gone, I mean, it's a life game changer for you. I'll go deal with the phone calls, I guess. And the more bad news mail.
I bought myself some gloves. I got the receipt.
Cool. Thanks, buddy. Why are we buying 3 of these things? $215, like. Scotty, why do we need 3 propane torches?
I got one for your truck, I got one for Adam's truck, and I got one for my truck.
I'm not unlimited money, right? So you get this guy spending and you buying for that guy and that guy buys for you. I'm just supposed to I'm just like community milk cow. Hey, everybody just, hey, give me money, James. You can take them things right back where they came from. Man, it's like money's unlimited or something, you know that? I'm not upset at people, I'm not mad at the world. My real problem is I've got a banker to answer to who's financing the trucks. Jamie Davis Towing. Yeah.
It's Jamie's brother.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, not too bad. In between Al coming up here and those guys giving them half the work, I mean, he just took a $20,000 job yesterday. I mean, I've got trucks coming out of my rear end here to service the area, you know what I mean? I have to put these trucks to work, right? They can't be sitting around here like looking at me in the window. I'm not gonna wait 6 months and go broke here. Not gonna happen. There's gonna be a real change around here and it's gonna happen fast.
Later that night, trucker radio reports a wreck on the Coke.
Northbound, got a smashed up vehicle.
There's a parking job. Just hope nobody's hurt.
His call originally came into us as a multi-vehicle collision near the snow shed on Highway 5. Unknown injuries.
The 2-car collision has shut down one of the northbound lanes. Though he's still off rotation, Adam can't resist responding. The company that is on call is nowhere in sight.
I'm not willing to sit here and wait for towing to get here, so it happens. You gotta get the highway open. Thanks a lot.
Just glad to be alive.
Yeah.
The stunned driver of one of the cars was slowing down when he got slammed from behind.
It's like if you could look in your rearview mirror and you see somebody coming to kill you, basically, because he was coming so fast. He hit me so hard, I went around and...
Oh, so you spun right around?
Yeah. Oh my God. I've got 2 dogs with me and I thought they were dead. I thought I was dead, but I've just kind of got them bundled up here so they're okay. I wouldn't want my dogs to die.
Adams called for backup, and the hungry crew will take any work they can get.
I don't like towing little cars at all, for any reason, anytime, anywhere. But there won't be a whole lot of work, so now we have to supplement our income by picking up as much work as we can. And if we can be Johnny on the spot, well, we'll give it a little shot, you know?
Within minutes, they've got the highway open.
So we're hooked up and we're heading for home.
Okay.
Adam's pretty good. He's one of the best drivers that we've dealt with up here, and always gets things taken care of fast for us.
What's going on up on the coke? I'm gonna need at least one heavy wrecker for a truck and trailer.
When news of another wreck comes over the radio,
You and Adam both heading to this? Roger.
Adam and Scott shift into high gear.
Jackknife truck about 15K up the road. Sounds like he's southbound across all lanes of traffic.
I guess there's somebody all bent in shape up there. It's up here, northbound. Okay, I got a good jump on him. We'll have 20 minutes on him anyways, Adam. This thing cleared up before he even gets there.
A jackknife semi has both lanes shut down. Adam and Scott's wreckers are the first to arrive on scene. But the competition shows up only minutes later. And because he's on rotation, he gets the job.
Yeah, we won't need your iron today. Thanks for coming next time. This one's too easy. What's on the road, man? That's half the job. It's too simple. I don't need a rotator and 4 tow trucks and I don't know.
What are you doing?
Between getting an assault charge, I might as well just go home.
Adam walks off the field, but Scott decides to stay and watch the game play out.
I just wait for a few minutes. It's their job scene, and they've made it very clear that it's their job scene.
Okay, you're off.
Free country to be where they want to be. We'll just stay parked where we are.
The rival wrecker hooks up and begins to straighten the cab. But as he pulls, a punctured fuel tank starts to spew diesel all over the highway. A jackknife truck is blocking northbound lanes on the coke. Scott and Adam were the first wreckers on scene, but the competition is on police call, so he gets the job. Scott stays to watch and notices the wreck is leaking diesel fuel.
They're well aware of this, I take it?
Well, you know what? They should be, but apparently they're not too concerned about that. When you have a fuel leak, you got to stop that fuel. If they had the proper equipment, they could contain that fuel leak instead of letting it go into the environment.
The officer reports the situation back to his supervisor.
Stop that fuel, Johnny?
How are you going to stop it?
How?
Stop it.
Well, I'd just take a piece of wood and jam her in a hole like it's been done for years. He doesn't even know how to stop a simple fuel leak. I mean, that's heavy towing 101. You get to an accident, you see fuel leaking, you get your cedar wedges and you start pounding them in the holes. Always have wood with you to stuff in the hole.
But what we got is now we got fuel everywhere.
Yeah, so, yeah. It should have been pumped before the job happened. So.
Okay, we got a diesel spill all over the roadway here.
How much has been spilled?
About 450 liters.
It's about 450 liters.
Yeah, we're gonna have to call environmental then.
That's a lot
lot of diesel. Yes, sir.
An environmental spill like this could cost tens of thousands of dollars to clean up.
So you're with Jamie Davis? That's right. Okay. So I just stayed to observe what's going on, and
He doesn't like me pointing out their faults. That's why we spend millions of dollars on gear, and he spends.
does anyone have a pump we can pump it?
We do.
You do?
We do.
We got a pump too, but by the time we get it done and rigged up, it's already been punched out all over the road anyway.
Well, it doesn't start leaking until you pull it off the landing gear.
We have to pump it before we can drag it anyways.
You know what he's doing is he's making for a dangerous situation on the other side, because that fuel is going to go over the other lane of traffic, and you know what diesel and ice does. Yeah.
Okay, hang on.
Yeah. Diesel and ice, it's just probably the most slippery substance in the planet.
Preference, you pump the tank first, the traffic can wait. The fuel is more important than the traffic right now, so. If we could keep the fuel down to a minimum spill, we can clean up.
But the competition's pump is still back in town. Until it gets here, he decides to take Scott's advice for plugging the holes.
It definitely slows down the leakage until you get your pump.
Okay, well, it's kind of too late now, so.
Yeah.
It's frustrating.
It is. It is frustrating.
The next morning, Scott arrives early to work on getting the General up to his standards.
I gotta drive the old girl. I might as well give her a bit of a cleanup.
So what happened on the coke there last night?
When we first got on scene, there's no fuel leaking, there's no nothing. He just shows up, throws a hook, and starts yanking.
We have a whole yard full of updated modern equipment to handle these jobs.
Yeah.
I can see the writing on the wall. Now I'm faced with the reality that 50% of our business is gone. In a 2-day deal, I mean, there's $25,000 in work that went out the window to the competitor. So now it's starting to hit home for me. It's a rough, hard road to be in. I don't recommend people to get into this business, I tell you that. In a second, in a New York minute, you're done. My whole life's in a turmoil. All of a sudden, we have no work here. What do I do with all these employees? What do I do with the trucks? You know, closer's not an option. So I have to either auction off those high-end trucks or find another home where they can go work and make some money. It's a really hard day for me. This is probably the hardest day I've had to deal with in years.
With nothing to do but wait, Jamie heads to the barn for beer o'clock.
It's nothing but an old barn and a bunch of good old boys in there, but at the end of the day, there's lots of business goes on there. Everything around me has beaten me to the ground where I can't even really supply the service.
It's not a lack of knowledge that's holding you back here. It's a lack of business, and you don't feel you can.
Well, we can't survive. Really, we can't survive. We have a guy who's taken 50% of the rec work out from us from the RCMP. So the phones aren't ringing, trucks aren't running, there's no work, the money's not here. These are realities that I've got to face and I've got to deal with.
You know, like, you've been barking up a lot of trees looking for the cat, but you haven't hit the right tree to get the right cat.
If he's gonna wind up packing it in here, he might as well make an attempt somewhere else. There's money in the oil fields. Go to the oil fields. Go to Alberta. Fort Mac has got people lined up, you know, for tows.
If you go to Fort Mac and try it, I don't think you'll ever look back.
So why aren't you trying Fort Mac? The opportunity's there to try. Why wouldn't you try it?
I'd definitely be looking at that for an option. What have you got to lose?
Being off police rotation is killing Jamie's business.
We have a guy who's taken 50% of the rec work out from us from the RCMP. So the phones aren't ringing, trucks aren't running.
With a big crew, a fleet of trucks sitting idle, and bills piling up.
Bills every day.
He's reached a breaking point.
Well, we can't survive, we can't survive.
So why aren't you trying Fort Mac?
What have you got to lose?
Fort McMurray is a boom town, 900 miles away in the heart of oil country.
We keep getting drawn to Fort McMurray. So oil fields are going crazy up there with work. So maybe me and Adam got to go to Alberta, and they'll appreciate a couple guys like us who come out there and do the job for them. Population of Fort McMurray, 72,000 people in that town. Look at the streets, 5 abreast on that street. Pretty big town.
Yeah. They do a quick web search to check out the competition.
Have you looked at this guy?
Yeah, he doesn't really have much of a sight. Have you looked at them?
No, what's he got?
I don't know.
Yeah, that guy. He's got pretty big stuff.
Yeah, but he's got one tandem though, right?
Yeah, he's heavy duty. Fort McMurray, that's been in the back of our mind, but now I think we're at a point where we really don't have any choice.
The next morning, Jamie and Adam decide to take advantage of being off rotation.
Okay. We've made a commitment that, we know we're not going to starve here all summer. I'm not doing it. He certainly doesn't want to do it. He's got to feed his family. I'm not going to wait around till the banker's phoning wanting to come and repo my truck. I got to go put these trucks to work. So we're on it. We're going. So.
Well, we're gonna hop in our pickup, I guess, and go up to Fort Mac and hunt around. We'll go do some scouting and check it out and see what happens.
So we're on the way to Fort Mac, so I'll call you later. Bye.
I have no doubt in my mind there's a ton of work because it's like the economic engine of Canada. It could be a good idea. Jamie's a visionary. Jamie's been in business a long time, so who knows?
It's a huge gamble. A new town, new competition, a new highway.
Do I really want to go and play in somebody else's sandbox? Not really. Not 100% certain. I don't think Adam's 100% certain. And I can't stop here and cry over spilt milk. You're either going ahead or you're going backwards.
I'm looking forward to it, but in the same hand, I'm nervous about it.
So we're on our way to Fort Mac. If we don't have work here, if the logging truck guys, if they don't have logs to haul in Hope, they haul logs in Golden. So we have to go where the work is.
After 16 hours of driving, they arrive at Highway 63, a notorious stretch of road that's the main lifeline into the remote northern oil fields.
Look at that. That's a pickup truck rolled over.
I can't believe they leave cars in a ditch like this around here.
I mean, this is like the Wild Wild West here, from what I can see. It's just like money, money, money all up and down this road all morning, eh?
Yep.
For most drivers, this highway is a nightmare. But for Jamie, it might be a dream come true. Next time on the highway through hell.
Nobody's going anywhere.
A nasty spring storm
Yeah, he blocked the whole road.
catches the Coke off guard.
We were converting to summer.
A mail truck hurtles toward an icy river.
I'm worried about that trailer moving.
Look at.
And a broken promise forces Jamie to walk off the job.
We're done, okay? We're leaving.
And face a reality that could drive him off the Coke.
You're either going ahead or you're going backwards.
This time, on the highway through hell,
As soon as we try to flip, it's going to be a mess.
Heavy Rescue has to get 42,000 pounds of apples
Rock and roll.
off a vital bridge.
Whoa.
Tensions between Jamie and Scott
I've got to cut costs.
reach a boiling point,
I wasted my whole winter.
and a good deed on the Coke
Came down the hill and then struck the woman that got out to help.
ends in tragedy.
Horrible.
In the rugged mountains of the Pacific Northwest, there's a highway like no other. The Coquihalla is an engineering marvel. But when the weather turns bad...
Look out! It's like the Bermuda Triangle of truck accidents.
Keeping the Coke open takes an army.
When the highway shuts down, the world shuts down.
And a last line of defense.
Davis en route.
A heavy rescue team ready to tackle any disaster. Because here, closure is not an option. It's early March on the Coke, and already winter is easing into spring.
That road should be good. Pretty mild out. Yeah, apparently it's +3, 4 up there, so.
Oh, hey, you know what? It's a beautiful night for a drive up there.
But clear highways bring faster speeds and new dangers.
Highway 3, Forestry Road, that's blocking one lane. That's a tractor trailer with apples.
Just after sundown, Jamie responds to a call for a wreck on Highway 3.
We got an apple truck flipped over at a place called Whipsaw on Highway 3. So Adam's in his 25-ton Corvette, so he's gone.
As usual, Adam got the jump on Jamie.
Well, this is Whipsaw coming up here.
The wreck is on a curved highway bridge over Whipsaw Creek.
Here comes the accident scene sign here. Oh, yeah. Right on the bridge.
Just this side of the bridge, that's where they always roll, right there.
For Jamie, this feels like deja vu.
If you get a tractor trailer in the right radius and at just that perfect speed, that truck will flip over. I've recovered probably 10 apple trucks from that corner, and guys are like, I don't know what happened. I just all of a sudden were on my side.
How's she going today? Still warm? Load of apples, is it, I guess? Where's the driver at? He's gone, or? Oh, okay.
The fully loaded reefer truck took the curve too fast and landed on the guardrail.
Rode the bridge railing quite a bit. Tore the rear corner of the trailer open. The apples are always a heavy load, so this could be a big problem getting this thing up and over.
The RCMP want this wreck off the road tonight. But that won't be easy.
I don't think there's any flipping this thing over. Like, look underneath here. Like that wall, as soon as we try to flip it, it's just gonna break.
The fully loaded trailer has lost all of its structural integrity.
With this back end broken open like this, and the sidewall out of it, and the roof blown, if we try to lift this trailer up right now, it's gonna be a mess.
I pretty well know this thing's just gonna open up like a zipper. And what could happen is the apples could fall down into the river.
The 42,000 pounds of fresh apples are largely undamaged, and the insurance company wants to recover as many as possible.
What we're gonna have to do is bring our other trailer here in the morning with a crew, and we're gonna have to unload this unit.
What they can do tonight is recover the tractor.
The tractor's actually blocking the highway, and the tractor's a repairable unit, so we've got to do what we can do to save the tractor and not have any further damage to it.
What do you think of that?
I don't think you're gonna get that pin out because the pin's on this side.
You think so?
Before they can flip it upright, they need to disconnect the kingpin from the trailer.
Okay, so this fifth wheel, it's gonna have a lock on it, so you gotta kind of lift it up and then over. It might not come, might have too much pressure on it.
Releasing a kingpin can be really easy sometimes, or it can be really hard. The pin needs to be very straight on with the plate. If there's an angle or a twist or a bend, those jaws won't unlock.
There should be a bit of a notch in it, you see what I mean? You gotta kind of lift up there. There you are.
Like that?
Yeah, then you have to go up with it. Use the pin puller.
A pin puller is a long hook used to reach the kingpin's release lever.
There you are.
You got it, Sammy.
Now they need to pull it away from the trailer so they can flip it.
We'll hold everything up for a while till you guys are out.
Okay. Yeah, we should only be a couple minutes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let's go. They got the highway shut down.
Yeah, rock and roll. Yeah, baby. Bula, bula, bula. Good.
In their rush to get the road reopened, they forgot to disconnect the air lines for the brakes.
Hey, yeah, you want me to take this off?
Yeah, be careful, though. You might have to cut that.
Now, the hoses are too stretched to disconnect.
Just get a knife, cut them.
Huh?
Cut them.
Cut them?
Yeah, we should have unhooked them already before we rolled it over.
We should have unhooked those airlines. That was a mistake we made, you know, and we make mistakes once in a while.
Yeah, I think it'd be more screwing around to get the chops on.
I know.
Ask Adam.
All for a couple of pros.
Actually, you know what? Don't do nothing. Don't do nothing. When he picks this up and comes ahead with it, he's gonna tow it from the back, we'll undo it then.
Okay, I got it.
Adam pulls it in a little ways, it'll free up the stress off it, and we'll get him off.
Adam lifts the tractor to create some slack.
That's one. This one is this way. If you can pull on it a little bit, my way, bring her my way a bit. Not gonna happen.
Give us a stretch here.
Hit it now. Almost.
Good.
We got her.
Right now, we're gonna pull off the road. There's no reason for us to be on the highway anymore.
Okay, I'm getting out of here.
Okay, all right, Adam.
Adam tows the cab back to the yard. And Whipsaw Bridge is back in business. The next morning, Scott returns to work after being away for the last 2 weeks.
We better go find a truck to drive.
Scott got fed up being stuck with a 28-year-old wrecker.
If I had my new truck, none of this bull would be going on like this.
So he stopped going out on jobs.
Do you want me to find somebody to run the General if you don't want to drive it?
I'll run it when we need to run it.
And that pushed Jamie's buttons.
In my mind, he should be driving that General. It's all in the work ethic, it's all in the attitude. If you've got a good attitude and your work ethic's here, great. You know what I think? I think you go home and holiday for a week, because you know what? You're just kind of dragging your ass anyway. I'm not happy with what's been going on with him. We all took our turns driving the old trucks. You know, suck it up, princess. We all did it. We've all been there. Pretty much pissing me off.
Scott took the hint and headed home to cool his heels.
When I came to work for Jamie, I was under the understanding that there was a truck being built for me. And he's coming up with this reason why it didn't happen, that reason why it didn't happen. And I'm not real happy with Jamie right now.
Today, he's back, fully expecting his new truck to arrive any day now.
I've been told my truck's gonna get put on the road here right soon. Been a long time coming.
What's going on in here, boys?
You know, it just seems that everything with Scott's a problem. And I'm not seeing a whole bunch of production out of him. So I am getting more and more frustrated with him. And I'm starting to think, you know, this isn't working out between me and him.
But the boss isn't exactly thrilled to have him back.
Well, it's new and exciting.
How was your days off? Good?
Yeah, nice and quiet. Got a few little chores done.
Looks like I should have stayed a couple more days at home.
At Whipsaw Creek, a salvage crew led by Jim Lasser has begun unloading 42,000 pounds of apples.
Take that gas and that up to give it to Sammy.
Any salvage operation is really about recovering whatever we can recover that's valuable to the insurance company. Whatever you can bring back to them that they can make some money to offset their loss, that's the name of the game.
The rear doors are too damaged to open, so their only access is through a hole in the roof.
Look at this tobacco.
Oh, my moly. That is pretty ugly. You know, those guys can't unload that like that.
Oh, God. Just asking for trouble.
Yeah.
That's slippery. Whew.
We can't have these guys, you know, hanging out the side and in the ditch and trying to reach up. I have to make sure that these guys are super, super safe and we can't have any kind of problems.
Jamie figures there has to be a better way.
I think we're gonna take a chance and at least try to get this thing up and over there, off the no post here.
Getting the trailer off the guardrail will allow them to open the back doors and unload much faster.
I would say there's probably 60 pallets. These guys have already done 5. You see, as soon as the back is open and the door lays down flat, I can drive the Bobcat right inside, right? Hey, Dave,
put them both in there. Yeah. Okay. We're just gonna try to lift this when we get a chance. So.
Jamie gambles that he can lift the broken trailer off the guardrail without it falling apart.
Okay.
If the trailer breaks open, the entire load could spill down into the river.
Everybody's out, Jim? Everybody's clear? Okay. We're just gonna try to slide it.
Oh, she's starting to tear, she's starting to tear.
To the north, on Highway 1, another crew is trying to keep something else from falling. Boulders. The warm weather is causing an uptick in rock slides along the Fraser Canyon. A week ago, a rock slide on this same stretch of highway forced a lumber truck off a cliff. Today, a team of scalers led by Mike Rastablasta Hall have to make this unstable rock face safe again.
The whole top 20 feet, basically from this corner here down to underneath that overhang at the end there, that's the area that they want us to tighten up. So that if next time it rains, maybe a little dirt and sand will fall, but nothing big, right?
Ice melt running beneath the surface has undermined the entire rock face.
Well, you can just see, right, starting right here, like this whole slip plane, you see all of the water running? When you get all these cracks opened up, it rains, goes down to -2 or 3, it freezes, and then it just incrementally pushes the rocks out, right? And then they fall. And then there's a slide, and then they call us.
The only tools they have to work with are ropes and steel pry bars. It's a skill that takes years of experience, and they only get 20 minutes to do it.
0129.
Copy that, 0129. Okay, what happens is he just gives us our last southbound vehicle, then when it clears, we shut down traffic, and then we light them up. We got 20 minutes. So we scale 15, clean for 5, at 20 minutes they gotta be running. That's our mandate, keep the traffic moving, and make it safe. Okay, our last one went by. We're shut down. Okay, let her go. Rock and roll! Hey, if you can swing over, try that big one to the left of Mario. Spectacular. That's why we're here. How's our time doing, Hank?
Got about 10 minutes left, 10.
Copy that, 10 left. You guys got another 5. Then we'll clean.
In this type of formation, Many rocks are interconnected.
You gotta know when to stop, because if you take one too much, you're just gonna undermine it, and then you're chasing it back up slope 50 feet, right? Oh, he's gonna open up a show there. Drop.
Back on Whipsaw Bridge, Jamie's attempt to lift a broken trailer off a guardrail isn't going so well.
Oh, it's starting to tear, it's starting to tear.
Where?
These rivets here are popping down the road.
Where is it popping? Right here?
It
These
just started,
rivets
it just
are
started popping. It was
See
about
that?
here, it went click, 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 click to here.
They need some way to keep the trailer from bursting open.
If we could get a strap around it, it might help hold it.
Yeah, okay. We'll put everything on hold for a minute.
We'll put the white line
and then
on
we'll
that?
let it down, and yeah, go over top.
The heavy-duty nylon tow strap should act like a giant rubber band.
Let's go underneath. That's it. You go around the other side, pull that strap out that way.
Watch your head there, Sammy.
Yeah, that comes down, it'll crush you like a bug. Take that and head that way with it.
Be careful. Yeah, I'm moving out to get over the load.
Clear out of the way. In the clear?
With the strap secured to the rotator's boom arm, they're ready for take two.
Jamie's gonna pick it up, and I'm gonna pull it off the guardrail and set it down flat on the ground.
If this doesn't work, 42,000 pounds of apples could end up in the river.
Okay, Adam, give it a little bit. It's ever so slightly.
This side is starting to crack up here.
Go ahead. Adam.
Just clearing the guardrail in front.
On the bridge over Whipsaw Creek, Heavy Rescue is struggling to recover a smashed wreck loaded with 42,000 pounds of apples.
Top is just catching the railing now.
Bit more?
To get better access to the cargo, Jamie wants to lift it off a guardrail without it falling apart.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
It doesn't work.
And she just tore the roof off. The wall cleared and the roof didn't.
Now he can't set it down because crates of apples are caught underneath.
Okay, so Jim, there's some boxes right here we need a few guys to take out. I'm not holding no weight, but I don't want to let them down on these boxes, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So what we should do is try to get them out. At least that gets it more open for you. Okay.
Okay, get the crew, get the labor crew. Let's pass it that way or pass it up this way and stack it along here.
With the rotator still holding up the trailer, the crew scrambles to clear the spilled boxes. It's another delay in a frustrating recovery.
There's 3 more boxes on the bottom and then that's good.
Boxes clear, Jamie can set the trailer back down. Now, all they need to do is get the cargo doors open.
Take it up a little bit.
Good?
Should work, should work. Come this way a little bit.
It'll catch in there.
Stand back.
Once again, the rotator comes to the rescue.
Usually the big guy wins.
Yeah, big guy.
Usually the big guy wins.
And I need a chop saw too.
Yeah, there's one right here.
Yeah, okay.
Getting the bottom door off should take just a few quick cuts.
Young.
What Jim needs is a chop saw. What he's got is a lemon.
Totally. Okay, find me a screwdriver or Allen wrenches.
You know, we need to chop saw this door off, and it's holding up production here. So tools are everything, equipment's everything.
Junk.
And we always try to buy the best so that we're not monkeying around. I've got a crew of guys all sitting here, all waiting to go. I mean, if we sit here for an hour, you times that by 3 trucks, 2 traffic control trucks, 2 traffic control guys, a crew of people here. Could be up to $1,000 an hour sitting here.
Let's read the instructions. Step one.
I pulled that out first.
Yeah, okay.
What are we at here?
Back on Highway 1, the scaling crew only has 7 minutes left before the road is scheduled to reopen.
Oh, see? That one just moved. Yeah.
But they're worried they've opened up a can of worms.
Yeah, you just loosened another one, Bill.
Oh, that might bring it.
But if we go back any farther, then we open up another problem.
The last thing they want is to open the road and then have another rock slide.
Came from Chilliwack and we're going up to 100 Mile House.
I'm actually from Spuzin First Nation. I'm the chief, heading to Boston Bar for a very important fishing meeting.
Bill, are you good? Okay, hang on, hurry up. And anybody can go up there with a bar, but knowing what to take and what to leave, that comes with experience.
They pry loose one last boulder and get to solid ground.
Make sure it's tight, Bill.
I did.
Okay. Okay, hold her up, guys. Time to clean.
They still have to get the rocks off the road.
Okay, guys, let them run.
Here they come. Yes, sir.
20 minutes flat, and the highway reopens safely.
Okay, find me a screwdriver or Allen wrenches.
Back at Whipsaw Bridge, a huge recovery operation has ground to a halt because of a stubborn chop saw.
It's not getting fuel up into the
cylinder?
Because the carburetors get gummed up because the fuel nowadays is all really low-end quality fuel.
Jim uses a fuel additive to remove residue from the motor.
I mix my fuel exactly right every tank. I mix 5 gallons at a time. I've just switched from salvage expert to saw mechanic.
Now that should open up.
Perfect. With the doors off, the salvage operation can finally shift into high gear. And none too soon for an anxious highway supervisor who just wants his bridge back.
We've got the load about 2/3 done now. We won't be here much longer blocking the highway. I think probably only another maybe hour and a half or something like that will be gone.
If we didn't have the rotator available to lift that onto the road, we would have had to carry every box to the back of the trailer by hand. But them able to set on the road so we can run the Bobcat inside just saved our guys about 6 hours of hard labor.
I need some straps.
By mid-afternoon, the trailer's empty and the recovery phase begins. They need to flip the trailer back on its wheels, but it's a tight squeeze on the narrow bridge.
We have not a lot of room to operate here. Then we have traffic to contend with too.
Highways insists that one lane stay open, so Jamie digs deep into his bag of tricks and pulls out a rarely used maneuver.
There's probably not too many guys remember it, but it's actually, there's a term for it. It's called a California end roll. It's when 2 wreckers get end on end to a trailer and they roll it in the lane. One wrecker would get on one end, the other guy'd be facing the wrong way in traffic on the other end, and they'd actually do a mid-air inversion.
They'll lift the trailer together, rotate it in mid-air, then set it down. This way, they only take up a single lane, and traffic can keep moving across the bridge.
That leg?
Yeah, blue strap on that leg and then the other end in the hook.
Adam hasn't done a California end roll before. He's never even heard of it.
It's not something you use every day. It's a rare maneuver.
We're on now.
The wrecked trailer doesn't have many secure places left to rig onto.
This side of the trailer's actually got the most weight in it with the reefer and everything right now. This is the strength right here. So we're putting a strap on this end and then we're gonna catch it with the other strap. So we've got a line, we're just gonna flip it over like that. Adam's just gonna pull on the suspension, and he's not gonna touch any straps because the walls will just collapse on that end because they're already damaged so much, so. I wanna get the boom up quite a bit on this one. Everybody out of the way?
Jim, everybody clear? It's all good.
With traffic still moving, they get the trailer in the air. But instead of rolling, it starts to sway.
Stop this traffic. The traffic coming? Stop the traffic.
Yeah. Hey! Everybody stop the traffic right now.
The roll itself was happening a little too quick. I'm going about my business like I've done it 5 times. And Adam, it's a first deal for him, so maybe he was a little nervous. Usually your instincts are right. Better safe than sorry.
Traffic stopped. Jamie and Adam get the swaying wreck back under control.
You have to keep in mind, recovering tractor trailers or salvaging them is not a perfect science.
Perfect.
Okay, we'll just unhook them.
Let the traffic go, it's all good.
10-4, Jamie.
The owner of this load should be really happy. A little tiny bit fell in the river, but this is top notch. Jamie and Adam picked up perfectly. Went good.
Whipsaw Bridge is reopened.
You guys are northbound, you guys are ready to one?
But further up Highway 3,
Keep your distance.
snowmelt is creating a new danger.
The springtime, break out the shorts and gumboots.
On Highway 3, snowmelt is causing a new problem.
It's all wet, guys. Keep your distance.
During the day, water is collecting in deep pools along the highway.
3, got water on the road.
At night, as temperatures drop below freezing, the puddles turn into solid ice.
I can throw you for a loop.
They can be really dangerous because they're going to pull you out of control.
It's up to Highway Maintenance Supervisor Stefan Bresch to come up with a plan to deal with at least half a dozen big pools.
The snowbank is more or less waterproof. The water can't go anywhere. That's a concern.
To get it cleared as soon as possible, the job gets turned over to the night crew.
We're gonna get the water flowing.
Ready to rock?
Their first priority is a flooded bridge deck over the Similkameen River.
There's a water pool somewhere.
Cold air cools the bridge from both above and below.
See how it's crystallizing?
So this is one of the first places that freezes.
It's a race against time, otherwise we'll be solid ice.
Look, jackknife. Look out!
Already this season, several wrecks have been caused by road ice. Tonight, the crew is lucky. The bridge is at a low spot on the highway, so this is one of the few places where engineers installed drains.
We can free that drain up, it'll drain the water off the bridge. Why don't you scrape it with the loader, and then we'll see if we can't knock a scupper out.
Using the front end loader like a giant squeegee, they temporarily clear the puddle, only to find a tougher problem underneath.
There's quite a bit of ice on top of the asphalt surface, and somewhere down there is a drain. I can't see it. See if you can scrape some of that shelf ice off of there.
But the ice is rock hard and refuses to cooperate.
We should have found the metal grate by now, and we haven't. The temperature's dropping a little bit, so it's freezing up a little bit now. If we don't have the drain open, it'll create almost like a big swimming pool right here on the highway.
If temperatures continue to drop, by morning, this could turn into a skating rink.
Is there only one on this deck or two?
If they can't find the drain, they'll have to bore a hole in the edge of the bridge.
Well, we're right down the asphalt here.
Before giving up, they try looking underneath.
Looks like it's right there though, Chris.
Is it right here?
Yeah.
Through the pitch black, they make out the faint shape of a drain pipe.
Found it. Right here. There's the metal.
They chip through a layer of ice that's as thick as a cinder block.
And we're through. Woohoo! Task complete.
One threat down.
And 2 more bridges to go. Boss, be happy we found the drain and not dug a hole in the asphalt that they have to patch tomorrow morning.
That night, a call comes in for a wreck that has shut down the coke.
A bad accident on the Smasher, southbound. It's a multi-car collision.
It's a car wreck, so Scott takes the flat deck. Chris follows in a single-axle tow truck.
Looks like they got wrapped up underneath the semi-truck.
I'm gonna give him a hand. Get this thing loaded up.
An SUV crashed into the back of a semi. The trucker's wife got out to make sure the people in the SUV were all right.
Yeah, she was first aid nurse, so she came up to help. There was your big mistake right there.
Sick. Sickening.
The sad part was I guess they were newlyweds.
Another vehicle came down the hill, struck that vehicle again, and then struck the woman that got out to help and killed her. The person in the vehicle that struck that one and then the woman just carried on afterwards down into Hope. They didn't stop. Freaking sad is what it is.
The southbound lanes are shut down so a collision reconstruction team can gather evidence.
Someone has unfortunately died here. And so we're going to do as thorough a job as we possibly can.
Investigators comb through the wreckage looking for paint chips or anything else that could help identify the vehicle that fled the scene.
From our understanding, this vehicle has been hit twice. So we're just looking for some different marks of what the occupant would have been doing in the vehicle while the impact happened.
Is there a possibility that we may have the road down for quite a while? Oh, probably more likely.
I'll be in my tow truck for when you need me.
This vehicle hit the no post here, created these gouges. So we've measured the distance from the gouges to the final rest position of the vehicle.
90 minutes into their investigation, they get a call that solves the mystery.
The original suspect vehicle that left the scene is the individual has apparently turned himself in. All the physical evidence we can possibly get here, we've gotten it.
As the investigation wraps up, Scott is cleared to load the SUV onto the flat deck.
Really just a horrible feeling is all it is. Horrible. Makes you love your loved ones a little bit more.
What do you do, right? It happens. They go too fast and they don't pay attention. And that's what happens. People die.
don't think there will ever be a time where I enjoy doing this job when it comes to having to deal with that. Oh, right now, the only thing I want to do is phone my wife and tell her I love her, you know. Life's precious, and I wish people would start realizing that. So much needless people dying out here for no reason. None at all.
For weeks, Jamie has been wrestling with what to do about Scott's delayed truck and its unhappy driver.
The idea was to have his new truck on the road before winter, but we're at the end of the season here, and where we started from and where we are now, two different things. I don't know where it leaves Scott. So Scott, have a seat, buddy.
Have a seat.
It's been a kind of a subject I've been wanting to talk to you about. You know this new truck, so supposed to be ready for the beginning of the season, right? We've had a whole bunch of things transpire between when we started and where we are now, right? I'm really starting to wonder if we need it. You know what I mean? Where are we really at with it as far as season goes, right? We missed all the season pretty much. I don't know financially if we can hang on to that truck for the whole summer long and not work it.
So the last 4 months have been nothing but bull or what?
No.
I gave up huge to come here, huge. And now to be, you know, kind of kicked in the teeth, you know, what do I do?
I've got to cut costs. I've got to cut costs. This is the thing I'm wrestling with. It keeps me awake in the middle of the night.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Well, I'm sure it's going to keep me awake in the middle of the night. Yeah.
Hours before my truck's supposed to be here, he's going, well, yeah, I think I'm gonna Scotty and not get your truck. I've done everything that I've been asked to do by Jamie, and now I just got the biggest kick in the I've ever had, you know? It's like, I wasted my whole winter. Wasted it.
Up on the mountain, Mother Nature couldn't care less about Scott's problems.
That smasher's still a big gong show up there, guys.
The Coke gets hit by an unexpected spring snowstorm.
Yeah, the latest was there's about 10 spun out on the hill.
Just above the snow sheds, they're all tight together. There's trucks all over the place.
With traffic backing up, Adam heads out to help.
Lots of snow up here. Some guys are spun out on the hill. I guess that snow shed hill's all blocked off, so.
Release out from the toll booth.
So we'll go and see what we can do.
Oh, we got a loaded Super B.
Jamie's biggest rival, Al Quiring, has been on the Smasher since sundown.
I'm gonna tighten the cable up. You release all your brakes. Big Green to the rescue. This comes along like Pac-Man and gobbles up all the stuck trucks.
Seeing more work than he can handle,
You on the radio there, Scott, in that thing?
Adam calls the only other driver on the night shift schedule.
You on the radio, Scott? You got a copy there, Scott?
Jamie just told Scott that he's never going to get his new truck.
I've done everything that I've been asked to do by Jamie, and now I just got the biggest kick in the I've ever had.
Up on the mountain,
There's about 10 spun out on the hill.
Adam's trying to get a clogged highway moving again.
Just put it in low gear and give me lots of power, you know? Okay? You on the radio there, Scott, in that thing?
He calls the only other driver on night shift for backup.
You on the radio, Scott?
In the 6 hours since Scott stormed out of the yard, no one has heard from him.
You got a copy there, Scott?
But Scott has heard Adam's call and is already saddled up in the General.
Even though other people didn't fulfill their obligations to me, I committed to be here for this season. The point of the matter is the job still has to get done.
It doesn't take him long
Need a pull?
to find a semi in distress.
You gotta work with me too, right? You ready? Okay, we're moving, boys.
We're all up on the coke, telling everybody to chain up.
Up at the top of the smasher, Adam and Al Quiring are working to clear spun-out trucks.
Oh, a set of chains? Yeah, well.
Still got something going south?
No, I don't think so. Oh, they're making them chain up now. Yeah, so.
Scott, you get the jackknife down there?
Well, he just hopped in and drove it away for the guy. Well, there's one dumb right outside the snow shed there. He doesn't want to pay anything, so I guess I'll leave that one for you. Okay, see you later.
There any pliers?
Down the mountain, Scott's trying to move a semi with seized up air brakes.
What he done here is he tore his supply line off for his trailer.
But before Scott can finish, a highway supervisor delivers a message.
Are you kidding me? Well, they said I can't work up here.
Adam, you want to hear something funny? That guy stopped and said that we're not allowed to hook up this truck. He said that Scott's not allowed to tow on the hill. To do whatever the you want.
Me, man, that's just.
Adam turns his truck around and heads to the rescue.
Pissed off is what I am.
Well, we hooked up to a truck and some guy was like, you guys aren't allowed on this road, you can't tow.
But Scott's not going anywhere.
I'm up here working until somebody throws handcuffs on me and tries to haul me off. Till then, we're gonna go make some money. Let's go, Gordo.
Within 5 minutes, Adam arrives to sort out what's going on.
Adam, we do have this organized.
Turns out the supervisor didn't recognize the logo on the General and didn't want an unknown driver getting in the way during a snowstorm. Adam reassures him that Scott's on their side.
Well, it is, because you know what? It's all about keeping the highway open, right?
And hey, you do a good job.
Yeah.
Do whatever you have to tonight.
Okay, thanks.
Heavy rescue shifts back to doing what they do best.
You pull over tight to that side for me?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Getting the highway open.
In front of that, there's another one, like right jackknife.
Just take her easy, partner. It's slippery and so, okay?
Scott's here to do a job, so am I, so is Adam. We're just gonna keep going all night.
You know, me and Scotty have probably done 4 or 5 jobs up here. Me and him have had troubles in the past, but it's a good part of the team as far as I'm concerned.
Another one right up by Desdemona here spun out across the road.
Okay, on our way.
For Scott, it's been a long season of disappointment.
I came here to do a job,
His return to towing hasn't gone as planned.
and I intend to do my job.
But Scott is a stubborn soldier.
I'm not gonna turn and run from a fight.
And the war on the coke is not over yet.
I said that I'd be here for the winter season. I'll be here. I'll show them that I'm a man of my word.
Next time on the highway through hell, heavy rescue must keep a loaded trailer from blowing apart.
Watch your back.
Oh, look at that.
And the competition
This is black gold.
is knee-deep in
Smells like poop. This is freaking gross. Get out of there.
More bills.
Jamie faces a threat he never saw coming
Trucks aren't running. The money's not here.
that could force him off the coke.
This is probably the hardest day I've had to deal with in years.
This time, on the highway through hell,
Nobody's going anywhere.
a nasty spring storm
Guy blocked the whole road.
catches the coke off guard.
We were converting to summer.
A mail truck hurtles toward an icy river.
I'm worried about that trailer moving.
Look at.
And a broken promise forces Jamie to walk off the job.
We're done. Okay, we're leaving.
And face a reality that could drive him off the coke.
You're either going ahead or you're going backwards.
In the rugged mountains of the Pacific Northwest, there's a highway like no other. The Coca-Cola is an engineering marvel. But when the weather turns bad,
Look out! It's like the Bermuda Triangle of truck accidents.
keeping the coke open takes an army.
When the highway shuts down, the world shuts down.
And a last line of defense.
Jimmy Davis en route.
A heavy rescue team ready to tackle any disaster. Because here, closure is not an option. A freak April storm plunges the coke back into winter.
That looks nasty. The joys of being a truck driver.
Highway crews figured the snow season was over.
This comes as a little bit of a surprise. Normally we don't get this kind of a snowfall at this time of year. Right now we've got 2 plow trucks and 2 tow plows working. We don't have all our equipment up and running because we were converting to summer.
It's not long before a jackknife shuts down the northbound lane.
No, nothing's getting through. This guy, he blocked the whole road for me.
And road crews have their hands full.
Shouldn't be too long. We're just waiting for the tow truck.
Plow truck drivers trying to slow everybody down here.
There's about a dozen tractors towing a couple of cars, but nobody's going anywhere.
Up on the Smasher, Jamie's rival Al Quiring is busy clearing a spin out.
Another night in paradise, eh? Gotta tell you guys. Everybody gets spoiled with that little bit of sunshine and then surprise, surprise. Okay, here we go.
Tonight, Al came prepared. Down at the jackknife, he sent a second truck and driver to get the road open.
You see that cable go tight? Okay. You lift the truck off and just stay with me. You stay right behind me. Don't go to one side or the other. Okay?
It's Jamie Davis competition that's doing all the work up there today.
Not quite. At the bottom of the coke, Scott is trying to play catch-up in the vintage General.
Did I mention this truck sucks? There's no room for me to get in here and work. Well, let's go see if we can't make $1 or $2, eh?
Quiring was there and he was towing them out. Just told everybody and they can send them back to Hope.
Al, the one-man band. There's nothing left. Oh, Al got her. There's no trucks left. There's a couple of cars.
Not wanting to go home empty-handed, he stops to help a driver in distress.
You need a little pull, do you?
Probably do, eh?
Yeah.
Come from Saskatchewan. I'm used to a little bit of snow, but this is, more than I anticipated, and I'm not properly prepared. So this is what happens on the Coquihalla.
Maybe charge them $100. We'll see. Kind of sucks charging anybody, but if you don't charge somebody, nobody pays the bills, right?
Oh, look at that. Conveniently located tow hook.
Okay, stick her in neutral and follow along.
It may be overkill, but it gets the job done.
You know, thank you for being here, man. Really, seriously.
I wish all my customers were so happy.
Save my bacon, brother.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Hey, don't forget to take your card. You bet, you too, eh?
The one guy not on the hill tonight is Jamie's lead driver, Adam. That's because he's 900 miles away. 2 days ago, he and Jamie drove north to scout out the oil boom town of Fort McMurray.
Sammy's barreling down on us here.
Yeah. Look at him go.
Their mission, to save Jamie's company. Recently, a new police rotation policy forced Jamie to split work with a rival company. 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off.
Well, I can see the writing on the wall. Now I'm faced with the reality of 50% of our business is gone. I'm not gonna wait around till the banker's phoning wanting to come and repo my truck. I gotta go put these trucks to work.
There's money in the oil fields. Go to the oil fields. Go to Alberta.
If you go to Fort Mac and try it, I don't think you'll ever look back.
Why wouldn't you try it?
What have you got to lose?
This is interesting, really interesting to me, you know that? Look at that. That's a pickup truck rolled over. This is like the Wild Wild West here from what I can see.
Highway 63 leading to Fort McMurray has one of the highest wreck rates in the country.
I can't believe they leave cars in a ditch like this around here.
I don't think it's too hard to get business around here. It just seems to be everywhere lying around. You know what? Boom, there it is. It's like the gates of heaven open up for me. It felt right. That town's got my name written all over it. No, this is an industrial mecca, this place. This is where we need to be.
Two days later, they're back in Hope. While Jamie was away, his wife Sherry was managing the office.
What's going on here? Hey, get them out of here.
That's just the beginning.
Well, this isn't a pretty smelly girl place, right? This isn't...
No, it is, Jamie, right? It's all about what the person wants it to be.
What happened to my desk? How come it's all neat?
Because that's the way a desk should look.
Hang on, this isn't right. I won't know where anything is. Leave it the way it had it. Murphy.
While Jamie tries to get his office back, over in the shop, the crew is worried about their future.
The rumors are, I guess, the fort's moving to Fort Mac, so and I guess we're all gone. I don't know.
We'll see how it is. And, you know, there's obviously we're going to have some discussion on what's going on and what his intentions are and all the rest of that BS.
Communication around here sometimes isn't as good as it could be.
With rumors flying and business on the brink,
oh, good, he's back.
Jamie summons his crew to a meeting.
We've had a pretty rough couple of weeks to wrap our heads around losing half our work. So this last weekend, Adam and I went on a little road trip up to Fort McMurray. Lots of revenue, lots of work up there. We're pretty confident that Fort McMurray is going to bring us a lot of business. We're going to set up there. We're going to have a yard there. Adam's going to move up there probably first. Had a meeting with Kevin, and we've asked him to take the rescue out there as well. Ken's going to move in there secondary. Maybe Sammy, you might end up going to Alberta, coming back and forth to your family. So the new guys that just started working here stay in Hope and we go to Fort McMurray? That seems a little weird. You want your best guys to go to Fort Mac, your most experienced guys. This is happening. You guys should all know what's happening. We've got to realize that we can't keep our big expensive gear here. to look after the highway if we're only looking after it half the time.
I think there's probably some shocked people. It's a big move for the company. I'm a little bit nervous about it. It's a tough area to work in, but we'll give her a shot.
I'll think about it. I'm not 100% for sure I'm going.
This is a shocker for me. I want to be closer to my daughter. I want to watch her grow up. You lose a lot going up that far.
Now I'm moving to frickin' Fort McMurray in the middle of northern Alberta, which is 17 hours away. I don't know.
The next morning, a client calls Jamie for a recovery on a back road. To help sell Fort Mac, he's decided to give Ken a taste of heavy wrecking.
Little snowflake.
Fort McMurray, it's a long way from the ocean and the mountains, and I'm a BC guy, so it's kind of hard for me to make that adjustment. I'm about 70-30 to not going.
It's the first time I've been in this truck. Really? Yeah.
You know, Ken has been here for a couple of years now. He's proven that he's a steady Eddie. And so if he wants to work his way into the bigger wreckers and take on a little more of that role, then well, there's opportunity for him to make pretty good dough.
Do you really think Adam and Kevin are serious about being there and living there? And
Yeah, oh yeah.
Really?
It's really excitingly busy out there. And there's a pub you can walk down to, and there's a live band, and they sing Johnny Cash.
Nice. There's just too much going on in my brain, right? The move, everything else.
Well, we're all under a lot of stress.
I know that, I get that.
The wreck they're headed to is on a remote logging road.
We're heading up into a place that's behind Boston Bar. It's an area called the Nahatlatch. An excavator has gone around a corner and leaning like this on a trailer, and we're gonna winch him back on the road. It's a pretty heavy piece of machinery. We're talking probably 50,000, 60,000 pounds. Anything involving heavy weights makes you nervous.
To reach it, they need to cross a single-lane bridge built for logging trucks.
Look at that down there.
Yeah.
Oh,
This side's even better.
I'm getting goosebumps going on.
There's a waterfall on this side.
How's it going?
I've had better days, bud.
The low bed went into a ditch, and now the excavator it was carrying is on the verge of slipping off.
Well, those chains are holding that frickin' machine from sliding.
That's what it is.
The driver wrapped a chain around a tree to keep the excavator from falling off.
Oh, God.
Are you comfortable that that'll stay on there with that chain that's holding them on there?
Wow.
Or should we put more on? Or?
Oh, I don't know. You want to look at it?
Yeah.
I tried to, you can see what I tried to do, right?
To hold it, which is good. What we'll do is I'll come back in here and we'll put a line off that tree a little bit, maybe around your, big bearing, your middle section, and we'll get the boom out and we'll try to lift the trailer back up on the road.
Jamie's plan is to pull from two directions at once. He'll rig a snatch block to a tree to hold onto the excavator. Then he'll use his boom arm to lift the trailer out of the ditch.
To put one of these in the rail and around on each side on the trailer. Okay. We're just gonna put this strap around the tree. Where do you want to go with that? Back to the tree?
Do you want me inside there, that hole?
I would like it if you could somehow.
I can start it up, like, I don't mind.
Put the boom over there.
Yeah, I can. Well, I
Or do
can
you wanna
push
try to
up.
push?
I can push up, and it'll pick me up a bit.
Okay, if you want to get in it and help us along. This is a very fine line recovery. Somebody could get hurt. Somebody could get killed. Somebody doesn't play the fiddle just right. We got a problem.
You good?
Okay. What's the problem here? He needs to push. Tell him to keep pushing.
They've almost managed to get the flatbed back on the road. But the job isn't done yet.
Am I okay here?
Okay. Basically, you're on the road now.
They now must execute a risky maneuver.
See if he can pick up now.
By using the bucket as a brace, the backhoe has kept itself from slipping off the tilting flat deck. But to get out of the ditch, the bucket needs to let go.
If I pick up, Jimmy, am I gonna flip over?
I don't think so. Just go nice and easy.
Okay, just watch me.
You guys want to stand back? Everybody out of there? What's going on here? Hey!
Good?
Okay.
Jamie is trying to keep an excavator from sliding off a flat deck trailer.
What's going on here? It moved. Hey!
Can you get the trailer under my tracks more? My bucket keeps sliding down. It's gonna carry me right off.
The backhoe's boom arm has been bracing the machine, but to complete the job, the arm must be lifted and swung around to the other side of the trailer.
I'll run another line off the tree, and we'll go back and forth right to your deck.
Jamie and the operator are worried they've painted themselves into a corner.
We're going to put a couple extra chains on the back end so that he's safe there. It gives you pins and needles when something that large on a trailer starts to shift on you.
You want me to lift up?
Okay, give it a bit now. That's working out good. Now we get the weight on the other side.
That was a little scary.
Whoa. We're done. They'll just chain it off again and tie it up, and they'll be on their way.
Yeah, I was ready to flip over, so that's very stressful. Very.
You want to run one of these lines in first for a bit?
Sure.
For Ken, this is the shot at heavy rescue he's been waiting for.
That's why I moved to Hope, was to do heavy rescue. At the end of the day, you feel like you worked a really good day, and on payday, you got a really good paycheck.
Back at the yard, Jamie's got another surprise up his sleeve, this time for Scott.
Come here, you lying, cheating, thieving bastard.
Last week, the Western Star heavy wrecker that Scott's been waiting for all season finally arrived.
You guys knew it was coming too, didn't you?
I knew it was coming.
But with bills mounting and the season almost over, Jamie decided he couldn't afford to put it into service.
Well, we're gonna go broken style anyway. So here's the deal. Now that we're moving to Fort Mac, I want that Western Star put together pronto.
Yeah.
So.
Is it staying here?
Gonna stay here for now.
Thanks, buddy. You get her done. Been waiting for that truck for 5.5 months. I can imagine it's a bit polished. And then I'll have to go out and earn my stripes, maybe.
Outstanding!
I have my truck, and I'm happy about that.
And what a truck it is.
A 600 horsepower Caterpillar in it. It's got a 20,000-pound front axle. It's a 30-ton Century wrecker. Every bell and whistle on this thing, it's got everything.
Well, not quite everything. Scott wants to add a finishing touch before he takes it on the road.
Scott.
Gord.
It's ready to pull this tank.
Swap out the stock fuel tanks with custom chrome.
There's a lot of pride in what you have. You drive down the road and you see the odd guy looking over at your truck, kind of giving you the nod that, hey, this is all right. You feel good about what you're doing. It's the bling of the truck.
Yeah, look good.
It'll be as nice as I care for it, and I'll care for it like it was my own.
Beautiful.
Anybody know when that guy buried that trailer?
The next morning, Jamie is back on police call.
Yeah, at about 5 this morning. They sent a tow truck out for it. Yeah, Jamie Davis is en route.
There's been a wreck involving trailer load of post, and it's gone in the river. And he's right in the river there too, look at that.
Oh yeah, look at that, eh? Oh my God.
Scott's already on scene in the old General.
I think you learned one really big lesson, and that's not to be sleeping when you're supposed to be driving.
A semi went off the road and almost landed in the river. The trailer is loaded with thousands of pieces of mail. The problem is where it landed. It's threatening to slide into the water at any moment.
Just hold it. Put a line on it and hold it.
And the tractor is leaking fuel and fluids. Jamie's been hired to recover just the tractor, not the trailer.
Ministry of Environment has called us to lift this truck out of here so it stops leaking. The trailer has to stay until it's dealt with. The tractor has to come out in order to deal with the fuel spills and leaking fluids. That's what we're hired to do.
Draining the fuel tanks isn't an option.
The police wanted me to evacuate the fuel, and I said, well, it's going to be kind of tough because it's upside down. If I take the fuel caps off, we're going to have a big leak.
To stop the spill, they'll have to separate the tractor from the trailer, then flip it back onto its wheels.
You got the pin pulled? No?
No. I'm not going to pull the pin until you get a hold of it.
Yeah.
Because I don't want it to slide off.
Well, what am I going to do with it once I get it?
Pick it up, put her over here, we'll flip it.
All right. I'm worried about that trailer moving. If it does anything, it's going to break open.
The trailer itself had the major punctures in a pretty bad structural state.
She's sitting good on that rock. It's got a good rock at the back holding it. And the front of it's touching down on the ground there.
Once I start muscling the tractor around, there's a good chance the trailer could go down more. So Scotty just put a line on there to secure it on the back end. Why don't you guys work on the front end first and then the back one? Careful, that'll be slippery. Put it right around the front. So now the next thing's the fifth wheel.
Before they can lift the cab, they need to release the kingpin that connects it to the trailer.
Oh!
Got it?
No, I didn't. It's separated like this.
Let me just lift it right up. Ready?
Hold on there. Whoa, 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 whoa. Come on.
There. That thing just gone into itself.
Don't move.
You can hurt yourself getting down off of a truck and you fall on a rock. Especially us old fat guys, eh, Scott?
Yeah. White, tight, and slide her out.
I think I'm gonna go left with it a bit.
As Jamie starts to lift, someone notices that Scott didn't disconnect the air lines to the trailer's brakes.
What about the airlines and that?
What about them? You're gonna watch them break in a minute. You wanna climb down there and undo them?
I ain't crawling under that thing.
Whoa!
Look at it, look at it, look at it, look at it, look at it.
Hang on, buddy.
Heavy rescue's got an upside-down cab in midair.
Whoa!
When the air lines break loose.
Look at it, look at it, look at it, look at it, look at it.
Watch yourself.
I knew it was gonna swing, but I was like, oh, okay, I didn't expect it to rock so violently. You know what you gotta do now is go flip in there, turn around, and go in here.
You're gonna flip it?
Yeah, we're gonna need a couple straps, buddy.
They get it stabilized, but now they need to flip the cab in midair.
Something we don't do every day is a mid-air inversion. We haven't even seen it in 2 years.
With the cab suspended from the rotator's boom arm, Scott will pull from underneath to try to flip it.
Open it wider. They're gonna pull this truck out, and as they pull it, I'm gonna let it down. Run that out and he can pull it with one cable. It'll drag out like this, and then I'm gonna draw my boom back in and see it's already starting.
It's spooky. I don't care how long you've been doing it for, it spooks you.
If you didn't know what you were doing, a lot could go wrong.
Old General's doing her job. I'm just gonna spin my truck around. I'm gonna grab a hold of that truck after we evacuate the fuel tanks.
All right, let's go.
Before Jamie can even finish this assignment, he gets a call for another wreck. He leaves Scott behind to sort out how to deal with the trailer. On the other end of the coke, a semi has tipped over in the median. Another tow company has called Jamie to help upright the trailer. It's loaded with cardboard.
Tractor trailer flips over. The load shifts onto the wall that's on the ground. If you winch that truck up, the wall would stay on the ground.
Jamie's worried the fragile sidewall could blow out.
Where's the other strap?
He's the only one on the coke with the right gear for the job. Airbags.
They invented these in Great Britain and brought them over to here in the early 60s.
Holy, first start.
Each airbag is connected by a hose line to the compressor block. Valves control the airflow to each bag. The trick is making sure the bags lift the load evenly.
If you push too much on the trailer in any one area, get down there and get it in. That is hard, eh?
The angle of the ditch makes it hard to get the bags where they want them.
We do start to lift it about a foot off the ground, and then we're looking at it and we're knowing that, hey, you know what? We're picking up on the top end of the box here quite a bit, and the load's not there. The load's way down low, down to the bottom of the trailer by the wheels.
You want to put a small one in there, or you just want to, what do you think?
It's kind of in a ditch that's on an angle like this, so if you let the bag, expand and it gets to here, the trailer's not going to flip over because you don't have enough of it in the air. So what you need to do is actually get the bag under here to lift. Okay, pull this bag back, and then that bag needs to be enough room for the big bag to fit in the middle. Right now what you do is you jockey these bags back and forth, and then let them down, move them in, let them down, move them in.
But it's not much, Jamie.
Do it again.
Go there.
How far can you go now? Wiggle it in there, like working.
That's more like it.
Put this one down a bit. So much weight in here, we'll be real lucky to get it up without breaking it.
Back at the mail wreck, Jim Lasser arrives to assess salvaging the cargo.
You can't see much from the bottom. Let's go around the top and see what you see further.
I'm not going down on them rocks. They've been soaking in diesel for hours.
But they can't start the recovery until someone authorizes payment.
Basically just have to hold on to the trailer so it doesn't go into the river, right? So.
Hey, guys. Hey.
The post office has sent a supervisor to oversee the recovery.
It's like somebody had a little nap here.
It's kind of looking like it. Kind of looking like it,
The problem is, who's paying to get this out of here?
Well, when we didn't hear...
Scott makes his pitch for giving Jamie the job.
Me and Jim have been talking, and if we use the trucks that we have here, 90% chance of a catastrophic failure and a lot of wet mail.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to avoid, obviously.
But we have a piece of equipment that will give us a 75 to 85% chance of success. Somebody's got to say that, yes, we want to be on the line for the bill.
Okay. I don't see any other choice, right?
Yeah. You there?
He calls his boss.
So obviously that's got to get done, and we'll just tell them to go ahead and do it. Okay, guys. He wants to know if that trailer's going to be pullable after.
No.
Okay, so it's done.
Done.
Okay, so go ahead and do what you got to do.
So Canada Post is going to guarantee payment on the job?
Yeah, I can look after that for you.
Well, hey, James. Scott here. Canada Post is guaranteeing payment on this job.
4 months ago, we did a job for another postal contractor, and we're still not paid for the bill.
Pre-authorize it for $20,000 before you do anything.
Why do I want to expose myself to another job and not get paid? I have to pay my employees. I'm not playing this game.
Canada Post come up with a credit card, so I'm not financing the wreck anymore by making them pay.
With the postal wreck under control for now, Jamie gets back to the airbag job.
Come on, I don't have much room.
We take the time, we deflate each bag, put them down deep, way down where the load is.
I'm gonna crack all the valves open, and then we just let the airbags do the work. This is really good. I'll go tighten up my lines. How are those bags looking, Ken?
Straight as can be.
Okay, good. We got them so low, they'll likely push this thing over without even a wrecker.
I know. That's a beautiful thing.
We're getting slack. Bags are doing their job.
There you go.
That was beautiful.
Like that? Perfect.
Couldn't have asked for a better airbag job. It was textbook.
I'm gonna go off the off-ramp and get on to the next job.
What's the next job?
That postal one.
Are you gonna go do it?
I'll give us a visa. Well, now we'll do it.
Have these guys got payment ready?
They're getting payment all set up right now. It's happening.
Hello.
But just as they're about to start, Jamie gets a call from the post office.
You know, I'm here, I can do the job. If you don't want me to do the job, we'll gladly leave. And you can figure it out on your own.
They're having second thoughts.
When the rotator finally got there was no money.
I've had enough of not getting paid and being jerked around, right? I'm not the bank. The boss says, no, we're not paying the bill. It's the trucker's responsibility and his insurance. He's right, it is, but I'm not getting involved. See you later, I'm out of here.
I'm gonna clear my guys out of here, and you can call your contractor to get whoever he wants to do it. Okay? Thank you, bye.
Until this gets sorted out, thousands of pieces of mail will have to stay one thin sidewall away from a trip downriver.
So just tow this truck to the yard and we're done, okay?
We're done?
We're leaving. So jump in the truck, let's go.
Let's get out of here?
Yep.
This isn't proper business. It's not the proper way to look after things. And, you know, just get it done and we'll pay you some time. Well, that doesn't fly.
I went up the Coke to Kamloops and came back down this way, so the Coke wasn't that bad.
Up on the Coke, Ken is still mulling over the move to Fort McMurray.
Fort McMurray is a long way from Hope. I haven't even been in Hope 2 years yet, and for me to move to Hope was a life-changing event. It was a big deal.
You might have to make a sacrifice to the great tow god here. Do something. Something's got to happen, so.
And now Fort McMurray is 17 hours away, and it's a different province. So if things don't go well there, then I'm really screwed. Certainly one of these great events is gonna start frickin' paying off.
After work, he meets up with Adam to get his take on the big move.
When the highway's closed for 3 days at a time because of wrecks up there, and they can't get the highway open, there's definitely a demand for service up there. I feel nervous, you know, it's a big change for me. I'm leaving behind my wife and 2 kids. Worst comes worst, we can go drive taxi cab.
Oh, yeah.
Taxi cab drivers are making 70 grand a year up there. The more work I can do, the better off my family is. That's always my biggest thing, to make sure I can provide a good life for my family. Man, I can put a pink hat on and drive taxi all day.
Well, you got a bunch of pink hats at home already. I think we've got the drinking skills to live in Alberta.
Oh, I don't know about that, man.
Back in the yard, the one guy who doesn't have to worry about the move to Fort Mac takes his new toy out for a spin.
We're behind schedule and getting there. But it's finally happening, and we're gonna take her out, scratch a little paint on her maybe a little bit. I got my own truck, it's got my own tools in it, nobody else messes with it.
I love it.
We're gonna give everybody a little run for their money on the mountain there. And next season, you never know, I might even wind up being the king of the Cove. Who knows?
The next morning, the trailer full of mail is right where they left it, clinging to the riverbank. And the post office rep has had a long, sleepless night.
We don't want it in the water. We want that trailer staying together. That's a major, major concern for me. Just keep our fingers crossed. That's all I can do, right?
The trucking contractor has managed to find a big city towing company to work for a lower price, and willing to drive more than 2 hours to try their hand on the code.
This could have been all taken care of yesterday, but we need people to be accountable for their contracts that they own with us, so.
This other company, they're reputable, they've been around a long time. They're just putting their nose in something that they don't do regularly, and they're not equipped to do it.
The big city crew works as quickly as they can.
You want a bar to push on it?
But without a rotator, this won't be an easy job.
They're tow truck guys, they do towing. They're not recovery people. So it's a recipe for disaster.
Scott and Jim observed from a distance.
I just went back to look to see what was going on. I went to the other side of the river.
We're gonna use this truck to get it back on its wheels, and then I'm gonna hold it up with that truck while we pull it out.
Awesome.
Gotta keep it off the rocks.
Yeah, that's great.
The plan is to flip the loaded trailer upright using a single wrecker.
If he's gonna do it like that, he should have a low line off of his truck.
Yeah, you need to go down low to his truck.
Yeah.
And then he should be running, the front should be on a high point hook to help stand it up.
That was close. They had the big tow truck all hooked up, and it actually snapped one of the big steel cables. If this thing opens up, it's gonna go floating right by me.
Okay, we're using your truck.
With the first wrecker's main winch line broken, they need to use a second truck.
Ready?
Hold it. Something fell in the river.
No, it didn't go in the river. It's on the bank. One letter, that was it.
Hopefully they can just drag it right up now, and we'll have nothing else come out of there. Just worried about how big that hole is on the other side.
It's gonna come into you.
Yeah, I'll have to go into those holes.
They've got it upright, but now they've got no place to put it.
They put their trucks into a certain position to do the recovery. They didn't take into account of, oh, now what do we do?
The second wrecker lets go so it can reposition.
Just digging a hole.
They try wood blocks, but instead of traction, they get closer to ignition.
Start a fire.
So they improvise.
I thought the tow was gonna need a tow.
Without a rotator to lift it, they re-rig to try to pull the trailer up the rocky bank.
They don't have the gear, maybe not the experience even. Doesn't make them bad guys, it's just that they're dabbling in something they don't do every day.
A big city towing company has been brought in to keep a trailer loaded with mail from falling into the river.
That's good there.
They've got it upright. Now they're trying to pull it off a rocky bank without a rotator. For the second time in just a few hours, they nearly lose the load.
That's 2 cables. They're busting winch lines. They're not thinking through the next step.
You didn't want us to let go of it. We had our truck.
They couldn't even complete the job. They had to call in another company to help them finish it.
Two hours later, a third wrecker arrives on scene.
Hello? Yeah, it's just upright, but one false move here and it's rolling back in.
He had it on its wheels, then mine broke. So neither one of us can let go.
The third wrecker uses its boom arm to lift the back end of the trailer.
Say when, I can't see you.
After 2 days, 8 hours, 3 wreckers, and 2 broken winch lines, the mail is finally out of danger.
You can make a call into everyone just to let everybody know everything's okay. Those guys worked hard today. It looked like it was a little bit more than I think they expected.
It's like anything, you get what you pay for.
For Jamie, these last few jobs aren't enough to change the big picture.
Nice and easy.
As they go back off rotation, they've decided that rather than sit on the sidelines for 2 more weeks, they need to make their move.
Keep going.
The first wave prepares to leave for Fort McMurray early tomorrow morning.
Right there.
What we're gonna do is basically split the fleet up, move more of the high-end equipment up to Fort Mac, and we're gonna leave a team here to look after some, whatever's going on in Hope. We're not moving the whole fleet up to Fort McMurray.
It is 13-4.
Smells good. Kids want dinner?
Kids, come on.
Okay, James, time to go for dinner. Come on.
Hey, do you want some salad, James?
Jamie's family is still trying to process what the move will mean for them.
I think it's going to be a great place to do business. It sounds like it's just go crazy.
Are you just going to do like 10 days on, 10 days off? What are you going to do?
No, he's going to stay.
Usually the standard is like 25 days on.
Now it's getting bigger. You told me when you first were going to leave, it was going to be 10 days.
Well, usually it's like,
and then it got up to
2 weeks
15,
on, 2
and
weeks off.
now we're at 20?
Usually
or
it's
25?
2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. But
You told me before you're just 10 days, Jim. And then I'm like,
That's
yeah,
the
go
Fort
ahead,
Mac
Jim.
standard is 25 on, 10 off.
If you're gone for 25 days, that's way too many days. 12 days max. But if you're making really good money, I'd like to stay a little longer.
What are you gonna do? You gonna come?
Me, Kevin, and Adam, the 3 Musketeers? Holy yeah, right.
In town, Ken has finally reached a decision.
It's a nice little place to be. I'm glad, I enjoyed the time that I spent here, but I gotta start pounding, put some cash aside. I'm leaving because there's not enough work here. It's just, that's plain and simple. There's just not enough going on. Oh, well, forget that. I'd hate to get run over by a moose. My son lives in Edmonton, so that's probably the defining factor for me in this whole endeavor. I'll only be 5 hours away from him. And if it does go well, and I do make big money, then I'll have something to leave him when I pass on. I'm part of the A-team. It's a win for me.
Just before dawn, the troops assemble in the yard.
On the far side.
Well, forever.
All right.
Okay, see ya.
Call you during the day.
I'm gonna make so much money in Alberta, they're gonna change the name of the town to Fort McMonkhouse.
Miss you. Love you.
I'll call you along the way if Jamie's driving. Don't kill me. Okay, love you. Give Kayla a kiss for me. Okay. Bye. The old lady, almost feel like crying.
You have to have tenacity in the business, and you got to be able to be a survivor. And there's two things you're doing in the world. You're either going ahead or you're going backwards. We have to go ahead.
I got an accident here just on the other side of this corner, guys. Is Jamie up here?
I've got to get on with my life. I've got to figure out a way to lead this ship. I've got to figure out a way to keep it afloat. And I got to stay in business. You know, closer's not an option for me either.
Jamie's not even up there.